I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
On the way to lifting the hammer, there are no shortcuts. Every second of every round is a test of your skills, brains, and determination. But as the stakes get higher and the competition gets fiercer, legends are made and champions are crowned.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Six Invitational 2023. We're still just getting started. Of course, our grand final is only a few hours away, and there's a lot happening between now and that moment. So we'll leave the big greeting until then. But we have to fill you in on the details so far if you missed the past week or so. Come back to the command center. I'm Melissa Medic, your host. With me on the analyst desk are three wonderful gents, Jesse, Jack, and Mr. James Devmar. We've got triple J's on here. Gentlemen, how are you today?
Doing well, Milos. The Triple J desk, we finally got it going here for the SI Grand Finals. And of course, it's the biggest day of the year. I'm like a kid on Christmas. Okay, today's going to be fantastic. I'm so excited for the best of 5 finals to go down between G2 and W7M. But of course, lots to go on between then and now as well.
Kid at Christmas is basically what everybody's been building up to the whole year in terms of Siege, in terms of, talent for us, the players, the teams, the fans. SI Grand Final is the day, and I'm so excited we're here.
Yeah, for me, this is a particularly special moment because we're back in Plus Bell in Montreal, which for me at least is where we've been twice before, Ghassan, working with you on this desk, and I'm so stoked to be here again because the stories could not be better. This is going to be, I think, the best SI yet.
It's our third time at Plus Bell, as you're saying. SI 19, 20, and now in 23. So there's been quite a few invitationals and a few winners here and there. Let's recap the timeline and show everybody where we came from and where do we go. Started all in 2017, like we said, a tiny, tiny little venue here in Montreal. But there are still winners, James.
Yeah, wow, what a couple of years it has been. Of course, CTM winning on PC back in 2017, Elevate on Xbox, and then we had what is largely regarded as the best match of all time, Penta versus Evil Genius, that incredible reverse sweep, which ended up being mirrored somewhat by SSG in 2020, and of course G2, the only team that now is potentially in contention to win the second SI Hammer. No team, and by that I mean organization, has ever won 2 Six Invitationals, and G2 may etch their names into the annals of history today.
Obviously, 2020 was the last time that we was here in Place Bell where SSG won it. I was here in the audience, and then we've had a couple of years away, obviously due to, pandemic and reasons beyond anybody's control, where NIP won it. They were the first last time team to win it. Obviously, there's another one in the final again today, so there's, like James said, the stories write themselves.
Feels like it's going to be an exciting event, and of course, North America, they will not two-peat. There cannot be back-to-back for NA, but Brazil looking to get back on the board since 2021, and Europe back on the board since 2019. Wow.
Well, let's see if Europe can bring it back home. I say it's coming home. Isn't that how it goes? There you go. Anyways, for those who have missed the action, don't you worry, because we got a video to recap it all from our playoffs here at Place Bell.
as good as dead. And Forrest will need to clutch in a 1v4. What a run it's been for Astralis. But the G2 streak is just too strong.
And it's all being worked back you. Wins out and there's a second. G2 push themselves.
There can only be one. We've started with 20 of them, and 2 are left to enter the arena in just a few hours. We talked about the winners over the past few years since the inception of Six Invitational in 2017, but there have been records that have been made and broken over the years. And here to talk about a few of them is a handy graphic with our analyst. Jesse.
Indeed.
Please, numbers man.
Yes, well, there's a couple big records that can be broken here today. I think the big one that I'm taking a look at is the most kills through a single event. That was Nesk back at SI 2021. 289 kills, and there was a very high likelihood that that record gets broken here today. Benjamaster on 271, Doki on 269. Unless G2 get absolutely blown out in the finals, it is very likely that one of those two players will be taking the record away from Nesk.
And there is one record that absolutely will be broken today, which is the oldest SI winner. It will either be Julio repeating, breaking his own record, or it will be Virtue. Either of those guys, obviously one of them has to win. They will become the oldest player to ever win an SI. I know it would be Julio breaking his own record, but still.
For me personally, the one I'm really looking out for is the longest map. The first time we ever introduced infinite overtime into Rainbow Six, we were treated to a 22-round coastline here in Plus Bell between G2 and Empire in 2019. Wow, that was such a good game. And we've got infinite OT back on the menu for today, so I really hope we get that. And, well, we'll have to see. The other big one is, of course, Fabian. He has won 2 hammers. He could find his third as a coach.
Another one as a coach. Who would have believed at the beginning of this event that G2 would not only make it out of groups after their year, not only make it through the first stage of playoffs, but now into the grand final best of 5 series. And I just want to make it clear for everybody, best of 5 unlimited overtime. We hear you. Everybody's flown in or traveled to Montreal. We're going to make it worth your money here at the Invitational to go all the way. Any other records, maybe?
This is one that we didn't actually have time to get onto the graphic, but I just found it. So Benja only joined G2 31 days ago. If he wins today, he will be the player to have won an SI after joining the team for the shortest time. Previously, Shate joined Penta in 2018 and won Six Invitational 40 days later, but Benja is hungry to break Shate's record.
It is incredible to see Benja's rise as a player himself, or just to focus on highlight players from both of these two teams, because he's gone from rocky times at Heroic to literally on the grand final of the World Championship, Jeff.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like Tetris. Everything has just fallen together and fallen in place with this G2 team. He was the right fit for G2, seemingly G2 was the right fit for him. And they've gone all the way to the grand final in what, only 31 days together? That's very short practice time. You've got to learn 4 new teammates, a whole new coaching setup, a whole new set of expectations as well, because representing G2 is like representing very few orgs in the whole of esports, right? It's a big step up in professionalism in terms of the amount of interest that's in you. Like, he's had to make a lot of steps up, and he's done it.
Yeah, and you compare the 2 newest players on each squad, right? On one hand, there's Benja, the young gunner, right? Fresh kid coming in off the block. On the other side, it is kind of their brand new old guy coming in, right? Julio just joined this team for Stage 3, previously coaching Furia, and of course, the legacy on NIP prior to that. He has been monumental in just pushing W7M over the edge. They've been good all year long, but with Julio on the team ever since Stage 3, I think they're really starting to reach greatness.
There's a lot to talk about these two teams. Of course, that'll be more reserved for the pre-match segment that's coming in a few hours. But from here, we move on to our bracket. For those also that missed and didn't really know the path that both W7M and G2 made and took to get here, here's what it looked like. W7M were already in the upper bracket. They kept it rolling. They went up against OXG and defeated them 2-1, knocking them down, where after G2 went through Wolves, Astralis, and OXG made it to the final where the two teams meet in our BO5.
Jack, we talked about this a lot yesterday, but G2 are the lower bracket Grim Reapers. For a while, we gave that name to Astralis, but, well, they didn't make it because G2 have been the kings of the lower bracket. And W7M, while they might have had a cruisy year, first place in the global standings, when it comes down to it, this is the biggest match they have ever played in. And G2 is hungry to make this Grim Reaper run a full 100% win rate.
Yeah, G2 have played so many rounds here at the Sixth Invitational. They just broke 300 yesterday, putting their total at 302 rounds. Throughout the whole Sixth Invitational, going through that lower bracket, having to play in the upper bracket at the start as well, losing their first game, making that run. They have fought so hard to be here. It's going to be well-deserved if they can win this final match.
Jesse just made the same point I was about to, so I'm going to enhance on
damn.
it. 302 rounds, 26 maps. That's how many played. The most of any tournament. You know, the most of anybody in this tournament. Most rounds, most maps. They've shown 8 maps. There's only 1 map that they haven't yet shown, which W7M may be able to pick into. We'll talk about the veto later. So we might see G2 having to play absolutely everything to get over the line.
So from here, we move on to our schedule for today, and that's actually pretty complicated. I myself can barely understand what's on there. Oh, what is that? 2 things. Year 8 panel, and then the grand final of W7M versus G2. Now, I just want to tease a bit on the Year 8 panel, because yesterday we heard of Season 1 changes, but now it's the entirety of the year. What's going on in the esports? All of these details we get to finally know.
It should be exciting. There was a lot of cheers yesterday. I was up in the crowd when we got to see just for the first season coming through. Obviously, a lot of people excited about the changes coming to console to combat the mouse and keyboard players. A lot of people excited as well for the new operator who can hack those gadgets, but there is so much more to come.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a few cheers. Like, obviously, I'm not going to reveal anything, but, you know, there's obviously a lot of new content. There's a lot of new things coming, and the esports side, I think it's going to be good.
Super biased, but I'm really excited for the esports stuff. It's been a long time since we've had such a significant ecosystem change as what has been announced so far, and I can't wait to see what else is going to be announced today.
Well, between our Year 8 reveal and a grand final, I think we have a full day and our work cut out for us. So, just as a final piece, what was your favorite match of the entire Invitational so far?
Oh my gosh.
Hey, dig it up, dig it up.
Take the numbers.
I think that's easy for me to say because it was, you know, our first day here in Place Belle. It was Koi versus Astralis. That game, the crowd was going absolutely nuts. Bank ended on a banger, 7-5, 7-5, 8-7. Big upset win for North America, so I'm definitely biased on that one, but that's it for me.
You're killing me, Jesse. You keep saying what I'm going to say. That game was so good. The fact it came down to a post-plant 1v1, I would, you know, I'd say, I think every day has got progressively better. I think today will be the best. Yesterday was better than the day before. It's all just amazing.
Well, the NA fans aren't going to like my answer, but Oxygen versus G2 for me was a fantastic match. Even if it was quite a bit of a blowout at the end, I cannot get over the Fabian versus NA storyline. And to think that, well, now that storyline has come to a close this event because there's no more North American teams for Fabian to chew through. Let's see how he does against Latin America later today.
That's something for him to go through in future events and, of course, future invitationals if G2 were to make it. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That was our pre-show for all of you watching at home. But everybody here at Place Belle noticed something happening. We got some devs and some wonderful people that just walked into the arena. So, are you ready for Year 8? You want to see the future? You know what we say in the U-League. The future is now.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Rainbow Six Siege looks like. And let me just say, I'm excited to be here with all of you beautiful people. I'm Camille Salazar-Hadaway, and I'm your host for the Reveal panel. Joining me, we have two amazing people. Help me in welcoming Alexander Karpazis, Creative Director, and Joshua Mills, Associate Game Director. I mean, Alex, you're hearing the crowd, you're hearing the excitement. How does it feel to be back here in person for the panel?
I've missed this so much. That's what I want to hear, Montreal. It's been over 2 years since we've done this in person in Montreal. It always gives the team so much energy when we see the players on the stage, when we see the fans in the crowd. So this is very, very special right now.
Ooh, so love. Now, Joshua, for you, this is very special as well for you. You went from being in the stands as a fan last SI to now being here in person for presenting the panel. How does that feel to make that shift?
I mean, I'm not going to lie, it's kind of overwhelming. Like, this is insane. You're right. The last time we had SI in person, I was up in the stands. In fact, I was sitting right there screaming my head off. And my squad, they're in here as well. Like, this is incredible. Like, this.
It is definitely an incredible moment, and y'all are making it that much more special. Now, Alex, you are a vet to these panels, so I feel like your nerves, you don't have them going in. You're just a pro at this.
There's a bit of nervous energy every single time we show off an entire year's worth of content, the roadmap that we're going to be visiting. So I'm really excited right now.
Okay, and who's excited to learn what's ahead? Well, let's get started by talking about the overall vision for year 8. Now, Alex, I can't help but ask, year 7, what was the main takeaway that you're thinking the team kept in mind going into year 8?
So year 7 was a big one for the Siege team. We brought a lot to the table. We had new maps. We had big updates to systems in our game like Ranked. We introduced the reputation system as well, making sure we reinforce those anti-toxicity, anti-cheat features. And so all of that's informed us where we need to go next in year 8.
So where are we going in year 8? What is the focus for the team?
For us, it's about doubling down on what makes Siege so special. The fact that it's one of the most unique, tactical, strategic games that gets your heart racing moment to moment. We want to make sure that we respect that and we own that. And moving forward, we just make sure that everything that is so special to the game is reinforced.
Okay, now with that in mind, the community is a huge part of Siege. Joshua, what is your hopes for the community going into year 8?
Honestly, my hopes is I want this community and I want Siege to be the envy of every other community. This is our game. This is our time. Let's do this.
Who's ready to do this? Make some noise. And with that said, it is time to dive deeper. Let's find out what is in store for us for each season. Let's talk about the seasons and operators. Starting with season 1, Alex, there was lots of noise for Commanding Force, especially returning to Brazil with Brava. What was the decision to head back?
So if you missed the panel yesterday, the reveal, we did talk about Brava, the saboteur who comes from Brazil. For us, it's really fun to revisit old locations we've been before. She's actually the cousin of Capitao. That means we can tell more stories there, create more links between the Siege operators. And then on the flip side too, Brazil is a huge community that's so passionate. Of course, we had to go back to Brazil.
And you're hearing that the fans are really happy that we're going back to Brazil. One thing the fans made lots of noise about was Mousetrap, and that feature coming in season 1. What can you tell us?
I know we said it couldn't be done, and yet we've done it. The team has worked so hard on making sure that console players have a fair and balanced opportunity while playing our game. And this is not only a Siege first, this is an industry first for us.
That's awesome. That's amazing. Siege is making headway for the industry as a whole. You gotta love it. And we are gonna get into the other seasons, but I do wanna talk about when you're looking at the seasons and what the community could get out of them, what kind of content are we looking to from the team?
So we're still committed to bringing a new Battle Pass every single season, a new progression for you to work towards. And on top of that, we also have an event that'll drop mid-season every single time. Something fresh, something that breaks up the core of Siege for those players out there.
Okay. Well, we all know what's coming, season 1. But who's ready to hear about season 2? All right, Alex, let's talk about season 2. Where are we going?
So I know we've been to Sweden a couple times on the esports side. We're officially announcing a Swedish operator season 2.
That's definitely getting some people excited. Now, along with that, there is a rework coming, as you can see, that is long overdue. Tell us about the consulate map rework.
Yeah, I think the crowd's already pretty hype about this. I know season 2 is a little ways away, so I don't know if anybody's actually interested in seeing what we're doing with the map.
I mean, we come out here. Do you guys want to see what season 2, the rework, looks like? I think you're going to have to be a little louder than that. Right, Alex?
All right, let's roll the clip. We're going back to Consulate, and we are making big, big changes to it. This is one of our oldest maps. We had to rebuild it from the ground up. The way that the bomb sites behave, the variety in the ways that you can attack it or defend it. Also, another really important thing too is for attackers to have a safe avenue to approach the building. All of this is coming season 2. The World team has been working incredibly hard to deliver it. And again, one of our oldest maps. On the tech side, we had to completely redo it. It's one of our biggest reworks we had to do on the back end. So we hope the players enjoy it.
So there's going to be a lot of updates that you see or don't see as well. But I know a lot of people, Joshua and I were looking at each other when you saw that garage, right? Am I right? Yeah. Another update coming to season 2 is permanent arcade. Share us some deets.
So we talked about permanent arcade in year 7. It is coming season 2. This is a permanent space where you can try out all of the different arcades that we have in the game. And when it launches, we'll probably add a little extra to it as well.
Ooh. The mystery, the teases. Alex, I can see you've done this before. All right, let's get into season 3.
Let's do it.
Alex, where are we heading in season 3?
So we're heading back to a familiar country. It is South Korea.
Now, what is, we talked a little bit going back to Brazil, but South Korea, what is it about South Korea and bringing an operator from there that is getting the team excited?
So it's, again, a little old, a little new. This is a new chance for an operator to kind of shine beside Vigil and Dokkaebi, tell those stories. And again, our South Korean community is so vocal, so passionate, we had to go back.
And And one of the things that I like is getting into matches and just going into matches very fast. Joshua, what update is going to bring us to matches quicker?
So we're actually going in and reworking what quick match is. So what that means is right now when you go into unranked or ranked, the stakes are pretty high. And then quick match, we all know the stakes aren't quite as high. So, you know, it plays very differently. So looking into that to make sure that we can have an experience that is fun for people to actually take a break from ranked and have something fun to do with their squad. Maybe you didn't do so well in ranked tonight. Go blow off some steam in quick match. But again, remove some of those frustrations, get you into the core siege and faster. That's where we're going.
Yes. Get into matches, have some fun sooner and quicker. Now with that, I think we have one more season to go, right? Everyone's excited for this one. You have to end with season 4 with a bang, and that means that we are not only getting a new location, but a new map as well. Alex, you can hear some excitement in the crowd. Where are we heading to?
You can see it already. We're going to visit Portugal in season 4. For the new map, we'll be looking at a map that's actually tied to the story of the game, and the team is working really hard on working on something that you haven't seen before in the maps you've played in Siege.
All right, we have a lot to look forward to for all of the seasons. Thank you so much for taking us through that, and the crowd's excitement is just wild. But it is time to move forward into player protection. Let's talk about this, because player protection brought a lot of updates in year 7. Why was this focus important for the team?
Player protection is huge for us. We maintain that we have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to cheaters and when it comes to toxicity itself. And so that means reinforcing the game so that everybody feels welcome, everybody can have a fair and competitive match in Siege.
Okay, and with that said, let's actually head over to find out more updates with Player Protection and Game Security Director Emmanuel Larive.
Les sujets au niveau du player protection, mais surtout au niveau de l'anti-cheat, sont des sujets complexes. Nous ne pouvons pas venir avec une seule solution, nous devons devenir avec un éventail de solutions. L'équipe Player Protection, pour l'ensemble de l'année 8, va travailler sur un set d'initiatives, dont certaines sont issues du recherche et développement. On peut mentionner QB, Mousetrap, Reputation Penalties, Reputation System, mais aussi Ban on Data. Cet ensemble a pour but de répondre à nos objectifs en termes de réduction de la toxicité au niveau de votre play experience, mais aussi de tout cas de tricherie, d'exploit et de hack au sein du jeu. QB est une nouvelle solution de sécurité que nous avons construite à l'interne. Le but de cette solution est de diminuer l'occurrence du cheating au sein du jeu, mais aussi d'augmenter les coûts de production d'un cheat au sein de Rainbow Six Siege. C'est la première fois qu'une telle solution est mise en place dans l'industrie autour du FPS compétitif. Mousetrap, une nouvelle mesure de sécurité dont le but va être de réduire l'impact des cheaters au niveau des consoles et de rendre l'expérience beaucoup plus juste pour tout le monde. Nous sommes à l'heure actuelle les premiers dans l'industrie à avoir mis en place une telle solution. La solution Mousetrap, qui va être déployée durant la saison 1, va être une première fondation. Nous allons bien entendu la faire évoluer à travers les saisons de manière itérative afin d'être sûr d'avoir une solution qui soit robuste et résiliente sur le long terme. Le Reputation System est une feature complexe qui est sortie récemment dans sa version bêta. Je suis très heureux de vous annoncer une nouvelle feature sur laquelle l'équipe est en train de travailler, le Player Commendation System. Le but de cette feature est de mettre en place un système d'appréciation dans lequel les joueurs vont pouvoir noter d'autres joueurs par rapport à leur expérience au sein d'un match. Bien entendu, lorsque nous allons sortir cette nouvelle feature, nous allons la monitorer et faire en sorte qu'elle ne soit pas abusée. Dans le but de rendre votre expérience beaucoup plus équitable, mais aussi juste au niveau du mode compétitif, nous allons ajouter de nouvelles règles. L'objectif va être de réduire le taux d'incidence des comptes inadéquats sur votre expérience de jeu, mais aussi de réduire l'impact du smurfing qui est considéré comme du cheating au sein de Rainbow Six Siege. Au niveau de la sécurité, un autre point très important, le Privacy Mode. Nous avons mis en place une initiative sur PC afin de mieux protéger nos content creators, mais aussi tous nos joueurs au sein de Rainbow Six Siege. Et je suis très heureux de vous annoncer que nous allons mettre en place cette solution sur console afin d'avoir une protection qui soit optimale et transversale pour tous. Cet ensemble d'initiatives a pour but de rendre Rainbow Six Siege beaucoup plus coopératif, accueillant, mais aussi sécuritaire pour tous et toutes.
People are happy with that, as you could see. Now, what it comes down to, I feel, player protection is really about how you're addressing cheaters, right? So how is Year 8 going to do that?
Well, we're already seeing it with QB that's been released. We're seeing cheaters losing faith in the cheats that they're buying, and that's exactly what we want to see. On top of that, we're already seeing that it's becoming more expensive to develop cheats for Siege, and that's where we want to be in Year 8, to make sure it's impossible to build up this kind of momentum on the cheater side.
And that means that there are multiple tools, as we saw Emmanuel talk about.
That's right. You've seen, again, this is in-house tech we're building, QB Mousetrap. We're also reinforcing it with new initiatives on top of what Emmanuel showed in the video. It's all about adding more strings to our bow, and we have enough solutions to make Siege as secure as possible.
Now, another part of player protection has to be something that the fans got excited about. That is the reputation system and seeing the updates coming there. So what is this really going to do for the community?
So reputation system is in beta right now. We have everything where you start seeing the penalties assigned to players who are disruptive. You also have a place where you can report. But we also want to celebrate the wins in Siege too. We want to commend our teammates who are doing a good job, making a great call or a great play, and actually have that positive reinforcement in Siege as well.
Well, if one thing SI has taught me, the Siege community loves to be supportive of one another, so I know they're going to love this commendation system. Who's excited for everything coming with player protection? Now, with that said, there is another way that the game is making things fairer, and that's on the side of balancing in terms of how you play. So let's get into balancing. Joshua, what does balancing look like for Siege?
So balancing ultimately is an ever-evolving process in Siege, and it's really focused on a couple things. One, that tone, that direction we're setting the game, which is that highly tactical game, making sure that the strategy is at the forefront. Second is to remove frustration. So anytime we have things in the game that are just frustrating for any of us playing, we look at that and we try to get away, remove that from the game. So ultimately, those two things, while ensuring that players are empowered and we're not just always taking things away. Like if you're having fun with something, we want to build up towards that and challenge that instead of just knocking people down.
So thinking of that, looking back at Year 7, what was that takeaway that the team had?
So the big takeaway there is your voice was heard in a very important way. And what I mean by that is when we were looking at the Smoke update, this is the idea of Smoke being no longer immune to his gadget. There was a big vocal response about that and the idea that, hey, no, this really matters to the core of the character. It's what makes that operator special, those kind of what-if moments. If that character got in a situation where they were actually able to do something the other operators couldn't, it adds a little life to the game. Now, the odds of it happening come down to that scenario of a what-if, but it's important for us to hear that and make those decisions with all the voices of Siege being heard.
All right, and your voices are definitely being heard throughout this panel, especially when we did the Season 1 reveal yesterday as well. And one of those things that came with the reveal was the reload rework. So how is this going to improve players' skills?
So ultimately, the reload rework stems from that idea of maybe not just improving players' skills, but rewarding the players who already have those skills, where they're pushing those fights where they know they have the intel on that the other person reloading. Well, we want to make sure that your expectations and your reality are matching. So no more magic magazines. They're not popping back in these weapons anymore. We're going to make sure that once you've committed to a reload, it is purposeful and it has consequence, just like everything else in Siege. Again, you have to be careful, you got to strategize, and you got to be aware of what you're doing at every moment.
All right, now for season 2, do I have some Frost fans out there? All right, well, Frost is getting a rework that is going to bring more opportunities in gameplay, but also more to the Huntress fantasy. What can you tell us there?
So yeah, we're actually revisiting Frost, specifically her welcome mat. And what that means is right now, many of our players can find themselves in a situation where they have been welcomed into Sage welcome mat, and then they're stranded and stuck. Well, again, about empowering both sides of the fight here, players will be able to get themselves up. The catch here is that when we talk about making any changes like this to try to remove frustration, we want to make sure that we're empowering both sides. So in this case, Frost will actually be able to track you down because you will not be able to sprint, you will leave a blood trail, and those defenders will still be able to get you. It'll still take time to get out of that trap, but she can still hunt you down.
That sounds pretty cool. It's really looking like you're taking the fantasy of it all in. We got to get in to season 3. Because season 3 is bringing a new defender gadget to the game. What can you tell us about this?
So we have a new defender secondary gadget coming to the game called the Observation Blocker, and this thing is built around that pillar of Siege, which is intel. And in the case of the defenders, denying it from the attackers. So their observation tools will have to work a little bit harder to find out what that site setup is or what the defenders are trying to set up and pounce on the attackers with.
Now with this, this defender gadget, can you tell us a little bit more about how it works exactly?
Yeah, so you actually can take it and deploy it onto the floor, and when you do, it'll actually expand fairly far out. It'll cover a doorway, but much bigger beyond that. And again, it stops any observation tool from being able to see through it.
All right, sounds pretty cool. Now, for this, which operators are going to be targeted for this, Alex?
So you can see it here. The drone can't see through the blocker, and that works great with operators like Maestro, who can zap a drone that doesn't know it's on the other side, or for an operator like Mozzie, who can be waiting on the other side of an observation blocker and then pounce on it and capture it. Working on these kind of synergies means that these defenders will make good use of the observation blocker.
All right. Now this next update coming for season 4 is getting Joshua really excited because it is going to bring more ways in how we engage with shields. So tell us about the shield rework.
We're reworking shields, fundamentally. So what we're doing there is we're looking at the dance that we see in the game where you're trying to melee the shield to get a shot at the feet and stuff like that. That doesn't feel like you're an empowered elite operator. It doesn't feel tactical. So we're looking into that and revisiting that. This idea where right now you're hip firing and you're missing every shot, or you hip fire and get that lucky headshot, again, doesn't feel very good on either side of that shield. So we're looking into that and adjusting everything. In the case, we're actually bringing the gun in behind the shield. So that's going to make you more defended and more able to work with your team better, reload behind the shield, and also turn your head.
Lots of excitement here for that, but you're not done yet, Joshua.
So any adjustment we do to any operator or gadget, we have to think about both sides of that fight. So yes, this is making shields a force to be reckoned with, but when you face a shield, you will have more tools in your arsenal to be able to handle it. So at both sides, you can be confident, but I recommend you keep them at range.
Tank controls is pretty wild. As you can tell, everyone's getting super hyped about it. How does this work with engaging and working with navigating your gadgets?
So when we're talking about a shield user with their gadgets, it's about being that wall, that defense structure for your team. And as we could see, you can turn your head to the side, the left or right or whatnot, and you can deploy your secondaries. So hold the line in front of you, throw your smoke grenade to your left, cover that line, and then start pushing forward.
Nice. We do have to push forward because we have much more updates to go through, but it is a big year for balancing, that is for sure. But now we're going to head into player comfort and console improvements. Now in year 8, how is the team building on player comfort, Alex?
Player comfort for us is making sure that you're not actively working against the game in order to accomplish what you want to do in it. So no matter what platform you're on, you're always achieving that kind of reliability in the controls that you have and the experience that you have.
Okay, when I think controls, I do think console. And I'm hoping that console players will get some love too.
Absolutely. So our Kev studio has been doing an amazing job on the console front, and with specifically the aiming controls. We can see that with the advanced aiming that we've already released in year 7. But going beyond that, we're bringing presets. So multiple presets that allow you to play the game differently and have more control. But going beyond that, full controller remap.
Yes, it is, it's great that you're talking about that because it could sometimes feel limiting playing on PC with, and you're hearing that as well. So how is it going to get more comfortable there? You talked about the layout, but something else is coming.
Well, ultimately, when we're talking about remapping these controls, it's to give our players the same control that their PC counterparts have as far as that goes. For example, if you play on console, you can't lean without ADSing. Well, you can potentially do that with the way you set up your controls and with those presets. Additionally, if you're ever in a really heated moment and you go to ADS and then you go to lean to the right, sometimes you pop that melee out instead and then you just win that, lose that fight. So ultimately, removing that frustration, giving you the control to customize the game so you can be as competitive as you want to be.
I love it. We got to keep going and keep pushing through because we have another update from the electronic devices we use to play the game to the electronic devices we use in-game. Alex, I'm talking gadgets.
Yeah, gadget interaction. This is a system that hasn't changed in a long time. This is when you deploy a gadget, when you pick it up, when you throw it. We're looking at improving this, specifically starting with the gadget pickup and the diffuser pickup to make sure it's a lot more reliable and a lot less frustrating for players. Beyond that, in year 8, we're looking at gadget deployment. You have deployable shields. You have that little dance of trying to get it in the right spot. We want to make sure that's a better experience for players.
Now with that, we quickly touched on the quick match rework. So how are we going to really get this to work to help us get into games faster and make that more smooth?
So ultimately, it comes down to the fact that quick match is played differently on the servers, and there is some frustration around how it's played. It's trying to remove that frustration and making it a more fun experience for people just to be able to jump into and have that slightly less competitive nature, but still keep the entire core of Siege there, speed things up, get you into the action more, really just get the reps in, the muscle memory. It all comes down to that.
Get the muscle memory in. It's kind of like going to the gym, if you will. Gym fans, Siege gym fans, we're going to be flexing, right, in quick match. Now with that, we have concluded the player comfort and console improvements, and now we're going to get more information on onboarding updates with our Associate Game Director, Christopher Budgeon.
Siege has been around for a long time. New players are competing with very competent and experienced players that are playing with our game every single day. This can be overwhelming for new players because Siege has a lot of depth, and new players don't have the tools to learn how to play Siege correctly. In year 8, we really want new players to practice through play. We want them to experience operators, test out their gadgets, and navigate maps. In Season 1, we're bringing Beginner Challenges, a new progression tool for newcomers, which allows them to learn how to play Siege, as well as unlock operators as they play. In Season 2, we're going to be bringing the aiming lane to the shooting range. You'll be able to customize the speed, the movement, the quantity of targets, as well as advanced techniques such as headshots only. In Season 3, we'll be bringing brand new playable tutorials. Each one of these maps will allow the players to learn a different element of Siege, whether that's basics like destruction or verticality, droning and rappelling, reinforcements and barricades. We reward 10 new ops for players upon completion of those tutorials. 5 on attack, 5 on defense. And in Season 4, we'll be bringing the Defender AI playlist, a safe place to teach your friends how to play Siege and to learn new operators and new maps. We're really excited about this new AI playlist. It uses a machine learning algorithm, which is informed by our current players playing today. In this playlist, you'll play as an attacker against the Defender AI. The next steps for us afterwards would be to add the Attacker AI playlist in a future update.
There is no secret that Siege has lots of strategy in it. So what is the key to finding those opportunities to improve?
The key is to offer more tools to the players so that they get used to this beautifully complex game of Siege. That's something I'm sure everybody watching the stream and everybody here knows. Whether you have an hour in Siege or 1,000, you're always learning, and that's what makes it so special. So we want to make sure that you have the tools to learn, and you saw with the video with Christopher, even veterans will be able to benefit from this.
Speaking of the veterans of the game, make some noise. We saw there the update with shooting range. How are they going to be able to really customize that experience?
So the shooting range is growing. Last year we introduced it. You can customize your loadout, test your attachments, check the damage that you do. We're adding a completely dedicated lane now where you can customize, aim, warm up before you jump into the match. This is something that you could only do outside of the game. Now you can get your one-stop shop of all of this testing in the shooting range.
It sounds like a good time, but I hear whispers on the Siege streets that this is not just for the fans or the players that are not a part of the dev team. This is also solely for the dev team as well.
Yeah, honestly, this is essentially development tools that we're using. Like, we use this for checking all our balancing and all the updates. It's been fantastic, and the work that our Shanghai studio has been doing has just been incredible.
So what you're telling me is that you two are sharpshooters because you spend so much time in the shooting range.
You got to do that. No.
No?
No.
Any sharpshooters out there? Well, you are intimidating out there for some players like myself, so let's talk about the players that may want to get away from the pressure of being in games with the scary sharpshooters. How is Defender AI Playlist going to create that opportunity for them to learn?
So that's right. The Defender AI playlist is coming out really targeting the beginner players because, let's be honest, regardless of the rework we're working on for Quick Match, y'all are scary in some of those lobbies. So it's important that we give people a place that they can go in, start learning the base of the Siege, and experience the game. And
for this, how does it work exactly? Because this isn't just like your typical bot experience.
That's right. As Chris mentioned, these are actually AI, machine-learned AI, which essentially we're feeding them player data, which means they react and act as they should. They'll go ahead and set up a site and reinforce it in a default setup that makes sense. They'll open up rotations. They'll place gadgets where you'd expect to find them.
Okay, well, with that, there is quite a bit coming there, but also I feel like you're telling us to go to the gym, we could get those reps in, build our Siege muscles, and then with this, we could also keep learning and kind of go to school and get that knowledge points up, so I'm loving all of that. Now, for players out there that want to take advantage of this content we covered and more, well, guess what? The Year Pass is back, and with more information on that is Business Strategy Director Mohammed Ben Hanada.
Same as last year, we're bringing back the Year Pass. This will give you access to the 4 battle passes of the year, alongside the privileges that come with them. So the early access to the operators, the shop discount, and more. And lastly, you'll have an exclusive bundle coming with it. There will also be the Year Pass Premium Bundle. This will give you access to the same content as the Year Pass, alongside 20 tiers of the Battle Pass every season, and an exclusive bundle that will feature an exotic weapon skin. And this will be launching next Monday for a limited time only.
Now with that, the end of the Year 8 panel is nearing.
Yes.
And you can tell that everyone is very excited to see each other, but also all the content that's coming ahead. So as we head into Year 8, what is that lasting impression you want the fans, the community to be left with Joshua?
Well, as you said at the top of this, like, I mean, I was in the stands, I started playing in 2015, like many of us here, and the honest truth of it is that this is our game. Like, this is your game, this is the pros game, this is the devs game. Like, we're all doing this together, and we can't do it without you, and we really, really appreciate everything you do for the community, everything you give to us. I mean, this is Siege. Collectively, we are Siege.
Yes, this is Siege. We are Siege. And it's such a tight-knit community that loves supporting each other. It's been amazing to just see everyone's reactions and how passionate everyone is for what's ahead. Now, We Are Siege is pretty inspirational. I could put that up on a poster as I head into ranked. Alex, do you have an inspirational quote with that lasting impression you want to leave the community?
That's a tall order. What I do want to share with the community, and it's a message from the team, is that we really do believe in the strength of this game. We are looking at what made Rainbow so special, what makes the pillars of Siege so special. This is a game unlike any other, where you have destruction, you have creativity, you have heart-pounding moments, and no two maps play out the same every single time you jump online. These are the things that we want to reinforce. This is the new tone that we want to set for the game. And I don't know if anybody saw our cinematic from Year 8, but this is the world that we want to build, where there are real stakes for our operators, and there's real stakes too for our players, where they can really get invested and have a good time.
Now, with all that said, what does that mean for the future of Siege?
So we're already moving up to Year 8 of Siege, and we are so committed to this game. We're already looking at the next 10 years of Siege. We know all of you have invested so much time, so much love into this game, that we will not abandon it. We are here to stay, and we love you all.
Make some noise for Year 8 and the next 10 years and beyond for Siege. With that said, Alex, Joshua, it's been a pleasure to have you here with the reveal and showing us what's ahead, especially all of you. You all are so great and beautiful for coming on this journey with us to show you what's ahead as well. And guess what? There is still more to look forward to, because we have a little update on the esports front. Let's take a look at what's up for season 2023.
Hey everyone, I'm Nicholas, Chief Innovation Officer at Blast, and we're very excited to embark on this new journey with you, the Siege community, in this first of its kind partnership with our good friends at Ubisoft.
And I am Nelson, in charge of esports event and broadcast at Ubisoft. Today we are sharing with you the roadmap of international events for the season 2023. We revealed in December that each competitive season will be composed of 2 stages, concluded by 2 majors. Let's have a look at the destinations for this year.
In May, we will welcome you with open Danish arms to join us in our hometown as we bring Rainbow Six to Blast's home turf of Copenhagen, Denmark. We pride ourselves on delivering next-level entertainment and have some exciting plans to take those events to all corners of the world. We have a burning ambition to bring esports closer to those who love it most, and cannot wait to show you what Ubisoft and Blast have in store for 2023 and beyond. And coming next, in November, we will head to the United States. And finally, what this brilliant community is waiting for every year, craving, desiring, the Six Invitational.
We have already announced that we're going to move DSI around the world starting in 2024. And what I can say at this point is that it will definitely be at warmer places than Montreal in winter.
For the first time in the history of 6 Invitational, we will be heading to Brazil in early 2024. It has been too long since we have met our Brazilian community, so we are excited to be back.
And in the meantime, we're also happy to share that the new season will kick off during the week commencing 6th of March. There's still so much more to reveal on the season that is 2023. A new update on the circuit with extra details on each region's format and a path to the majors will be announced next week, so stay tuned.
Thank you all for watching us, and see you soon.
I think we can agree that the future of Siege is going to be bright and apparently loud, because y'all are just loud and it's awesome. Now, keep that excitement going, because we still have the commendation to come up as well as the finals. So stick around for more SI.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to SI 2023! We are live from the iconic Place Belle here in Montreal, and very shortly we will be throwing you into our amazing grand final. Are we ready for it, Siege fam? Not quite yet, because first we've got some serious business to attend to. Now, every SI, what we like to do is appreciate, shine a spotlight, and commemorate some of the most amazing figures in Siege history. We've had all kinds, an eclectic mix of those from in front of the camera, behind the scenes, over the years. And I'm so excited, I'm delighted to give our next award out. It is a man who is Siege royalty. He has had one of the most illustrious careers as a player and beyond that this video game has ever seen. A two-time SI champion, a major winner. He's got more Siege silverware than you can probably count. Our 2022 MVP is the one and only Pengu.
In a lot of ways, I feel like I was born to do it. It sounds really weird to say, but I feel like since I was 5 years old, I wanted to be a Pro League player. And I knew that if I was given the chance and the opportunity, I would do something great at some point in my career. I didn't think it was gonna be this crazy, but I always knew that there was a real chance for me to do something really spectacular in some game. And that game, of course, is Rainbow Six Siege.
When you talk about Siege, Pengu is one of the first people you think about. Google who is the best player in Rainbow Six. 9 times out of 10, you're probably gonna get Pengu because the enormous track record of just superior dominance.
What he conquered in this game was amazing. He was just phenomenal.
He's won more events than most players can ever dream of winning.
So my name is Niklas Mortsen. I'm currently 25 years old. I was born in the same town that I still live in Ølstykke, and I love video games. As I got older, I recognized that you can't only play video games for a living, or rather for fun, because it doesn't pay the bills. But when I turned 18, I had the chance to try and prove that statement wrong and try and make a living out of it. I made a forum post asking anybody out there in the world, like, I want to go pro. If anybody needs a player for a team, I'm available. And one person responded, and he said, we have a team. We also want to be Pro League players. Let's do it together. In May, the following year, we won the very first Pro League finals and became the first ever champions on PC. Despite winning that very first tournament in May, we didn't qualify for anything else for the rest of the year. And I was actually going to retire, but then, you know, Penta 2.0 happened with Fabian and those guys. And then the real story was written. So I didn't really decide on becoming a streamer. I was playing Rainbow Six Siege like 10 hours a day, and I would play against the same people in ranked. And they would ask me like, why don't you stream? I mean, we know you're playing all day because we play against you, so you might as well show what you can do. So when I started streaming, it was in, I believe it was year 1, season 2. So this is before my Pro League success. I had a lot of difficulties in the beginning. I was a very, very shy and sheltered kind of person. And the thing is, I started streaming on a camera, which really helped me a lot because I could just hide and talk a little bit sometimes. But then, you know, as the stream grew, people were like, what do you look like? Why don't you have a camera? I think a camera would be really good for your stream. I was like, okay. So I can't really afford a camera right now. I had no money. And one of my very first viewers called Raven Going Up, who still follows me to this day, we still talk sometimes. He was like, I got a spare camera, I can send it to you. And he actually sent it all the way from America to my place here in Denmark. And then that's how it started. And it was never intended for me to make money from it. But then of course, as the stream started growing, we got a certain amount of subscribers or donations. And I remember we got like a $200 donation back then. And I like ran out my room. I was like, oh, we got $200 donation. I can buy pizza for like a week now. And my computer would break. All of a sudden, there's a guy called Scrivy from Australia who's like, I have a spare graphics card. So now I have a webcam from America, I have a graphics card from Australia, and I have a guy from Asia sending me money sometimes for donations. And I was like, this is crazy. Rather quickly, I built a very strong friendship between the people that would tune in every single day. So I think streaming helped me grow out of my shell and communicate with people. I would argue that it's helped my casting career because I talk for 6 to 12 hours a day on my stream. I was actually streaming when it was announced by Parker on Twitter what had happened. And I ended up, ending the stream and taking time for myself to figure out how I felt about it. Probably about a week and a half after the tweet went live, Parker reached out and asked if I wanted to be his commentator for the Sweden Major. To which, of course, I said no. I said, there's no way I can do that. For a lot of reasons. For starters, I'm not a caster. And I could not fulfill those shoes or replace Michael. And Parker said, I don't need you to say yes or no right now, but think about it. And I did what any person would do in my shoes. I went to my mom, my family, my friends, and they said, it's not so much about whether you could do the job or not, but more so that, if you take this opportunity, you can look back and say you tried and you know what it's like. Instead of always wondering, what if you had a great time doing it? So when Parker and we spoke again, I asked Parker why. I think I needed clarification for my own sake, why it was me. He said Michael was an expert at Rainbow Six Siege, and Parker would like another expert to work alongside him. And then Parker said that he's not coming to me because he thinks I can replace Kix or Michael because I can't. But he wanted me to be someone that would be a familiar face to fill up, a small portion of that large void that was left by Michael because I was never gonna do as good of a job as he did. I was very surprised that I liked it, yeah. I started in a nice way because I started with no fans in Gävle, and then we ended up with the Charlotte Major. And, casting with no crowd is fun, but casting for a crowd is like playing in a grand finals at an Invitational. And I can see why casting is addicting all of a sudden, just like playing is when you get to that stage. Everyone is just cheering, not just for their favorite team, but for the game. My job right now as a caster and even as a streamer is to come up as a very passionate person to make sure that it shows through on camera and on the microphone because I do love the game and I do love the job that I'm in.
I can see in his eyes, this is the biggest thing for him and it just makes him happy and proud. And I am more proud than anybody else.
The game and my career has brought a lot of things to my life. How to be an adult, how to be around people. It's given me purpose, and it's given me a lot of good friendships. And I got like an idea of what family felt like outside of my own home.
He is the most decorated player of all time. He's a 2-time world champion, one of the biggest streamers that we have, one of the biggest YouTubers that we have, and in many ways I think is the de facto face of the game.
I want to hear this building erupt. For in my opinion, the greatest of all time, Pengu! One of the most decorated players this game has ever seen. And I can tell you from experience, one of the most lovely man, the loveliest person you could ever wish to meet. I'm going to first give you this trophy, and I want the crowd to go nuts. MVP Pengu. And I'm going to give you the microphone.
Thank you, Ian. First of all, can we give a round of applause for him as well? It's a great host. Deserved. I never thought I would stand on a stage like this ever again, let alone to receive an award or lift a trophy. So I'm very honored. And also I see a Vamos Penta sign in the crowd. Vamos Penta! I want to be honest with everybody watching, both from home, at home and in the crowd. the last couple of years have been very difficult. I see a couple people nodding their heads, and it's because it's been difficult for everybody. You know, the pandemic, things got weird, they changed. You know, tournaments, all of a sudden, no longer. And we all deal with our hardships in different ways. And for me, personally, going to events like this, meeting people from across the world, people that I consider some of my best friends, well, when that gets taken away from you, I struggle to deal with that. But we're back. A full year now of crowds, of tournaments, and it feels so good. I would like to ask a favor from everybody here at the venue to take a moment, look to your left and to your right, the people that are around you, next to you. Look at the stage where the players will play between G2 and W7M. Look at the trophy, the hammer. There's one person in this, arena looking to raise it for the third time, Fabian. And just capture this moment, because you never know when your last tournament will be, whether it is a player, as a caster, as a member of the crowd. Take it all in. I've never held a speech before, and when I was approached in October of last year that I was supposed to make one, I would write notes when I was flying across the world to cast, always crying on the plane, being emotional because it means a lot to me. I cried backstage 2 minutes ago. I had to pick myself together before walking out here. I want to thank my mom for always being the supportive character that she is. Of course, raising me, supports me the entire way. I'd like to thank somebody called Thomas Lee. You guys know him as Shaz, my coach throughout my entire career. That's right, Shaz! For helping me become an adult, to learn from failing, and by doing and by trying. He couldn't be here today, but I miss you, Shaz. I do. And lastly, all my former teammates, people that I've worked with, and of course, all of you, the fans, the heart of Rainbow Six Siege.
What a beautiful speech. I'm just going to wrap this up with a couple of last questions. Penguin number one, of course, you mentioned Fabian is going to be leading out G2 as coach to potentially lift this for the third time. Deep down, do you really want him to do it? Because doesn't that make him better than you?
If Fabian raises the third hammer, I'll have to come back to challenge him for it.
Oh! Okay. And finally, there's 20 seconds left on the clock. What do you do?
Honestly, you gotta clutch it up, baby. It doesn't matter how, it doesn't matter when, you just gotta do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for this wonderful man to my left, Pengu!
Thank you all so much. But I would love to stand here all day, I would. But we have an incredible grand finals to watch between G2 and W7M. So please, one last time, give it a round of applause for yourself and everybody watching from home.
Pengu, get yourself ready for that grand final. Thank you so much for everything. Oh, anybody else tearing up then? Yeah. Right, we're going to throw to a quick video. We've been shining a spotlight on people in front of the camera, like I said, and those behind the scenes. When we come back after this, it is time for the grand final. But before that, get to know our amazing world art team.
Peter Pavlou, level artist.
Simon Tartare, texture artiste.
Fred, directeur artistique map. Et en fait, ce qu'il y a de cool quand on crée une nouvelle map, c'est qu'on part d'une feuille blanche. Donc on a un brief qui va en fait nous donner le background de la map, donc le storytelling, où ça se situe, puis comme on sait, on essaie de visiter le maximum de pays différents. Et donc, une fois qu'on a le background, ben, nous, avec Yann, on peut commencer en fait à plancher sur la localisation exacte, la thématique. Donc là, après ça, nous on part à la chasse à des bâtiments existants. On s'en inspire, donc on essaie de savoir qui vit là, combien de personnes, etc. À partir de là, Yann en fait, crée un layout 2D. On brainstorm, on réarrange les rooms parce qu'il faut être cohérent. Et puis à partir du layout, on commence à itérer en fait en 3D, puis c'est là que vous commencez à rentrer en jeu.
Par exemple, la première itération qu'on fait, c'est on s'assure que tous les gros objets dans une salle sont là. Les objets uniques pour qu'on puisse se repérer. Et aussi, moi, ma job est de m'assurer que tout est bien placé pour que le joueur peut avoir son cover, mais aussi que ça fait du sens et qu'il y a une belle navigation. Notre jeu est tellement précis qu'un petit 10 cm peut changer complètement le gameplay. Juste tasser une chaise, tasser un bureau, je place tout et au tout début, c'est là qu'on a la chance pour peut-être bouger une mur.
En processus de création de la map, une fois qu'on a une idée de la flavor, de où on est, du type de bâtiment ou quoi, généralement on fait un meeting avec Fred où on va dégager un gros pool de matériaux de base qui peuvent donner genre, le goût de cette map, histoire de se donner une banque de matériaux que les level artists vont pouvoir utiliser en première passe. Et une fois que vous rentrez dedans et être beaucoup plus dans le détail et comment ça changer et garnir les pièces et tout ça, c'est là où nous on va avoir plus de requests, de nouveaux matériaux, des trucs vraiment spécifiques.
Parce que c'est vrai qu'on est dans un process itératif, on essaye de travailler large, puis on rétrécit au fur et à mesure.
Côté grosse texture, les premières textures qui sont posées dans les maps sont les textures pour les murs, les sols et murs destructibles, non destructibles. Nous, les artistes, notre job est de plus vite possible, quand on fait notre playtest, les gens ça doit être possible de se repérer dans les pièces. Idéalement, tu n'as même pas regardé la boussole, voir les noms des rooms, tu peux automatiquement, tu peux naviguer, tu sais sont où les escaliers.
Les premières semaines de gameplay dedans, c'est dégueulasse. Parce que t'as juste des quadrillages partout, puisqu'on utilise ce qu'on appelle les LDK, c'est vraiment juste des volumes de géométrie qui n'ont pas de texture, qui sont juste là pour aider à mettre en place le niveau pour qu'après vous l'habillez. Mais du coup, quand t'arrives, même s'il y a juste un bureau ou quoi, au début c'est vraiment compliqué. Donc dès qu'on commence à habiller un peu, tout de suite c'est jour et nuit. En termes de repérage, c'est tellement
La navigation en plus, puisqu'on en parlait tout à l'heure, c'est aussi compliqué de savoir où il y a un couloir, sachant que tu connais pas la map, savoir où tu dois passer pour aller dans les jonctions, étant donné que c'est des quadrillages partout.
Mais les challenges d'avoir plein de métalliques partout, c'est un problème qui va aussi avec un souci, notamment gameplay. Si on a un truc super shiny et que on se voit pas dans le miroir en face, déjà c'est un peu problématique. Puis ici on se voyait en face, ça génère du noise, ça peut croire qu'il y a quelqu'un d'autre ou des choses comme ça. Donc avoir un truc hyper métallique, hyper clinique, genre un lab ou quoi, faut vraiment qu'on essaye d'être clair dans ce qu'on veut montrer, un beau lab bien shiny. Mais pas trop shiny non plus.
Et ça, c'est quelque chose que c'est un gros challenge pour nous sur Rainbow. Entre ce qui est réaliste et ce qui est pas bon pour le gameplay. Même la manière qu'on fait notre choix de murs destructibles, murs pas destructibles. On fait plein de compromis toujours. Toujours, parce que si on crée comme c'est dans la vraie vie, après le joueur va pas savoir qu'est-ce qui est destructible, qu'est-ce qui est pas destructible.
Il faut toujours garder en tête que ça va être le gameplay qui prime en termes de choix, s'il faut trancher.
Tous les murs qui sont destructibles, on peut rien mettre devant. On a un minimum de 1,5 mètre qu'on peut rien placer. Ça veut dire on peut pas mettre une lit, on peut pas mettre une chaise, on peut faire rien. Et quelquefois, il y en a des petits débats avec les level designers pour dire est-ce qu'on peut peut-être enlever un mur, est-ce qu'on peut les bouger, parce qu'il met tellement de murs destructibles, c'est une petite pièce et à la fin, la pièce doit être vide. Si on met quelque chose dedans, ça ne va pas marcher pour la navigation. So, il y en a toujours ce gros challenge.
On a beaucoup de pantry, de storage, avec rien dedans.
Je me souviens de ça. Valkyrie, c'était un des premiers nouveaux opérateurs qu'on a eu. Et quand on a créé les maps, il n'y en avait pas beaucoup qui interagissaient avec les moulures en haut. Et ce qu'on a fait, c'est on avait shippé une map et on n'avait même pas mis les collisions. Et après, Valkyrie est sorti et tout le monde a découvert assez vite, genre dans 1 heure, qu'il peut pitcher Valkyrie Cam sur les moulures et elle passe à travers, il se cache dedans, elle peut voir, mais aucune personne la voit pas et peut pas la tirer. Et il a fallu refaire toutes les moulures du jeu.
Mais la raison pour laquelle on aurait des reworks, en fait, il y a 2 grandes raisons. Il y en a une qui est bien évidemment axée autour des joueurs, et puis il y en a une qui est tech.
Ça me fait penser à Clubhouse. J'ai travaillé dessus, j'ai fait le rework. Je sais côté tech, parce que c'était une des premières maps qui était livrée. Côté budget, ça ne fitait pas vraiment. C'est utiliser des anciennes textures qu'on a améliorées avec du PBR. On a refait le lighting. J'ai passé 2-3 semaines dessus et rien n'a changé physiquement dans la map. C'était juste des changements de texture et c'est devenu beaucoup plus beau, mais aussi beaucoup plus, moins lourd dans la mémoire.
On n'a rien changé au layout?
Et après ça, les LD ont rentré dedans et ils ont changé le layout. Et ils ont changé le flow, ils ont changé les bomb sites, ils ont rajouté une salle de construction. C'est rare dans ta carrière que tu peux revisiter une map que tu as travaillé dessus. J'ai revisité ça et j'ai fait toutes les choses que je voulais. Par exemple, je voulais mettre une salle de bain. Parce que il y en avait un restaurant sans salle de bain, ça faisait pas du sens. Et dans la map originale, on n'avait pas l'espace pour faire ça. Finalement, j'étais capable de mettre ça et ça fait du sens aussi. C'était un facile call-out, ça fait du sens pour le layout et pour le gameplay aussi, ça a rajouté beaucoup. C'était un win.
It's time to make history, Montreal. After all of the miles traveled, rounds played, maps won and lost, fists bumped, and tears shed, we are finally down to our final two. A massive thank you to this amazing orchestra that set the table perfectly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our 2023 Six Invitational Grand Finals. Make some noise! For the first time in 3 years, we are back here at the iconic Place Belle in Montreal with all of you amazing fans, which means that Rainbow Six Siege is finally back home. It is time now to welcome our two amazing finalists. Starting with a team that has been on a terrifying run, blazing their way through our upper bracket to this grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for W7M! Julia, Heads, Casey, JV92 and Volps. This time last year, they were fighting relegation in Brazil. Since then, they've put together a magnificent run. And this is Julio's third grand final. If he wins here, he puts himself amongst Siege Elite as a two-time. Can he do it with this young and fearless roster around him? One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for W7M. Four years ago, on this very stage, this org lifted the hammer. Can they do it again? It's G2! Leading the charge, you can see him. Fabian, a legend in this game. Ducky, Virtue, Alamau, Blair, Benja. Shocked the world to be here. Carl told me yesterday that the job is not done. And he's right. Can they seal the deal here and now on Championship Sunday? And an interesting fact about Benja there at the end. What a prodigy. What a beast he's been. And he has just been on this roster for 31 days. They're in front of you right now. Montreal, are we ready for our grand final? Well then, it's time to cross over to our amazing analyst desk. One of my favorite colleagues on God's green earth. It's Milos.
Thank you so much, Ian, you beautiful man. He always shines on the stage. Siege, an Invitational. I've been here since 2017 and now we're in 2023. It's time for Say It for the very last time in Montreal. Everybody, one more time, give it up. Bonjour, Montréal! Never gets old. Never gets old. You know, before we kick it off to our graphics now, we have to say, because this is the last time, I would like to take a photo with everybody. Are you okay with that? Yeah? Can I ask you one thing, though? Turn on all of your spots on the back of your phones. Bring them out. We're going to stand in the center. And don't you worry, we got cameras aplenty here that'll bring us all in. So please, I ask my wonderful analysts to join us on here in the center. And I want you to really give us a wonderful shot. I want this is history. Every SI is history, but this is the last one here. As you know, 2024 is in Brazil, and that is something else. So, turn around. On 3, cheese. Yeah? All right. Come on in. 1, 2, 3, cheese! Thank you, everybody. Let's get on to their final. G2 W7M. You've seen them against one another. We got a video for it all. Toss it away.
It's so awesome to be in the great final. I have a lot of experience to pass to my team. Yeah, we're gonna prove everyone that we are capable of winning. G2 is a great team. They won a major with Fabian. He's one of the GOATs of the game. So they have a lot of experience during this phase of the tournament. I think the main weakness of G2 is they have really young players too that didn't play grand finals. And Fabian, for sure, is gonna trouble on the finals. É, alemão, a gente vai te pegar, hein? Tu vai ver agora. Tu vai perder essa final pra nós.
Playing in the grand final is absolutely crazy. When you come to a big tournament like the SI, you really just take it step by step. So being here is absolutely crazy. They know how to play Siege. They know how to play the perfect Siege in every single style. W7M are a great team. W7M's biggest strength, it's Herds. He's playing so good this tournament, like edgy frag roll, he's just killing everyone, he's playing great. You beat us 2-1 in the group stage, and that was our loss. You didn't win that game, we lost that game. It's gonna be different.
There it is! G2 and W7M set up to go. Massive matchup in our best of 5 here at the Invitational. And remind you, it's unlimited overtime. So this can be a long one. I hope you're all ready for it. So, since we are back, I think it's fair, first of all, to introduce our analysts. First, hello, I'm Elias. With me are Jesse, Jack, and James. Gentlemen, how are you now for our final?
Oh, it's a beautiful day in Montreal, Milos. It's so good to be back home in Canada for the 6th Invitational for the final time. And these two teams getting ready to play are just the squads I would want to have up on that stage.
I'm just enjoying the experience in this arena, Milos. The crowd, they seem to be behind G2 today after fiercely cheering against them yesterday.
I am feeling all kinds of things, Milos. That orchestra had me shaking, and I don't think that those vibes are going to stop throughout the rest of the tournament until we have crowned one team as a champion.
We'll be here all night if it needs it. Now, from then, we have to introduce our teams, just in case you don't know who's on that podium. Starting off with G2 Esports. As Ian said on that stage, this organization has lifted the trophy twice before in 2018 and 2019. 2018, of course, the players back then as Penta Sports. Now Fabian still leading the squad, without being a player, still in the background as our coach, Jack.
3 years ago, this organization tried to create the first iteration of the modern day super team. They tried, and they have had player change after player change after player change. I think they have finally found it. They found this balance. They found the leadership with Fabian, who knows how to get the job done. They've brought in new talent. They've brought in hungry talent. They've brought in a balanced playstyle. They've brought in great ideas with a much improved IGL in Alamau. This G2 team is at heights they have not seen for, what, 4 years?
G2 is a name of world champions from a dead dynasty, years gone by, and those ghosts have been haunting them for the last 3 years. I think you might be right, Jack. I think finally, these 5 players, none of which were here on G2 the last time they entered Plus Bell, I think they may have what it takes.
It's been a while, really, since they've been able to lift that trophy. But if we go through W7M on the other side, they got Julio in between, and they push it all the way to the final, Jesse.
They sure have, Milos. W7M, there's no debate about it. The most dominant team throughout the year thus far. They were the best in Brazil. They won every stage of BR6, 1, 2, and 3. They got 9th in Charlotte, 3rd in Berlin, 3rd in Jönköping, and now they're back to the home of Siege for the first grand finals that this team has ever played in. These guys are playing for Brazil, they're playing for dominance, and they're playing to get Julio that 2nd world championship.
This is the #1 team in the global standings. 2022 has been W7M's season, but they are the most hyped up team to hold 0 championships. Is that going to change today? In the final time that SI is in Plus Bell before it moves to their home country of Brazil.
I would be surprised if that didn't happen today, and maybe they'll have another shot later on. But from introducing our squads, we've got all 10 players to show, of course, with Fabian that we have as IGL, as the coach behind, and Igor on the other side. These are our finalists for Six Invitational 2023.
MVP from this squad for me, I mean, it's got to be Herds. I'm looking at this guy who has just been absolutely phenomenal throughout the tournament for W7M. This is not a squad in Brazil who have just one superpower player, but Herds has certainly stepped up and tried to do that for the squad. He's got 200 kills to his name at the moment. He is fantastic playing behind these squads. Of course, JV92 and KZ as well, backing him up right alongside Volps, and then Julio in the back lines. W7M looks so scary.
On the G2 side, this is a international cocktail from Europe, APAC, and Brazil. You've got the Aussie Virtue. It wasn't long ago, earlier this month, in fact, that G2 won a major event on the other side of the world in a different esport with an Australian player, the Aussie G2 buff. Can they make it work here at SI? I'm slightly biased.
Oh, I think we all may be, to be honest. To be honest, Dev, I think, G2, look at it. Look at the ages, look at the ranges, look at where they're from, their influences, the people that they will have played with across the board. Like you say, an Australian, a Latin American player, 2 guys from the UK, and then one of a big prodigy from Denmark. Like we say, the last time a big prodigy from Denmark was on this stage, he won it.
He won it, and now he's sitting on the other side of this stage, awaiting their cast. Of course, that's Pengu and Intero, but that's in a few minutes. That was our MVP of this Invitational. Though, you're talking veterans,
yep.
Jack. There are veterans on these 2 squads, in different positions maybe, but veterans nonetheless.
Now, Virtue's a little bit annoyed to miss out on this graphic because he is also 28 years old. But how could we not talk about Fabian versus Julio? 2 of the stalwarts of the Rainbow Six Siege scene. Both have won 6 Invitational trophies. Now, obviously, there's going to be a lot of talk about Fabian and the coach and the fact that he could win his 3rd hammer today. Julio, of course, could repeat it for the 2nd time after winning it just 2 years ago.
I know that Fabian likes to think he can still hack it in the server, but Julio absolutely can. This is his 3rd Six Invitational final. He's fighting for his 2nd hammer. He's the most experienced player in the entire of Rainbow Six with 428 maps played during his career. He has the highest survival rate of any player in history. He is one of the greats. There is absolutely no doubt about it.
So you say, they picked up these trophies and all, but G2 has not been able to collect any trophies in a while. I mentioned it very quickly, Jack. So how about we have a graphic for it, just to show how long it has been.
It's been so long, and for an organization the size and the magnitude of G2 Esports, some would argue that that was unacceptable, and I think that's why we've seen 4 or 5 different iterations of super teams, because they are the team that should be in the grand finals. They are the organization that should be competing for all these major championships. It's been a long old way, but they're finally back today.
G2 entered Rainbow Six with the best squad in the entire scene. And throughout some time, obviously that degraded. They obviously had some low points, but it has taken a long time for them to build back to what they have today. Once again, a world-class roster. This is a team that knows how to build it with the best of them. And the squad they have brought to the main stage today is absolutely one that can win a world championship.
There is only one team in Rainbow Six history that has ever done what G2 did back in the days of the Paris Major and the Six Invitational 2019. And if they can win the hammer once again, that will be even more cemented. G2, the name will be etched in the annals of history.
So from here, we start talking about the match in more of a micro perspective. First of all, these teams have come from different sides of the bracket, right? You have to come in from the upper bracket in the case of W7M or lower bracket for G2. In the past, we've had grand finals with a lower bracket where the team from the upper bracket would have an extra map to go into it. We've dumped that over the edge of a cliff because we want all 5 maps, including unlimited overtime. So that's something we're all living for. But there has to be something of an advantage that's given to the team in the upper bracket, Jack.
There does, Milos, and we've got a graphic just to illustrate that. So the team that comes from the upper bracket, that is W7M. They get 3 options in the map veto phase. Now, option 2 and 3, I'm actually going to take your attention there first. This is a regular best of 5 banning veto where it's bam, bam, pick, pick, bam, bam, pick, pick, decider. So W7M, should they want to, can choose that and we will go through and pick 5 maps as normal, as if it was a single elimination. What most people and what every team in history has had when they've had these options has gone for option 1. What that would allow W7M to do is pick what they consider their favorite map first before any of the bans, which means G2's perma-bans. They don't like Border and Club. W7M could pick one of those maps. And then obviously it goes through ban, one singular pick, ban, pick, decider in that format. This is the identified advantage, but it means that W7M, they should go out and win that map 1 as their advantage because they get to pick it before anybody else can ban.
They've got a lot of great choices if they do want to grab that first pick before any bans come through. There are 5 maps at this 6th Invitational W7M are undefeated on through various amount of plays. Any of those would be very strong choices, and of course, considering G2's map pool as well, it's going to be a tough map for G2 to win if that's what W7M selects.
To me, it's a no-brainer. Anyone would go with option 1. This is frankly OP. This is so good, and I have no doubt that W7M will run away with the advantage that they will gain from this veto option.
So, do we know exactly what they went for?
I believe they went for option 1, Milos. I would be very surprised if they didn't.
Maybe we'll save that for the veto. Hey?
That's exactly what we're going for. Let's bring up our map veto for this series, our best of 5. And how will this system go? There we go. This OGs. Oh, we got Trey, we got Emmy. Friends we've known for ages. Here we are. Clubhouse. They pick up our first map, W7M. The option has been locked in. And W7M will have to start on the attacking side, as G2, of course, will pick their starting side because their opponents have picked the map. Second, we go to Bank. That's G2's pick. They start off on the attack. And 2 bans, Cafe, W7M's pick. They start off on the attack. And again on the attack as G2 have picked Oregon with Villa as our deciders. Your overall thoughts, Jackers?
Well, G2, permaban, Clubhouse, or Border, so it was always going to be one of those picks. Now, I very much consider W7M the best Clubhouse team in the world, so I'm not surprised to see them want to start this 6th Invitational off on that map. G2 will then take away the Border, of course, that permaban, and W7M will respect G2's Skyscraper, of course, a 7-0 yesterday, and ban that one away.
Yeah, I think honestly W7M are very happy with that Border ban from G2. They're on a 3-game losing streak on that map, and it's been their worst map in the Invitational by far. So by forcing G2 to ban Border and you get to play Clubhouse, a map you're 5-0 on throughout SI, yeah, W7M are loving the looks of the start of this map ban phase.
Let's not forget about the W7M 0-7 loss on Border yesterday to OXG. So definitely the right choice for W7M going through. And as we head to Bank is our second map, the first picked by G2. In all time, G2 and W7M have played each other on 5 maps, 2 at the Charlotte Major, both of which were won by W7M, and once in groups, the series went 2-1, and the only map G2 won was Bank. So G2 have a great head-to-head record against W7M, and I would absolutely back them in on that map.
Now, in terms of metagame, we've seen so many different bans and operators that teams have in mind, no matter really the map that apply to them all. But there's one that really stands a cut above the rest, Jesse.
Indeed, Milos, because something strange happened in the last game that W7M played against Oxygen, and that was the fact that they left Valkyrie up all 3 maps. Now, this is notable, because in the last 10 games before that, W7M had banned Valkyrie 9 of 10 times, and I call this their last resort because W7M's win rate with Valkyrie is the best in the tournament, 77%. They dominate with this op. But against this operator, when the enemy team has the intel and you're playing on attack, W7M have struggled hard. 27% win rate against that operator. And I want to kind of dive into why they might have brought that out against Oxygen. Part of the reason I think is because OXG do have a negative win rate with Valkyrie anyways, so they could experiment with it. That's not true with G2. G2 has 71% win rate with Valkyrie. They like this operator as well, but I will be curious to see if W7M leave this operator up one more time because it provided so much value for them in the last best of 3 that they played, or do they go back to their tried and true and start banning the operator that they have through the majority of this tournament?
The thing that we've seen this entire tournament long on defense is aggression. Both teams always taking advantage of operators like Valkyrie to engage that information. We've seen a lot of Pulse and Solus to do it as well. I'm seeing from all of the teams that are succeeding at the tournament, that hyper-aggressive retake and get-in-the-face playstyle. And so if Valk slips in, well, it's sure going to be chaos.
What about the Solus?
Well, I mean, the Solis, along with Azami and Valkyrie, we called it yesterday, it's the holy trident of defenders. So you'd be surprised to see all three of them in play. And both of these teams, of course, by being in this grand final, are unreal with all three of those operators. All provide slightly different niches, slightly different uses, but I think we saw yesterday just how good Solis was against G2, so, you know, maybe this time they ban away the Valkyrie and use the Solis.
There's options.
There are a lot of options. For me, I think about operator picks and I think about iconic players in this game. Alamau. Everyone loves banning the Dokkaebi against Alamau. And I mean, this man, he's got so much gunning behind him. Of course, he is a Brazilian player up against a Brazilian team. He's the only one outside of Julio in this match to have raised a trophy way back in Mexico when he played for Team One. And every single time, old mate Carl has been on those interviews. You know who he shouts out? Right at the end, after thanking the fans and his friends and family, it's a shout out to the haters. He's always waiting for him, and he's always there, ready to prove him wrong.
So we're talking about G2, but what can you do against W7M? Remember, these guys came in out of nowhere a year ago, and look at them in the upper bracket. They're coming in with an advantage in the final.
Yeah, and I think, especially this first Clubhouse pick as well, it's so important. I think G2 will have known it's coming ever since yesterday and will have developed a very good counter plan. Now, I've seen W7M throughout this tournament, especially on Clubhouse, use Mirror very, very effectively. When they don't have that mirror available, so I would expect G2 to ban that away, they tend to play a lot more turtley on site, a lot more. When they've got the mirror windows, they use them as significant power positions and they're very hard line of defenses to break through. I would expect G2 to get that away, push them back on site, maybe one guy below, and then try and deal with it from there in a much more default manner.
Yeah, whilst W7M have been undefeated through the bracket so far, they've not lost a series. They've certainly had low points during maps, and I think when you dial in on those low points, what you see is that when W7M feel like they have a lot of control, they start to get kind of fast, they start to get kind of gimmicky, they start to bring in these operators that don't necessarily play to their strengths. Now, typically when that happens, Igor steps in, calls attack, calms them down, and they close out the map anyways. But that is something to watch out for if you're a W7M fan or a G2 fan preying on their downfall.
Final point, our game's almost ready. Who takes Clubhouse?
It's got to be W7M. There's no way around it. Getting to pick G2's worst maps straight out of the gate is a massive advantage for W7M, and I expect the Brazilians to have a lot to cheer for in this first map.
I'm not speaking with my head here, speaking completely with my heart. G2 are going to take Clubhouse.
You can play the crowd all you want. That's not going to make you right. This is Club. This is W7M. It has to be the Brazilians for map 1.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for your predictions. I think it's time for us to kick off a game. What do you think? I can't hear you really well. Are you ready? G2, W7M, Etero Pengu. Take it away, my lovelies.
Well, we're about to witness a piece of history here, Milos, and thank you to the wonderful TriCast desk that we have ongoing. And I want to say this to you before we get underway. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You got MVP and you didn't even play this year.
It's impressive, isn't it? I mean, to be honest, I think that the script was just that if Fabian makes the main stage, I too, in some way have to make the main stage as well.
What a story this is. You've got Julio, as you saw in the infographic, one of the most storied players in Rainbow Six history, one of the hardest working players in all of Brazil, and he's done it with a variety of teams. Now he's up here as the old hand on W7M, your former teammate in Fabian, in the same boat. Only difference is he's not good enough to play anymore. But he's still there with the team behind the bench, and you know that experience and leadership is going to come in huge. Clubhouse, such a dominant map for W7M. Because they emerge from the upper bracket, they get to pick where they go, and of course they choose their safest map. The desk seems to think that W7M are gonna roll over G2. Do you agree?
Honestly, with how they've been looking so far, going through all, the top of the upper bracket, beating every single team in their path, not almost dropping any maps, this should be W7M's Clubhouse in the back for sure. But it all comes down to what you do in the server. The desk spoke about operator expectations, G2 ban the Mira, and maybe W7 banning out the Valkyrie. Well, one is true so far. 2 for 2.
What sort of a statement is this if G2 can hang tough? Let's ignore the idea of them even winning.
Okay.
Let's say that that's outrageous. This is a formality. We'll grind through this matchup on Clubhouse. G2 will lose. W7M will win. Hold on a second. Just wanted to get the crowd into it. You've all been fantastic this weekend, by the way. It's the most delayed, like, self-congratulatory, we're good, woo I've ever heard. But you've done great.
Yeah, they have.
It was a nice touch, by the way, when they had the desk walk down and do the phone selfie.
Oh, it's lovely.
Very, very nice. Very first defense for G2 as we get into this match. 5 maps potentially on the docket, downstairs in basement.
5 seconds left.
But it's almost a full roam from G2. Poor old Virtue. Australian, he's quite literally upside down. The map is upside down. He's playing to his strengths.
The thing about G2 is that they're hard to contain when they're on the defensive half because they play so aggressive into the line of the attackers. I think the big question mark for this matchup, for this grand finals, is who is going to be the better team on attack? Because both W7M and G2 play a very similar style on defense. It's all about getting up in the opponent's face and fighting early on in these rounds. It makes perfect sense for G2 to choose this basement bomb site, but get aggressive on the roam, apply pressure everywhere, reinforce those external walls, and hold on to the top floor.
What's the win condition for G2 outside of what you just said? Main focus.
Adaptation. W7M, they have so much experience, right? Julio leading the charge. The better team in this matchup is who can adapt the most throughout the series and counter the counter, if you know what I mean.
What if I didn't?
Well, then it's too bad.
Okay. I know what you mean.
Good. It's a slow start so far for W7M. They're taking it cautiously in this first round.
Was Benja a little bit too slow? W7M will look to pop this bubble of the defense upstairs. You said apply some pressure. Benja could go for a jump out onto KZ right now. That's exactly what happens. Get under their skin. Virtue taken out as Herds is in the middle of the bomb site. W7M have read into this so well. G2 have to retake now. They've been caught wanting, and Herds can box them out. Now JV92 on this sends on a collision course down through blue. Looks the wrong way, losing the duel, but he trades it. W7M to enter through escape tunnel, dirt tunnel. There's no escape right now. Herds still in the middle of the bomb site. Julio has the diffuser, control of the bomb site for W7M, reaching about 45 seconds now.
Yeah. Door opened up, Nate go now. This is going to be the entry point. Blur forced back.
Oh, and Ali Mao gunned down. This is the lockout that they wanted. Blur gets 1 kill. It's all up to Benja. W7M, the triumphant start that they were looking for. Volps now holding on to the diffuser as Julio had died earlier on. That leaves Herds, who's now been in here for quite some time to wait, sit pretty. He'll catch Benja, but Volps does it first. W7M take round 1.
Herds with a beautiful opening. Finds the weakness, thinking there are so many people off the bomb site. I wonder, could I just walk on in, find that isolated member of Virtue on the smoke, take him down and say, guys, the bomb site is clear. You see it, great opening. The aggression from G2 was there, but they were outread and outsmarted strategically on this opening round. A beautiful trade between JV92 and Doki. That wasn't a trade, and either side came out on top. They would have just really made it more difficult for the losing side.
Really was. I mean, this happens to teams when they extend a little bit too much on this bomb site and on this map in particular. Wow, that's a nice shot by Volps. Good Lord. Didn't get to see it from his perspective, but when you do, it's a thing of beauty. If you're going to invest so heavily on that top floor, if you're going to put 4 players off the bomb site, that's fine. But you need to ensure that your anchor can A, defend themselves, and B, sound the alarms when things go real bad. And I think G2 got that message, but they were just too extended at that point. Yeah. And the thing with a team like W7M is that if you on defense are not playing intel operators, you don't know where W7M is at that point in the match. In that particular round, they could be anywhere. Yeah. So yeah, it's easy for Benjamaster to try to get back to the bomb site. It's easy for Blur to try to get back to the bomb site. But what if you run into W7M in the process?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's always a mixture of, it's a fine line. If you go too fast back to the bomb site, let's say Doki was sprinting in that blue corridor, he dies for nothing to JV92, but W7M, they're reading into the same attack in the same similar way, right? Fast entry, down the blue stairs, just poke your head and see, is it clear this time again? If they find Virtue, they can rush the bomb site. He's all alone.
Once again, and W7M are in, but Virtue wins it this time. Problem is, here comes the cavalry. W7M riding strong through the middle of the site. And they've got the back of this bomb site all theirs, but wait a minute, Virtue makes something work of it as both teams trade back. Down goes Benja inside of blue, an early funeral. What a tempo from W7M that we see. That's only the first minute. 5 players are gone. Doki losing out on an opportunity. Turns sideways from Moto. And Blur dies from the same place that Benja went down. 2 in a row from W7M. The second quicker than the first.
You always have to think about as a player in the server, okay, if you're G2, well, they rushed the first time, they're not gonna do it again. And for W7, they're gonna go, actually, we are, but this time with more manpower. And even though Virtue found 2 kills on the bomb site, because there was 4 members next to each other from W7M, they overman him. And they get the control, and then again, G2 are playing retake. It's counter-stratting, perfectly done from W7M.
Common sense suggests if you go back to the same bomb site twice in a row, the reason for it is because you see small adaptations making a huge difference. I asked you the win condition for G2, you said adaptations. They did not adapt in that second round at all.
No, they were equally far off the second time around. I mean, sure, they came back quicker, but they also died quicker, right? So you're sprinting into the arms of your opponent, and that's not going to bode well for you ever in Rainbow Six Siege. So a bomb site change is needed. Gonna go upstairs to CCTV instead, and immediately, Julio, he says, I got another solution for you. The Monty, right? Simplify things. If you want to attack that catwalk, garage, rafters, just walk in with the extended shield. No one can really do anything against you. There's no smoke from G2. You got Lesion, that's Virtue, you got a C4 and some impact grenades, but the Monty should be relatively safe, and of course, also protected by his teammates throughout this round.
Look at this split execute going out right now. There's a Nook on the board in the hands of none other than Herds. He's been so phenomenal through this entire event. He's got to be one of W7M's win condition, if not the win condition. If Herds can do to G2 what he's done to every other team so far, well, good luck, G2, because you're definitely going to need it. You might have just spotted the Mozzie, the rest of the team. Scanning from all around, Benja might be in trouble. He's got Blur for backup.
Yeah, Hertz trying to play the backstabbing role rather. The issue is those doors being barricaded, they act as intel. He knows he can't break them because he'll make too much noise. Meanwhile, the main side struggling with the breach. 1 ADS, second nade should go out shortly.
Doki, what are you doing? How does he pull that off and walk away from it? The killing begins.
The second claw.
Gets it. There goes that valuable utility on the exothermic charge. Volp still has 1 remaining, but things get tougher now for W7M. They have to waste some utility to backpedal. That's a smoke expended from Julio, the Monty. He wanted those rafter stairs.
Yeah.
Put pressure on the secondary part of the bomb site. Get that exothermic charge off. Force the defenders back into cache, free up the top of rafters. But G2 read into that. That's an adaptation that G2 succeeds in.
Yeah, the Monty picked for the garage attack, but that can't even happen now. We gotta rotate across the map, and Herds, he doesn't find the kill.
That's an ugly one. Losing it to Benjamaster. G2 poised, but Volps is there. 5 kills for him. If you don't have Herds doing the work, you got Volps to do it instead. 1 minute left in the Monty, along with Volps. Well, they're gonna work hand in hand through construction. No denial other than a nitro cell from G2. Unless, of course, you count goo mines as denial, which they can very much be, providing your opponents step into them.
Not gonna be the case this time. Julio sees it and takes it out. Monty could escort the Volps into the bombs up. The crossfire between Virtue and Blur and top red and Catwalk is hard to deal with.
The sound of the Monty is gonna be deafening to these G2 players. Julio gets flashed by his own teammate. Volps depleted his secondary utility. Shield out, the pistol does so well, and this is Julio reunited with the shields that he used to be so dominant on. But he's running out of time amidst the smoke. He'll have to go for the diffuser plant. Off it, there goes an impact. He's actually pulling it off quite well, but it's the double stab from Virtue. G2's on the board after the mayhem that was that third round.
CCTV is such a strange bomb site. If you get that external server wall opened up, it's relatively easy. But when you don't achieve step number 1, there's almost no way to reach that second step of garage attack.
That whole round really began with Doki deciding to challenge the window. Saw the player from W7M drop. Believe it was KZ, I could be wrong, amidst that fray that happened. But Doki decided to challenge the window. Why?
I mean,
a really remarkable thing. He gets the electric claw off, denies one side of the bomb site, pivots towards the window, but denies the player on the other side of it. Excellent utility work. Taking matters into his own hands. Bit of a technical pause right now. Player cams needing to be fixed just ever so slightly.
Okay. Of course, both teams, they cannot talk to the coach during this, but they can talk amongst each other as players. Bomb site rotation for G2 has to be highly prioritized, right? Do you go back to basement, do you go bar, do you go gym? Because they're all 4 bomb sites on Clubhouse super playable. It all comes down to where you feel like you are the strongest or where you feel like you can deal with the opponent's strategies easier. We've seen basement twice, didn't work out, so it could be a basement turtle strat rather than an aggressive roam. Then W7M, it's up to them to then adapt to that strategical change from G2 themselves. We saw it so far, beautiful adaptation from W7M. They actually have an interesting system within the team. They have the main IGL of somebody like Julio, who will call the shots, lead the team, etc. But then Hertz actually is the anti-IGL against the opponent. So his entire job, besides just killing everybody in the server, is also to come up with solutions to problems that the opponents might present you. So countering what they're going to be doing. So instead of having a front and back leadership, they have a front leadership and a complete counter leadership as well.
That's a lot of leadership.
So much leadership.
G2 winning 2 rounds on this first half of Clubhouse. On defense, I mean, that's not where they want to be. It seems like every single time we talk about a map, we have to say the same set of phrases. In this case, every single map is defender-sided.
That's still the case? Hasn't changed?
Let me crunch those numbers for you here.
Right,
Hold on a second. I'm crunching them. That is not correct.
No?
No.
No?
You want to take a guess? Take a guess. I'm going to keep you guessing.
Wait, what was Skyscraper's attack?
There's one map, Nick. There's one map that has lost the distinction after the numbers have been crunched.
Oh, wait, Theme Park.
Nope.
I don't know then.
You think Theme Park is a
Well, we saw
favored?
7-0s yesterday. Border, someone said.
You're right.
Oh.
I don't know who it is, but give a round of applause for that person. Getting it right. Random person in the crowd, great job.
You can take my spot right here next time. I'm sorry.
They might have to if Fabian wins again.
That's true.
You promised the people you'd go play?
No, I said challenge. It could be a coach. He's a coach. He doesn't have 3-player trophies.
The point is that you're not going to be casting. Don't be obtuse.
Okay. Pinku coach.
Pinku coach.
Who do I coach? What team do I coach? Someone said G2. Astralis.
Callout's a better coach than you'd ever be.
True. And factual. He also lives much here without doing the gym.
That's true.
We shared a session the other night. It was fantastic.
Oh, nobody cares.
Whatever.
Nobody cares.
Promoting good health habits here, Parker.
Border is correct, 49 to 51%. The round differential for defenders to attackers. Clubhouse overwhelmingly defender-sided, 57% of all 281 rounds played. The most played map here at the 6 Invitational, played 25 times. That is quite the number. 57% for the defense, 43 for the attackers. The most defender-sided of all the bomb sites. You want to take a guess? We're gonna keep guessing.
Oh God.
Wait, most defender-sided
on Clubhouse or overall?
All 4 bomb sites on Clubhouse.
It's CCTV, right?
You're correct.
Yeah, there it is. I remember from group stage, it was like a weird stat that we had.
71% of all rounds won by the defenders on cash CCTV. G2 just added to that tally. Church and Arsenal, 53% of rounds for the defense, 47% for the attackers. The attackers have won both attempts so far, and there will be yet another attempt third time to go to this bomb site in 4 rounds. Do you think this is just a deficiency of G2's site rotation?
I mean, honestly, the adaptation is there now, right? They've changed their defending operator lineup. They're playing more passive on the bomb side. The claws to deny the hatches, forcing out Julio on the Maverick to answer back, because W7M, they don't want to rely on those secondary EMPs. It's not always reliable, but Maverick is. Goyo canisters, again, to deny the bomb side if time goes low. C4s, plant deny. But it was fresh on the desk saying that W7M is one of the best, if not the best team on Clubhouse. Well, they have to prove that now. Adapting from a roam-heavy basement to a turtle basement, all playing around denying the plant. If they get that diffuser down, they succeed.
I mean, W7M already read into this. It's a different take and attempt for them. Nice electro shuffle on the hatch. Denying the last of those X-Kairos that had been shot out. There's still 6 more to go, so Herds can very easily open it up. Wonder if he's going to try around the hatch. That's exactly it. Will the explosive radius work?
Yep.
Oh! It gets the Electroclaw, but it does not open up the hatch. Now the final 4 need to go down. A lot of utility going. No impacts in the back pocket of anybody but Ali Mao, but he's not in a position to contest. They're going to let that hatch open up. As Julio goes to work on that bar hatch. Oh. There it is. KZ, the first pick as well. Things going according to plan. W7M looking to charge into the site from blue. That was Doki next in line after Benjamaster was displaced and then deceased.
Yeah. Now that 5 versus 4, of course, heavily favoring the team with the lead. And that's going to be W7M. They look towards Church Motor jump on a back inside that main stairs and kitchen area. They have yet to decide where they want to execute. Still got 40 seconds left to go. The Goyo canisters and the 3 toxic babes in Pocket of Blur are going to be important in this round.
JV on this sense again. That teal smoke screen is going to go out and obscure. Volp sledging his way in. That's the diffuser in his hands. JV taking some serious damage. Canisters lose. They don't hit where they need to. Or can't shut them down. Look at this lockout from W7M. It's perfect. Not a single death for the Brazilian squad.
That certainly is one of the best looking attack rounds of Clubhouse we have ever seen. It is so flawless. They fake the executed blue and Church Motor door while Volps plants back of B bomb site. And we might think to ourselves, there's no cover. If Blur gets past the second box, he dies. But no, there is cover. Last member saves them on that kitchen hatch, shuts down Blur. Everything was thought of from W7M. No gaps whatsoever in their attack.
They were everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere, all at the same time. Volps, phenomenal so far. 6-1 on the map so far, with objective play as well. There's a reason why this team is the best in the world at the moment.
That's G2's timeout, by the way.
It is.
Yeah. Now, last time these 2 teams, they squared off back in the group stage, there was 1 round between who the winner and the loser was going to be. It was a 7-4 victory for G2 and map number 1 of Bank, a 7-5 victory on Cafe to W7M, then an 8-7 going in W7M's favor. 1 round separating these 2 teams. Now, they're in a rematch. And one thing is similar. On 2 out of 3 maps, W7M had a 3-1 or 3-0 lead in the first 4 rounds. That same pattern is here. We've just seen 4 rounds being played out, and again, they're up 3-1. Building those early leads, and normally when they do that, they tend to win the map.
Lots of trades involving these teams for these first duels as well. Big difference was how those 2 bomb sites downstairs played out through rounds 1 and 2.
Yeah.
A trade right away as G2 could get back to the bomb site fast enough second time around. They got that uncontested first pick. W7M looking to get 4 of these 6 rounds with 1 more round after this. That would give them quite a nest egg. But on this map, again, you expect the defenders to win at minimum 3, but usually 4 rounds. G2's accomplished just 1 of that. Their ceiling now is 3 rounds. Best team on Clubhouse at this entire tournament. Speculation as to whether or not this is the best team in the world on Clubhouse. No way. Hold on. Oh, Benja misses him. Julio's gone through kitchen. Oh, and he gives himself away. Julio knows it now. And he's taking damage through that stage wall. Now it's Benja everywhere, all over the map as he hits the deck and runs through the basement. Scurrying off.
Bit of a misthrown there from Julio, almost cost him his life. And he's played, what, 4 or 5 different attack operators so far? The Maverick, the Monty, the Capital. Really flexing it around now. Heavily being around the Execute, of course, with these operators. Jacuzzi wall being opened up. That's Maverick once again from JV92. It's a slow start for W7M, but they're getting their first objective securely done, unlike that CCTV attack.
Oh, 3 silhouettes all close to Julio down below. G2 may not know what lies in wait. Julio had taken some damage earlier on from that play towards stage. Now Herds is taking damage here and there. Ali Mao will have to wait even longer to find his first kill. He's losing out to his fellow countrymen. G2 on the board, though, after losing Carl. Virtue down, Doki looking for something. Nice shot by him. W7M emerge. Scathed, but still upright. Herds a beautiful shot onto Blur. Benja in a 1v3. Good lord, this W7M team looks so sharp. The timeout does nothing.
No, not at all. And honestly, this could just be Clubhouse. But so far, it really looks like W7M, they came into this with a clear strat in mind. You know, G2, they went through lower bracket. They've played a lot of games the last 2 or 3 days. And they had the same way to win most of those rounds. The early aggression defense, and then the attacking team trying to deal with it. Well, W7M, they're going for these straight bomb site executions. Then there are 2 or 3 roamers off the bomb site itself. And once W7M, they can get inside, well, the retake is just too much for G2. It's a great attempt for them, but again, the bomb site is completely locked down by the attackers, and shortly, the diffuser will go down, or they'll get that final kill in the round, as we saw from Casey here on Benja. It's excellently done. And G2, they need to adapt. They cannot just keep losing to direct bomb site attacks. But the one time they heavily focused the bomb site that we just saw 2 rounds ago, that basement turtle was a flawless for W7M as well. So now you gotta play the in-between. You can't play overly aggressive because the bomb site falls apart. Well, you can't play on the bomb site because W7M's execute is simply just too good, too strong. So now that middle ground has to be played out. Little bit off the bomb site, challenge a little bit, stall for time, then get back. Don't allow W7M enough time to execute.
Spoke with G2 before the grand finals, and Fabian, along with the rest of the coaching staff. Fabian's own words. We feel very confident. I believe he said something similar to you when you spoke with him?
Very confident.
And he was happy with the maps, was what he said. Now, I wonder if he's still happy knowing that you have to go to Clubhouse first. Because Fabian's been here long enough to know that the calculus could be, we lose Clubhouse, we know that. It's a foregone conclusion. Maybe not this round with Virtue getting the first pick onto JV92. But you lose Clubhouse, and then you look towards Bank, you look towards Cafe, and you look towards Oregon, and you say, all right, that's where we've got a fighting chance. Maybe not. Maybe they thought they'd do better on Clubhouse. Already a better start on this round with 2 picks on the Herds and JV92. As this extended roam from G2, working out, and they haven't fallen off it just yet. Benja still above. Engaging with Volps.
Oh my God.
That's a mag dump, and he'll need the reload. Doing lots of damage. Now you know if you're W7M, you have to be worried about somebody on flank. Julio engages. Unfortunately for Benja Master, just a little too high and to the left.
Doesn't get the wall bang. A great start by G2. Roaming as a pack, and then the second strike from Benja above. He doesn't find the kill, but does a bit of damage into Volps. And now Hibana being gone, that is a huge one. Maverick as well. There is no kite on the board, no, but the X-Kairos, you cannot get all the hatches opened up. Blue, bar, and kitchen all reinforced in G2. They have just spent the last impact onto Doki. They don't have any hatches to deny, but there's only 1 exothermic charge left for Julio. They don't have much to work with. It's just going to be a blue attack.
I mean, if there's any team that can bail themselves out of a bad situation by fragging, it's W7M. G2 have done it before as well. But round after round, even if the strategy isn't there for W7M, which it usually is there, this is a team full of 5 players who can clobber you in terms of gun duels. They'll test their mechanical skill. Toxic gas lingering in front of KZ. That was the logic bomb that had gone out. KZ with no utility left. Virtue looks the wrong way. KZ, an easy pick. Ian Volps topping the team at 7 kills apiece.
Julio, where are you going?
Volps was waiting far back in oil pit as well. Surely there's no way they're going to reposition with 15 seconds left.
15 seconds to go.
It sure seems that might be the case. KZ walks into the bomb site, diffuser in his hands, but G2 are there to answer back. And it's a ring around the rosy for the last couple players of G2. They've got the pocket full of Posey.
Look how close that is though, right? Comes down to the wire when it really shouldn't have. Julio, I guess he got the call that dirt wall was soft or something like that, and it could have gone on in, but it was double reinforced. He did not have any exothermic charges left.
The first half in the books, Nick.
Yep.
Shall I run us through them?
Do it, please.
W7M winning 4 rounds, one of which was won flawlessly. G2 being involved in the first pick, either uncontested or as a trade, 5 of those 6 rounds. But the overwhelming majority were trades. These teams were so evenly matched that the moment you get a pick, it's usually answered back. That's been a telltale sign of G2 when you were on the team. Ooh. I guess old habits die hard. As for W7M, objective play on 2 rounds. G2 going to 3 bomb sites. Church was played 4 times. That's the basement bomb site. Cash and Jim emerging once apiece. W7M's turn to attack, and if you look at the stats and assume the numbers don't lie, they have the map tilting in their favor now, and they're going to go to a bomb site that the defenders know quite well, the most played bomb site by almost twice as much as Jim and Bedroom in second place. The bomb site being Church Arsenal down on the bottom floor.
These doors being barricaded. Again, it's a great counter to Nuke because you don't have information. Valkyrie's banner, of course, even if you did, Nuke's gadget, well, you're invisible to those cameras. The aggression from both teams on the defensive side, it's how they play every single round.
Doki thought he was being cheeky, but KZ reads into it. W7M the first pick. They were roaming aggressively. Guess what? They've now made it safely back to the site.
Yeah.
Only one player disconnected from those 2 parts of the map, and it was in Dirt Tunnel?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're still close enough.
Yeah, I mean, you're attached to the bomb side, and as I said, what you gotta watch out for is W7M's attack, because both G2 and W7M, they play so similarly on the defensive side, and it's so hard to attack against. You're always under pressure, you're never safe, and the moment that they get the advantage, they fall back and play it smart, right? Now there's only 1 frag grenade from Elamau on the board because Dogusan died on the Nuke, so all you have to work with, 9 flashbangs, 1 nade, and then you somehow have to out-frag the lineup of W7M on basement.
There's a reason why W7M are the most feared team at this entire event. And if you ask most experts here and most of the other teams, they would tell you that W7M are probably going to win the whole thing. Oh no, JV does not seem to be aware. Ali Mao looked like he'd missed. He does it on the next couple shots. That advantage was for W7M. It's gone. 2 bodies from G2 inside a dirt tunnel. There goes the nade. KZ could have rebuffed it, but it sails right over him. It's the bullets that do the work instead. Now the toxic gas will linger. Ali Mao to keep them away from the site. He's got multiple bodies to look at. He comes alive when you need it. There's a bit of that Brazilian magic, Nick, just on the edge of the gas as it creeps in. Diffuser goes down. Volps in the line of fire from Ali Mao, who charges on up. But W7M have something to say about that. Volps will need to clutch. What appears to be an attacker-sided clubhouse continues onwards. G2 take their first round on attack.
A round-saving nade from Elamau. He only had 1 in pocket. He was smart. He asked for a flashbang to check for an ADS or a 1x magnet. And once the coast was clear, tossed out the grenade, got the injure onto the Warden, and it really opened things up. Because the kitchen hatch was opened up by G2, no one from W7 could retake the bomb site itself. They were left vulnerable very far away inside of blue, inside of church, and they did not have any line of sight to challenge the injury points for Elamau.
Very easy to be critical of this first half Alimau, but second half Alimau decides to show up and do wonders for the team. Honestly, the moment that they got control of Dirt, W7M did not have enough time to pivot. Their focus was elsewhere. Still entrenched over towards blue, still roaming from above. Suddenly G2 says, all right, well, we've got an exploit here. Go through Dirt. If we can win the duel, which for the record is not always a given on Dirt Tunnel.
No, rarely is.
They had some utility on the side of W7M there to predict a Dirt execute. But the Brazilian team's focus was just too much on the wrong side of the map. And once you've got Dirt control and you can sweep through the back of Arsenal, you have so much control.
We've seen this before, but a smart adaptation. Virtue on IQ combined with the secondary EMPs from Monty means if Kite was to be played in this round, you know what the Kite Claw is, you can toss those EMPs out to guarantee the wall to be opened up. This is a great adaptation to what was a good strat from W7M, but with a bigger guarantee of getting that step 1 under control. Now the breach is opened up. That means Alimau on the Monty can start wreaking havoc inside of that garage. Of course, garage gets opened up afterwards. You're slowly starting to apply pressure onto a catwalk member. It's KC and JV together.
That's a lot more damage than I think Alimau was anticipating. He's eaten 3 impacts so far. Low on HP. This could completely derail the execute for G2. JV pops up. Thinks that he sees a part of the Monty. Can't find it just yet. 2 separate players. I don't know how this works out well at all. Can G2 get themselves out of this predicament? W7M have played it perfectly so far.
Yeah, I mean, when Keeper's on the board, it is so hard to deal with. Second Nate goes out on the second barrier. It's low-value grenade, but they have to do it.
They're losing their hold on the other parts of Garage, and that's the bigger focus for them at the moment. W7M will allow this Monty to continue to push upwards, and Alimau has squared himself away. They know exactly where the Azami is. But they need someone to net that other pick. Could it be Blur? Or could it be Doki now? Called into action, trying to test the reflexes. Alimau knows how close he is. This duel to the death, but it's Herds to die to Virtue. Suddenly, W7M have lost a player in a very crucial part. Doki walks up, KZ will swing. He gets taken down. Vaults deep inside of the bomb site, last one up. G2 looking to tie Clubhouse. Oh my, W7M must be feeling the heat on this round. Good thing he got 36 bullets still left in that. And good thing reload canceling still in the game. He'll knock the shield away, reads into Doki. There's another pick. Volps at the moment seemingly unstoppable, but keeping point out on the balcony. Virtue gets the final kill, and we got a tie game.
A full commitment by G2. The Keeper barriers go out, they go, okay, we gotta nade the first one, this sucks. Second Keeper barrier goes out, we gotta spend our last grenade just to allow Alimau up the staircase. But it pays off. The round and forcing W7M's timeout now, as they gotta turn this boat around. It's sinking.
How do you turn around a sinking ship?
I was
when you say you had to bail out a sinking ship.
They gotta bail out of the sinking ship.
You match the idioms.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That's on me.
Igor slapping the timeout button, trying to talk to this team. A great statistic for my good friend, Jesse J. Chick.
Okay. Tell us.
W7M have the highest conversion rate after calling a tactical timeout, sitting at 75%.
Is that just for the following round? Like right after?
That's what it convert. They convert the next round.
The next round.
The next round.
Okay.
No, 5 rounds from now.
It could have been like, I don't know.
We intend to watch them play tomorrow and see what they convert one of those rounds instead. W7M, though, as we have seen with a lot of teams, and you and I in particular talk about how good are teams after settling things down, talking shop, talking strategy. Whether it be an emotional timeout to get the mental of a team in check, or whether it be a more strategic timeout, saying, hey, let's swap up some operators, here's what we're doing wrong, let's get the strategies going a different way. You called it out every single time, call out. Went with the timeout. You'd always see Forrest in those Astralis games we casted going towards Ella.
Yeah.
That was probably not an emotional timeout, it was probably more of a strategic timeout. Have W7M changed anything up that you can see after that timeout?
They changed the bomb site, that's the one, and of course, it's gonna bode for different operators, but I can imagine for W7M, it's going to be half strategical and half just, calming things down. One thing that this roster struggled with, as Charlotte Major, previous events, etc., was the nerves, the pressure, when things got real. Well, with Julio being added to the roster, he brings that experience, he brings the knowledge. And speaking to Julio, he always says that one of his key jobs in this roster is to keep people able to do their jobs. Make sure that they're comfortable, and when things are not working out, be like, guys, it's okay. And it seems to have been working out so far, but in the grand finals, when things matter the most, and you're tied up 4-4, now more than ever, you cannot slow down.
For W7M, it could also be a confidence booster. This is a team that has never been in this position before.
Ever.
As you heard from the desk, the best place finish at an international competition for W7M so far this year is 3rd. That means that you are not competing in the grand finals. You are not playing for the trophy in front of a crowd. And while yes, you are playing in front of a crowd, and they have done so not just in Brazil, but also here, it's a big difference when you've got so much on the line. G2 pick number 1 in the round. KZ decides to run past a window, and G2 thank him for that decision.
Playing close to the side. Of course, the frost mat's gonna be a problem later on if you were to jump in any of those side windows. The bandit from Hertz not actively tricking right now, but looking to down that jacuzzi wall where Benji is rotating toward. Nobody from G2 on the windows. And even if they were to rotate there, these keeper barriers keeping Hertz safe. One on the drone hole, one inside of Jim blocking that window line of sight. That means that the jacuzzi walls should stay intact. G2 doesn't have any other way in than the windows and construction. That's what the crossfires have been established by W7M. JV92 downstairs with 2 impacts in pocket, holding that main stairs and possible plant deny.
They just need to wait now. 1 minute left. G2 on that main floor. JV rotating deep down below on the bottom floor. Up blue, he will go. Oh, Doki's nearby. He hears it. Doki knows this. He loses it. JV the better shot. But JV's in a tough spot. He's just going to waste time. That's perfect. Keep somebody busy. 2 separate players from G2 now on the hunt. JV close on the door. He gets away. Reassessing, losing the duel to Ali Mao. Lion scan goes off a bit too late. Final 30 seconds. But W7M are actually in great shape to defend this, given the fact that they're at a disadvantage in numbers. It's not a given at the moment that G2 is going to win this bomb site at all because they'll have to go through the window. Herds so good. There's a frostmat. Blur gets it last second against the panel with diffuser down. He'll get towards the halfway mark. Volp's retaking. He sees it. They get off. Only good enough for 1 kill. But it's perfectly timed. Nobody there to get on the diffuser. By the skin of their teeth, W7M regain the lead.
And again, that all boys on JV wasting so much time with that flank. Put Recruit back in ranked, yes please.
No.
Parker,
Okay,
I'm gonna
fine.
expose you. We signed.
I know.
We signed it.
I know I said I won.
On the backside, it was like, do you agree or do you disagree?
Mm-hmm.
We both agreed.
We both agreed.
We missed it.
Agree to disagree.
Agree to disagree.
Wow, what timing by Volps though. Look at that. Sometimes you really do make it your own. Ali Mao just a tiny bit too late. 1 second, and it's very likely that he's able to grab the diffuser, the case in hand, and get it down, or at least start the process. G2 is within striking distance still on this map. It must be a bit too close for comfort given W7M's record. Undefeated so far through the 6 Invitational on Clubhouse. G2 on the opposite side of the coin, they've never won it.
I'll say, I don't think G2 has ever lost a round on time since the group stage. Going back and watching the matches, last time they played against W7M on Cafe, they were always executing with like 5-10 seconds left and losing to time rather frequently to a plant not going down. But then we look at G2 in the lower bracket gauntlet, right? Always winning rounds in like 1 minute and 40 seconds, never struggling with time. That round that we just saw on Gym Attack was the first time they've genuinely looked like they needed more time than they had. That's a rare look for G2.
It was a mid-round, right? We said all you need to do, W7M, all you need to do is wait.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Why is that?
There was a minute on the clock and G2 were languishing at that point in the middle. That's the real deal. KZ, what a shot on a Doki.
Disgusting.
That's a thinker for sure. What a shot.
Opening kill is very important, of course. And whenever you find them as a defending team, you played nice and tight in the bomb side, playing that 5 versus 4. You have 1 extra gun, and G2, well, they have 1 less set of grenades. You could really want to use that. With the Asami keeper barriers, the mine magnets needs comfortable positions on the bomb side that are very important to defend. Well, with the nades being used for utility, the members of WCM, they're going to be safe on the bomb side.
Virtue go to work. Down 1, down Doki. The story for G2 has been that 1-2 punch of Benja and Doki, who so far amount to just 11 kills, the same tally that Volp sits at, and the same tally that KZ sits at. Your fraggers on G2 are just not getting it done right now. How many other teams have we seen this happen to against W7M, though?
That's the thing.
It's not Benja and Doki falling off, it's that they're running into players who are just as good as them in their respective roles. But in W7M's case, they're not just as good, they're better right now.
Right now, they're the better team.
Better team, better players.
Better team, better players. Mid-round for G2 again, things are just slowing down. They're not being granted openings, they gotta look for them themselves. Flashbang's going up, but there's the diffuser case bottom main stairs.
And it's gonna be a mad scramble. G2 stacking bodies over towards the church door. They barrel in, shotgun in hand! Volps is a monster! W7M moved to map point.
They're not giving G2 any openings, and they sure aren't giving them any free rounds either. An attempt of a rush down the main stairs into Moto through the side door. Well, they find a shotgun and a Toxic Babe. 3 members fall immediately. G2 falling apart in the mid-round because W7 don't give them anything. They take the first kill, they sit back on side, and they don't expose themselves to any unfortunate angles.
Oh, baby! What a shot. I was trying to emulate the slow-mo, but figured it would speed up at some point, didn't do it. Makes me look foolish, doesn't it? Look at that.
Tough.
When W7M dropped JDN, there was some speculation about why that was. And then they brought in Julio.
Then it makes more sense, right?
Makes a lot more sense. What does he bring to the table? Experience, a calmness, leadership.
Flexibility in terms of operators.
There are only 5 Brazilian players, from Brazil at least, that have lifted that hammer. Julio is one of them, and you can see the experience he brings to this team. You can see the flexibility that he brings to this team. He plays those challenging roles. He plays those unsexy, thankless roles, and he does so remarkably well. Even if his stats on paper aren't very good, we will refer back to those intangibles.
Yeah. Speaking of flexibility, just allowing his teammates to play more loose as well. Sense gets going out the wall, it's gonna cover things up, but it's a bait. Elmao on the glass, tries to go for an opening onto Casey. Damage going out, no kill though, no death. The aggression trying to be matched here from W7M, but no one's dying. There are more smokes to go out, of course, late in the round, but Doki-san running out of that gadgetry.
Listen to the sound, that swell of the bass, as it's not being caused by bullets, it's constant explosions as pieces of this bomb site get chipped away at, opened up.
This is a frag grenade glass, by the way, just for information. No smokes in his pockets. The main execute not working out for G2 once again. Have to now rotate across the map, likely going for that office hatch to start working the master bedroom side. It's an easier entry point given the failure of the execute, but time again running low. Good news at G2, all 5 members of W7M have gone back to the bomb site.
Catch! KZ divides, and now he's gone as the nade lands right under his feet. This is a map leading 14 kills on Volps as he goes on a scouting mission with the Yokai drone, looking out onto the breach. Ali Mao's been downed. The glass will need to be recovered.
Did he fall off the roof, or was it the verticality?
Who knows what Carl gets up to? G2 at the moment inside of construction, looking for another bit of that exothermic to go off on the wall. It will happen, second one. W7M not trying to stop this. As you can see from their lineup, they don't have any denial outside of maybe impacts if they left a wall soft. No Bandit, no Mute, no Kaid. There's that sense that you talked about. Toxic gas lingering in the breach in construction where G2 had stacked up a couple players. Nades from below. You don't see this on a glass every single day of the week. Onto the floor, it blows up, and Herd swings. Virtue picks up kill number 2 for him. Suddenly G2 have reduced W7M to a single player. That leadership of Julio will go below. He's got information inside the bomb site. He'll try to stop Blur on that diffuser, but you have to pick your poison. Into post plant, G2 managed to walk away successfully, and now Julio has the unenviable task of getting back up top. 10 seconds off the diffuser already. G2 are not going to contest this down below. It looks like they're just going to stay upstairs. They know what Julio needs to do. They'll engage, but through the floors. I guess waste as much time as possible. A bit of a cocky play from G2, but that's their thing. They stave off defeat for at least one round, and we will need all 12 in map number 1.
Virtue on the nuke finds, what, a triple kill in the round? Finds the grenade as well? Unheard of. He's been mostly on the supportive cast of G2 at this tournament, together with Alamau. But in that round here in Clubhouse, they are the enablers for the team. The glass to start off the first initial execute, sure, it didn't work out, but that was the role that Alamau played. Then Virtue on the breach gets one, is followed up time and time again, gets a second. G2 had to go for kills. They did just that. They recognized the plant was not possible. There was only 16 seconds left when they get that first opening kill onto the bomb site itself, so again, time is a problem. Echo being played by Volps does not work out. Yokai shot earlier in the round. We need all the rounds we can. 6-5. Still, of course, W7 having the lead. They choose to go to the bar bomb side. What could be the very final defense in Clubhouse.
10 seconds remaining.
Unless the two can pick this apart.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, whether you're a fan of G2 or a fan of W7M, we're at least starting off this contest with as close of a match as you're gonna get. Unlike previous days of this event, we've got unlimited overtime.
Oh, right.
And it's something that you know quite well.
That was a coastline game that one time.
Don't say the word coastline. My eyes glaze over and I start sweating. If these teams go to overtime, it will become a win by 2 scenario. If the teams keep trading rounds back and forth, then it will go on indefinitely. We could have 30 rounds of Clubhouse. We don't know.
Oh my God.
I kind of want that.
The chaos, yeah. I would want the chaos as well. W7, they have this soft timer. They can burn a minute on the extended roam, then fall back, not sure to any opening kills. That has been their motto so far. Do not die early. We will be okay on the side. They have the Solace. So again, they're playing that post-line position downstairs. Recognize the time is low, but Doga just swings it aggressively.
Can we talk about W7M with the map on the line going to bar stage? A bomb site that we haven't seen so far? That's some serious cojones.
Once upon a time, Rogue did it. They won a major.
Alimau swings onto Volps, but they trade back. The longer these trades happen, G2 will benefit from them. A 3v2 with half of the round to go. W7M keep it close, and now it's Herd sneaking up. The Nook Benja doesn't know this is coming.
Oh, what?
They trade! The shotgun of KZ will look for the remainder of Blur.
A trade?
A trade. A 1v1 for overtime, or a 1v1 for W7M to win their map. Which is it?
Just a minute left.
These are what live events are made for. KZ swinging, Blur looking, he sees a single shot, but that shotgun does so much damage. There's the flash. KZ backs away, Nitro Cell goes in, the dance between the two. Excellent partners, KZ flash, but he drops, he'll have to run on back. Blur has a drone active on the field, but might not have information. Whether they hear it happening, the only thing blinded from that last flashbang is Blur himself. KZ has a read. Blur needs to reposition. W7M take their first map.
They're doing the stylish swing. They don't play for time. They have the information. They win in the 1 versus 1 when it matters the most on their map pick. But that's the expected outcome, right? They took the advantage in Veto. They could choose any map to phase G2 on. They choke Klopp, and it's still 7-5.
The expected outcome is correct. 6-0 on Clubhouse for W7M at the 6th Invitational. Whether they win the hammer or not, they will go undefeated on that map. Nobody can change that. Bank up next. For G2, you have to take some comfort in the fact that it was at least very, very close.
Yeah.
But we wanted unlimited OT. Doesn't matter who wins. In this instance, W7M continue their reign of terror. We could have 4 more maps to go, or we could have 2. We don't know that. Let's throw to a break and then come back with more W7M versus G2.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Map 1 is complete. And that goes to Brazil. W7M collecting 1 on the board. Now, we all expected them to play well. It was their map pick. They also went for their own style of veto. They had every single advantage. And even then, G2 were able to push them to the edge. Let's discuss that and more on the Analyst Desk. I'm Elstamatic, your host. With me on the Analyst Desk are 3 beautiful gentlemen, Jesse, Jack, and James. Gents, we came in, we had the expectations. W7M lived up to it.
They did, Milos. I mean, this was always supposed to be a strong map for W7M, but I do have to say, things got a little scary towards the end of it. That second half, they had to pull out all the stops in order to come out victorious. Volps, 2 massive plays to win rounds 9 and 10, and then KZ, the 1v1. That could have gone either way.
It feels like the reason why W7M tend to dominate their clubhouse is they have some phenomenal attacks. They're an incredibly creative team, and they're always bringing out new ideas. We've seen a lot of Glaz and Sens from them, for example, during the tournament so far. And what I love to see is in a final, you bring everything out. G2 took some inspiration from that. They had their own Glaz Sens round. And the 3 times that Sens was played so far in the map, it was a victory every single time. So how about that for this operator that everyone originally thought wasn't going to find its place in the meta?
Both of these teams had us absolutely frothing at the mouth at the expectation of an unlimited overtime in map 1. Obviously, it wasn't to be. And I think actually, Milos, I think this is the first time, at least in 6 Invitational history, where a team from the upper bracket who's had the map veto advantage actually converted it. Last year, Team Empire were unable to do that against TSM. TSM winning out that first map, so an SI first for that.
We're going through the replays now, and we're about to get to that round 12 1v1, which I just thought was so well played by KZ. Obviously, he's in the 1v1 against Blur once you get there on bar stage, right? And he's got the shotgun. And one thing I loved was that you could see there were some yellow pings coming out in favor of Blur. When they were playing around that front door, it really felt like the information game was favoring Blur. He knew what KZ was doing. And then what happened? He uses those flashbangs, and it forces KZ back down through the hatch for him to run up those main stairs. Not only does it back him up, buy him a little bit of time, obviously he has so much of that to play with, here we are, but it also gives intel advantage in favor of KZ. There's the red pings. So a massive intel switch by making that back off. I don't think it was intentional from KZ. I think he's just thinking, listen, I got to avoid these flashes, but still a really cool aspect to that final 1v1.
Yeah, KZ has been a phenomenal player, and it wasn't just about closing rounds, but also opening them. He had more opening engagements than anyone else on his team. Twice, in fact, as anyone on his team. Every time he does it, he tends to lead to the round win. This is the Lion of the South we're talking about, KZ, a legendary player, and he has got one of the highest ratings of anyone in the tournament, the first of any players who made it to the final, and I'm certainly going to be looking out for what he can do in the rest of the maps.
One of us is missing here on the desk because he's on the other side there on the telestration. Let's go over to Mr. Fresh, please. What do you want to talk to us about?
Well, I keep calling W7M the best clubhouse team in the world. Now, I want to set the stage. So 2 times they attacked Church and Arsenal. They pushed the pace very fast on G2's roam. This is the 3rd time, so I just want to set the scene of this particular round as well, where W7M, they've got 40 seconds on the clock. They're in a 5v4 scenario, and I just want to highlight the player positions. We've got Volps. He's bottom main stairs with Diffuser. We've got Julio on the hatch. We've got KZ playing above blue, and we've got JV across bar. Now, let's just let this play on a little bit, because one of the best things that W7M do is they identify 2 areas that they want to create distraction to identify and create 2 points of engagement. And now, as the observer will drop down in just a second on the view, here's the first one. The first one is going to be this Sense light wall all the way here. And what they're doing is they're actually making way for KZ, because Doki's got to play for the light wall. You can see Doki here, but KZ, where the fire is, he's pushed all the way down blue. So that's the first one. The second one is all the flashbangs that start coming out towards Blur, towards Virtue, again, to try and create confusion so that, and again, I'm going to throw some more fire on there, that Volps can plant. So there's 2 separate points of confusion coming on, but W7M know exactly what the plan is. Obviously, G2 will not. And you see how it plays out. KZ gets the first engagement. Doki should be the one that takes ownership of that first engagement, but has been completely caught off by the Sense wall. Doki should be in blue stopping that. As soon as that first engagement comes in, Blur has to react, gets killed from the hatch. KZ can then just push through, and it's an absolute flawless round coming out of W7M. That is just how adaptable they are, how much they force different engagements, and how much they are in team cohesion in terms of being able to make that play.
Thank you very much, Jack. That was map number 1. W7M taking it. Got close, but they take the advantage in our best of 5 series. And just like Taro and Pengu were saying, we have unlimited overtime on all of our maps here at the Grand Final. Now, for map 1, of course, we have to talk about our second one. So, production, can we bring up the map bans graphic again for everybody to see? That was the first pick. That was the format that was picked by W7M, coming from the upper bracket. 2 bans follow through with G2 and W7M, and we go to Bank. G2's pick, where they start off on the attack. W7M picking defense, Jesse.
So this is obviously the first map that G2 got to pick after 2 bans and another pick already went through, and it's clear why they chose to come to Bank. They've got 5 plays through the 6 Invitational so far, beating W7M the last time they met, as well as Elevate, Dark Zero, Oxygen. They've only dropped this map once through SI to Wolves in their second encounter. So this is a very strong map for G2, and with the history, it's very clear why they picked it.
Yeah, I have no doubt that G2 are going to be looking very strong on this map. They, as you said, Jesse, defeated W7M in the groups here. But I do wonder what we might see different to last time. For example, W7M hit us with a bit of a left of field operator ban last time, getting rid of the smoke. Actually, no, that was on the cafe. So no, that was the Bank. And so I'm curious to see what W7M have in mind, knowing full well that they'll likely have been going to Bank, and they don't really preference this map. They've only played it once throughout the tournament so far.
G2 obviously had the option where there's 3 maps that W7M historically do not play, even though they play all 9, but there's 3 that they don't like. That's Bank, Sky, and Theme. It's a curious one for me that G2 have gone to Bank, because we've talked about G2 have played the most rounds of the tournament, have played the most maps in the tournament. W7M had to know, because they've not just seen it, they've experienced G2 on Bank. And whilst G2 are formidable, their attacks are a point of weakness. So the fact G2 are starting out on the attack for me is a little bit of a cause for concern.
All right, it's 1-0 for W7M. Jesse, map 2, Bank. How do you see this one going?
Listen, Bank can be a scrappy map at times. The early engagements are going to be very important, and we saw W7M, when it really matters most, popping off and winning those rounds. I've got to give it W7M, even though it's G2's pick.
G2 nearly beat W7M on their map pick. G2 are going to destroy W7M on G2's map pick.
Once again, we have a split desk, and it comes down to the fact that this is Bank. This is G2's map. I feel it's so unlikely that W7M are going to be able to get a leg in here, so I'm going to go for G2.
All right. Audience, can you help me out? Who do you think will win? W7M? G2? Yeah, we got crowd favorites. So, let's see if you can pull your energy together for map number 2, Bank! G2! W7M continues! Let's get loud! And Taro Pengu, take it away.
Thank you so very much. What an exhilarating start to this series with W7M doing like they need to do, winning their map that they're undefeated on. But now we go to Bank, and this is where things get real interesting. Do G2 storm back? Do we have a competitive series where each team wins their respective match choice, and then we have effectively a best of 3 to determine a world champion? Or does the crowd favorites, and it feels weird to say this about G2, get knocked down and stare down a 2-0 for W7M as they would move to that championship point on map number 3? The desk is split. I need to ask you, has your opinion changed at all after seeing that Clubhouse?
I mean, I had W7M taking Clubhouse. I have G2 taking the Bank. We're going to see Dogi fly out a window, right? We're going to see Benjamin fly out a window. We're going to see G2 on the defensive side, when that sides will come out, take full control. The big importance for me is to watch how these 2 teams are going to attack, because W7M was so prepared on Clubhouse, but they also knew that map was guaranteed to go through because of how that V2 plays out, right? They can pick the first map guaranteed. They can do the utmost amount of prep work for every single outcome. That's not as easy with Bank. You don't have to assume that map goes through. Maybe you think it's gonna get banned by G2, but it's not. Arbiter ban's coming out. We see a couple of things shaking it up. Hibana, of course, that ranged operator, great at dealing with the hatches. That's going to be removed from play. Munty, a clear target ban to remove that option for Julio and Alamau, so both teams play it. Solace and Valkyrie, always about information. both teams rely on it. I had in my notes that if you're W7M on defense, play the Mute, play the Mossy, play the Vigil, because we saw G2 on maps like Theme Park, maps like Bank, that heavily relies on information that are very large in terms of scale. Well, the drone work is how G2 they get the opening kills. So I think the ban phase from both teams makes perfect sense. Starting up top floor as well. W7M, they can play far back, long lines of sight, play near the bomb side, not expose themselves too much to that potential roam clear that might be happening from someone like Benja. Or again, Virtue on the Nuke. Things are shaping up a little bit differently. Of course, it leaves Ying open up. We know the teams love to bring Ying to create that chaos on the execute. The Candelas and the smoke grenades, the secondary heart breacher. Ying is overall a very high value operator on Bank.
Now, I did want to mention something that was tweeted out after map number 1. There was a competitive ruling that was announced by League Ops after the conclusion of map number 1. This is a serious thing. Don't groan.
Okay.
So during the 6th Invitational 2023 Grand Final match, tournament officials were provided with evidence of foul play, which has led League Ops to launching an investigation and cooperating with both Grand Finalist teams. After careful consideration of the evidence, we are informing you of the following ruling and punishment. I'm Nicholas Maritzin, but you know me as Pengu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six pro player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked boot camp. I'll stop myself there because there's a match going on.
You had the option to say that out loud or keep it to yourself, and you still went to
Of course, I chose it.
Ah, Parker.
Special thanks to our League Ops and our comms team for putting that together, of course, in good fun, and I hope you literally never, ever have to hear that ever again.
Thank you, and I hope the same for you, Parker, and the rest of the people watching at home, because
I hope the same. I hope the same for me as well.
The Jones on the bottom side is going to give Doki the information that he needs to make his decision as when to move. Doki will be the front liner for T2, having that execute gadget in his hands, but while that's ongoing, Blur is struggling to get this 90 wall opened up, but he gets on the second attempt. That's step number 1.
I like Julio checking to see if that hatch next to him was open.
Just in case. You know?
He has a super shorty in back pocket, unless he's a lunatic, and he can open up that hatch and get out, if need be, from the top floor elevator. G2 still in the discovery phase as we hit the halfway point of round number 1. This is G2's map. Nice drone work to catch one of these players from W7M playing inside of paper.
Looks like when G2's going to go for the execute, that Virtue going to walk up the red stairs from lobby and go for a flank.
Oh, JV's prepared and ready for it. Benja chasing after that all-time 6 Invitational kill record. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer. Doki's also in the hunt of that record, and he's starting off with 1 pick. An aid from Virtue finds Julio. That was the castle originally. Ali Mao taken down by Herds, looking to retake. G2 finding their footing in this very first round. Doki in particular with 2 swift picks. 3v2, Candelas go off. Amidst the confusion, Virtue looking for a pixel angle. That's a tough one to fight. He backs away, not wanting to engage, but Volps decides, hey, I'll try it. Botches the nitro cell, shot away at, no explosion whatsoever inside a conference. There goes another Candela. Virtue repositioning. They know inside a conference they have to pressure this player. The Mute of Volps. He's been so good in the previous map. They need to shut him down. But G2 are losing out on time. Volps drops Doki, leaving it all on the shoulders of Herds with 10 seconds left. All he needs to do is stop Blur from getting the diffuser down, which is happening at the moment. Virtue on a single point of HP to contend, and Herds will run right into him. Cannot stop it. There's maybe 10 HP between these 2 players on G2. Herds finishes off the Doki. Oh, there, nice shot. Blur with 1 HP, diffuser down. It's Herds the hero. Can he clutch this one out? Giving himself a bit of coverage, trying to draw Blur in. Herds swinging around, and the hipfire does not connect. Oh boy. If you're a fan of G2, let out a sigh of relief after that one.
I think Blur is going to age 10 years by the end of this Best of 5 series, because remember, back in that bar attack, it was also Blur in a 1v1 in this weird standoff with like 30 seconds just passing. Deagle being whipped out by Herds looked mighty scary. With just 1 HP, I mean, it doesn't matter what gun you have, but 1 bullet will send you home. Doki playing it phenomenally in that round, just waiting a bunch of time between each Candela going out, getting maximum amount of value, keeping W7M guessing as to where they're going to be striking from and exactly what is going to be happening. Yeah, sign of frustration. He knows how close that was.
It's good to see both these teams. Their mental's still very much intact. I think the story here is that while W7M have been the most dominant team at this tournament, the perfect run through the upper bracket, I suppose you can't have an imperfect run through the top bracket, or else you'd be in the lower bracket.
Yeah, you would be in the lower bracket then, yeah.
W7M have dropped 6 maps this entire event. 2 of them to Koi, which is actually the only loss that W7M has had at this entire event. 1 to G2, and it was that big. They lost it 4-7, so G2 know how to handle them on this map. Border, of course, accounting for 3 of those maps. Of the 6 that have been lost, they don't have to worry about going there. So if you're W7M, what are you looking at? You're looking at Skyscraper and Cafe. As the other 2, you'll play Cafe next. You actually picked it.
Yeah,
W7M picked it.
Yeah, I mean, they beat G2 in it previously.
They did.
They did.
They lost to BDS 2-7. So, Bank, if we look at it the same way of Clubhouse, G2 should be much more poised on this map. And while it was a slow start on Clubhouse, G2 didn't look really lost on that map. Certainly not to the extent that W7M has made 5 other teams look.
No.
Played them before.
No, certainly not. It was definitely a close one for both teams, and time really has been my main focus here. And it seems like W7M, they're also playing around it, right? The kite being brought out with the Ibanapa and these hatches, they're hard to deal with. Secondary in peace, no value. Just get out the Maverick and take that nice and slow and steady. That's going to be Virtue. Server hatch opened up. G2 going through the steps right now of the APCs. The bomb site heavily being contested. Casey even playing inside of servers. That's going to be he's going to have to be dealt with from G2. They have grenades and flashbangs to clear his position.
Benja doesn't care at all. Look at this, asserting himself. They know he's there. Herd seems to hear him. KZ giving the call.
Really big fucking hole coming right up.
Oh, look at that. Baits it out. He knows that they're going to actively play off of it. Again, call this the Electro Shuffle as you shuffle those claws onto the hatch. They see the Twitch, KZ being harassed inside of server, but look at these Kiba barriers. They're keeping KZ safe.
No ideas.
Nade goes out, KZ not close. That nade go off, there's another one. It physically hits KZ. G2 get the first pick in round number 2. They've got a minute to go to exert more influence over that bomb site.
Yeah, the walls are soft, leading to the bomb site itself. Goy Fire has been popped, so time not looking too bad. Poorly for the attack inside. To be a mainly server-oriented attack, but Doki looking at that main staircase for a flank.
The worry with the time is that there might be some more Goyo canisters that you haven't found that when popped will linger for 20 seconds. Herds doesn't need to be alive to accomplish that. Tons of marks coming in now for the defenders. As it was Herds originally under fire, W7M looking to stop G2 in their tracks. They gotta waste out that last bit of gas. Blur in, first kill for W7M. Blur taking damage, but he tries for another attempt. He gets in even deeper, this time evading the gas. It's gonna be a brawl. There's only a second to go. Herds can't stop it. Blur goes down to Volps. There was still 7 people alive, 8 people alive in that round, and W7M uses the clock masterfully to take round number 2.
Yeah, time can't really be your biggest enemy, and that's a problem with these big maps, right? Gotta roam clear all of it, drone it all out, take the first step of server, breach open the walls, when the Goyo combined with the Toxic Babes of Smoke, that just changes things up. Blur made a right decision, pushing deep into the bomb site, planting that chassis, but he's left vulnerable from an aggressive peek from W7M. Volps, he sees it, goes for it, and shuts it down in 0 seconds. Defenders, they win. There simply isn't more seconds on the clock. It's the second time G2 has lost in time throughout the first 2 maps.
Well. We knew both these teams would bring their A games. I asked you in the elevator as we were coming down, what do you see happening? You said there's only 2 things in my mind. Either we get an absolute blowout, or we see every single map being as tight as is humanly possible between these squads. Going off of map number 1, it looks like it's the latter, but it could have just been a tight first map, and then W7M continues doing what they've been doing so well, which is just demolishing their opponents. I don't see it being a 3-1, not with the way these teams are playing so far. I think we're either going to need all 5 maps, one of which I hope is unlimited overtime. We only get it in the biggest event of the year.
Yeah.
It'd be a shame to not see it be used by these teams.
Oh, I fully agree. I love the vigil from KC, just again, nullifying the value of the drones, keeping G2 guessing, because they are droning all of the map right now. Mostly on the top floor, but if Vigil's playing on that primary floor, the gadget goes both up, down, and to the sides. It just means that you have to constantly be guessing, where exactly is this Vigil? He could be right next to these drones and they wouldn't know for sure.
Vigil playing inside of the site, not roaming, not holding map control at the moment for W7M. It's a good theory the teams use with Vigil. Some of them will play him inside of the bomb site and you'll think to yourself, surely there's not a Vigil anchoring things down. They gotta be above or below. There's a sphere around the Vigil. You don't know, is he an open area? Is he above, inside a stock trading? Is he down below? You don't know.
It's a bit of a guessing game, and you can see that's why G2, they're constantly re-droning every angle of the map. Wall is being opened up, but the impact denied's there successfully.
Julio uses both of his impacts. Seemingly good value for the defenders. G2 need to ensure that they are not wasting time like they did in that previous round. Getting the diffuser down with only 3 seconds is not ideal ever. Unless there's only 1 defender left, that wasn't the case. Ali Mao rolling a Candela under the castle barricade into staff area. G2 are very much in trouble of stalling out at the moment. Yeah. Most of their players have not moved off of the same spot in the last 30 seconds.
It's up to Doki to find an opening, I think, because the execute is just not happening right now.
Is KZ really this much of a hindrance for them? That's the real question. Well, JV gets spotted. Virtue gets the very first pick. They manage to find the Vigil. Doki losing the engagement. He had a good first round. Since then, nothing for him. The next point of that spear for G2 is Benjamaster. He called himself the solution. Well, there's a couple problems here. You need to be the solution to them right now.
Yeah, it's still going slow for them. Elma opening up the quadruple wall from bottom heaven. That's going to apply pressure onto Julio. The nade.
This is G2 now. They waited. They were hoping to get some errors to pounce upon, but they are making W7M make those mistakes themselves.
Yeah. When G2 can find the openings, they look mighty fine, but when they aren't presented, that's when things really stall out for them. We saw it, and it's W7M kind of contesting a little bit arguably too aggressively. The nature of open area, the bomb side itself, relatively weak, especially once those walls got opened up in the last 20 seconds of the round. Before that, you're pretty safe. KC aggressed out, got a beautiful shot onto Doki. It must have been an incredible flick on a pre-fire. Yep, last bullet. But then
must have been an incredible clip and a pre-fire. Oh yeah, last bullet. You understand how you just contradict.
I said flick.
Oh, okay.
I said flick.
And was it?
It was a nice flick.
Disagree.
G2's statistics in terms of grenade kills, very high. Benjamaster, almost every single grenade in previous games seems to just find their targets. But it's Virtue now on both Clubhouse and Bank, who's playing Nook, finding 1 grenade kill almost every single time he brings out that operator.
By attackers. 10 seconds to go.
Attacker repick about to come to a conclusion.
5 seconds remaining.
Locked in. Last second, Virtue deciding to go with the Thatcher. Small change. Nook handed over to Benja. It was Virtue playing in fine form on that stealthy Danish operator before. Bomb site will be upstairs. A Nook can get up the stairs very fast, whether it be square stairs or main stairs, and immediately get a pick, especially if a team does late setup. 20 seconds in, it's not uncommon for teams to still be doing soft destruction, maybe even getting a reinforcement or 2 up. There's 1 reinforcement in the pocket at W7M if they want at some point to read into this execute from G2 and give themselves a bit of security somewhere else.
Let's see those nades can hit their targets again. It's Benji below, cooking a grenade right now. Doesn't go for it.
Might have missed a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Impact grenades a requirement when Ace is played with such reliability, because once that first Selma blows up, an impact grenade will immediately get the second after it drops. And then you plug that hole with the Kiba barrier. KZ's been doing that so far. Azami's pick rate through the roof so far at this event.
Yeah, very impactful operator for all these bomb sites. And it's such a versatile operator as well. Deny lines of sight, creates safe spaces, patch up holes. You see it right here, Casey allowing his teammates to feel more comfortable on the bomb site as Alima and Doki are on the rappel outside just looking for free kills, but they're not really showing themselves. Benji on the rotate as well, we see his outline. He's trying to fish with these grenades, he has the information.
Oh, there it goes! Ah!
So much damage though. Oh, he's got one more.
So close. They say close only counts in horseshoes and hand
Oh.
They know they've got the down on the herds, but they cannot secure at the moment the Kiba barriers. Position on the window thwarting them. Finally, it's secured from Ali Mao, and now on this window play. Ali Mao exerting his influence. Benjamaster sneaking somewhere around the map. Managed to get JV92, W7M. We've only 3 players still left up. But look at the clock yet again. G2 are waiting till the final moments to pull off these executes.
Yeah, it's risky. They got a rappel on in. Blur gonna deliver that fuser from the square stairs with Benja. They have 2 exit points now.
KZ can easily catch this rappel when it happens. He's got the bullet tracers there, he knows it's in. G2 will need to find a way towards the bomb site to stop them. There's KZ dead and down. Julio traded out by Ali Mao. Volps can't accomplish anything. G2 stretching their lead up 3-1 now.
Impressive. And again, W7M, they're on the bomb site, just kind of waiting for things to happen, not being proactive, likely because they fear, the presence of Benji downstairs in the nuke. The operator's a problem for them. They lose so much map control so quickly, they never fight for it back. And even if you bring out the Echo, those Yokai drones, they're not gonna give you any information that's reliable because, nuke will not be seen by them. Whew.
What a stunning set of rounds so far. Clubhouse, a phenomenal map, and we're seeing the same thing repeated now on Bank. And I will say, not in defense of G2, but at least to explain when I was talking about how slow it is. G2 were sluggish on all 4 rounds. They weren't really quick to get into the bomb site. They weren't really quick to get the diffuser in either. It bit them on round number 2, trying to pull off an execute when there's 3 seconds left on the clock. But there were a couple things aiding W7M that aren't there now. Number 1, there's no Goyo on the board. You don't need to worry about the outrageously long timer that is 20 seconds of those Goyo canisters and the fire just flowing. And they do significant damage. It's not like you can just trudge through it and you're fine. You will die very quickly to that, and it goes on really, really long. Sit in Rainbow Six and time it for 20 seconds. You'll see just how long that is in game time.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is. The adaptation from W7M has been the server control, right? Those herds playing there on the assignment with no ADSs or magnets. One single grenade from Benja just killed him immediately, forced him to swing wide, got shut down by 2 members of G2. That's changed. Now it's KCLY assisting herds inside of servers. They got that protection from the grenades. That's going to be the main focus. They are basically gambling that they can waste more time by holding servers than the bomb set itself with that Goyo canister and the Toxic Babes. And if they can get down to just 30, 20 seconds left in the round, that's when Julio can carry the rest of the round with those Toxic Grenades as he's 3 in pocket.
Doki taking damage early on. That's the Ying suffering a bit of bruising, but it's just a flesh wound. Showing off what you can do with that secondary hard breach gadget. Again, Ying is such an incredibly important operator, banned out by W7M on Clubhouse. Look at KZ, uh-oh. Ooh.
Wait, was he sitting below the... He might have been on the tail, yeah, on the tail below it to deactivate the gate. When he put down the charge, ran away, it activated, and it got the charge.
Wow, genius stuff in that case. KZ taking out Doki, that's kill number 1.
It's very smart, actually.
It's very, very smart.
G2 got server control, of course, that's their priority. And there is 1 minute and 11 seconds left, so pacing, this is really good for the attacking team because there's only 3 Toxic Babes.
Look at this line of sight that's been created. There goes a Toxic Canister. Benja knew that it was happening, but Blur gets shut down by Volps on an angle that they didn't see coming. Very similar to when Echo and Maestro were meta. Look at this, you shoot out that garage wall. You have a long, long sight line. Benjamaster can't get the job done with a gun. He tries for a nade. Now he takes matters into his own hand. The L85 shooting away, but not enough to secure a target. Just do a tiny bit of damage to Julio, mostly superficial.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Virtue's got diffuser in hand now. Two separate players from W7M taking damage. That's the last toxic canister. Julio pops up. Benja, stalwart. He's shutting all of them down. And now the Nook is in the sight. G2 breathing in those toxic fumes. They don't have intel on the last two players from W7M. JV inside of gold. He's got one kill, looking for more, gets them both. They line them up, G2 at a time, and they're out of lives as well.
When you can't hold the side, why not go for a flank? G2 had the information. It's why Benji was kind of flicking left and right inside the A bomb side. He knew that something was about to go very, very wrong, and G2, they have a tough decision. Try and get out of the diffuser, a desperate play. Or push deep, try and get full control, but then JV, he stands in their path. You might have had a Slug DMR shotgun thingamajig, the TCSG, but he finds 2 kills. Shuts down G2, and Benja, he was on for the 4K into the ace, but he doesn't find it.
Appreciate the official terminology being the slug shotgun thingamajig.
Slug shotgun, right? That's what it's called, yeah?
It's called the TCSG. TCSG. Man, this is a grand finals.
Tough round. Adaptation W7M is there. Both in terms of operators and the objective to play around in order to win out in the round itself. They're trying to go for that cheese strat with their Rooney. It paid off. It did damage, took away 1 exothermic charge. But those side walls in the A bomb side, they're not reinforced. The hard breaching gadgets wasn't really the defining factor of the round. It's the soft breach. And Ben just alive on the sledge, can open up any soft wall nearby with that hammer. Does just that. Too much time allowed G2 to push the bomb site, but again, the flank, that surprising element just flipped around on its head, and G2 could no longer plant.
Well, this has been a close first half for Bank if we assess this map. Played in the middle out of all of the maps that we've seen so far at this event. Well, you already know that there's only one map that is technically attacker-sided, so I'm not going to make you guess yet again. Bank is actually, right now, the 3rd most played map. Tied with Theme Park, just tied it. Originally, before that, it was tied with Chalet and Cafe at 17 plays. Action happening fast and furious. I should hold off for just a second here. Doki had that good first round, as we said. Since then, Benj has been the one carrying the weight for this team. Doki walking into the waiting arms of the opponents round after round. KZ has been quite mortal, so both teams down by 1. Now Herds will follow. Benjamaster at 7 kills so far. W7M consolidating their last 3 players on the bomb side of open area.
One of the few fast rounds. Walls opened up, 3 members dead in the server, half the round still to go. Both teams seemingly just kind of waiting for what's about to happen next. G2, 3 members were just on drones, scouting out that first floor of the map. And W7M, all 3 members on the bomb side and each their own corner, just kind of being like, I'm not sure where this pressure is coming from, but Benjamaster is right there, striking down those bomb side walls.
Oh, taking so much damage towards the pillars, square, and away he goes. 1 minute left. Yeah. Benja's kill, by the way, has now tied him with Nesk as the all-time kill leader at the 6th Invitational. All Benja needs for the remainder of this entire series is 1 kill, and it's his record. He's in contest with Doki now. W7M reduced to just 2 players. There go the Candelas. Julio blind wandering around. Benja sees an opening created by him. Out goes the Selma, but it doesn't connect at all. Ali Mao taking matters into his own hands. And there's the record! The most kills at a 6 Invitational, and he's been on the team for 30 days or so. I think that deserves a round of applause for Benjamaster. What do you think?
Is he 19 years old?
He's a youngin', that's for sure.
Yep. Incredible performance so far. And we kind of brought it up a couple of times, but he said, I am the solution, rather than Citizen was the problem. Big statement to tweet about, but when you show up in the server like this, I think it's justified. Great final round for the attacking side of G2. Now things, they change up. Side swap, those 6 first final rounds, well, none of that matters anymore because now both teams have to find their ground on the other side of the equation. W7M on the attacks looked formidable on Clubhouse, always with a clear plan in mind, always executing it to the T. Whereas G2, they couldn't find those opening kills. Their aggression either was not really happening or it was punished the few times that it did. They lost multiple rounds because of it.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
That's a story to tell for both of these teams, defined by younger players. W7M has an incredibly young roster, led obviously by the veteran at Julio. It was funny, I couldn't help but notice when they were showing the amount of rounds that were played by each respective player on there. Everybody's like 150, 200, Julio's like 480.
Yeah, and Benji has like 80-something games played, yeah.
It's really quite ridiculous. But again, just goes to underscore that the leadership and the veteran presence that somebody like Julio brings to this team, it is never more important than when you are in a best-of-5 grand final. You need somebody to pull that team back from the brink if you get to that point. There's the first bit of action. It's that record holder, a Benja, looking for more to continue adding to it. Doki's chasing it too, by the way, and he gets the very first pick of this G2 defense. Nade goes in, Flash goes in. Ali Mao looking for something, can't get it. Blur trades out KZ as Benjamaster goes down. It's an open area hold. Bye-bye Volps. W7M showing some very serious struggles now, but the remainder of Doki is found through the barricade. Blur having a phenomenal round, getting the down on the JV92. Because it was through that barricade, they might not know. Oh, never mind. That's just rude.
Disrespectful.
Absolutely disrespectful. Julio inside of open area. That was a clinical kill on Ali Mao. The reload coming in. Diffusing now with a drone in front of him to watch the double door again. Cannot talk about the experience he brings. Enormous round from Blur. G2 5-2 looking to put Bank away quite fast.
One thing to highlight though is Benjamaster playing inside of that Archives Tellers area, just sitting tight, and then Alamar finds 1 kill, Doki a second. They trade 2 for 1 in favor of themselves. It looked like Benji was just dead immediately, 1 HP left. He didn't move a muscle. He just sat there allowing his teammates to cover him and find some value. See there, Doki found the first one. Volps gets the kill at the very end, but the damage is done. And Blur hitting some nasty headshots in that round, and even that one. 4 kills for him. W7M, they cannot really get inside the building. They get shut down immediately.
No timeout yet from W7M, is that correct? Am I just misreading this?
No, I got that as well.
I have no timeouts as of right now, none that we've been told.
I mean, it's still early on their attacks, and they're still gonna feel things out, and they might not feel like these rounds are a big issue for them, right? If you only get 1 in each map, and you don't feel that it's that dire, and you have Julio in the server able to talk to your players, that is a big benefit. They can't just be deeming these rounds being small things, right? Oh, we got greedy for Benja, 2 members died, don't do that again. Okay, don't do that again, and then that won't be a problem. But the one thing that they need to be able to contain now is G2's aggression. Expect all those unexpected plays, jumping out of windows, swinging doorways, playing very front forward on the map. It should be punishable by W7M when G2 make those plays, but so far that hasn't been the case.
Very critical round here for W7M. Bringing some very nice tools for a Locker CCTV. Execute the first one. Osa. Main point of contention, Virtue. What are you doing, buddy?
That's smoke as well.
I don't like that at all, and I don't think Fabian's gonna like it too. That just screams of too much confidence. You want to keep your smoke alive, especially if you've got an Osa on the board, especially when the Candelas go down, you expect W7M to rush in. KZ was mighty good in map 1. Looking to make his presence felt inside a garage. Having some struggles. And now he's down, G2 taking the fight right to him.
Good isolation kill. The only issue is there's no soft breach from W7M. This wall, it's soft, there's a line of sight, but they can't plant. They might have to go for a default plant position, which isn't ideal with the O's on the board. You typically want to plant that deep server wall in front of Julio, but they can't do it. There's no Sledge, no Sophia, no Ash. This is not ideal for W7M.
This is a very fragging heavy lineup at the moment. Get the Osa in with the smoke, try to get the diffuser down as quickly as you can, kill everybody on the way out.
Smart.
Pretty simple stuff, right? Or so you'd think. Well, there's that first set of smokes. Candela goes in, fire from the Goyo canister, but Julio's now found it. There's no impacts remaining. JV92 waiting to drop from the hatch. He'll do it, surprise! They don't seem to realize the Nook is there, losing out on the fight. Diffuser was going down. It's all in the hands of Volps. How does Benja pull that one off? No Nitro Cell, so they'll just have to engage, and Volps can stop this at any point. He's gonna stick to it and play behind it. This gives somebody from G2 time to get into place. Creeping up, there's Volps. Oh, losing it, gets the down on Alimau. Benja's so damn good. Map point G2.
That was not the way it was supposed to go down. It was a simple plan. Osa shield goes down, turn around, get down the diffuser, shoot the C4 mid-air. All of those things happen, but then over-peaking from W7, they fall in numbers, and the plan does not go down until that 1 versus 2. Great isolation kill from G2 on that garage member of KC. And that's without Virtue on the smoke. It should have been so much more difficult. But just there.
I mean, take a look at the way that they played this. They had the engagement. They were both lined up inside a vault. They knew exactly what was going to happen. At some point, he needs to pop up. You've got the Vector in your face with a significantly higher DPS. The damage that it's going to do, the fire rate that it's going to do, is going to mow through you, especially at such close range. They bought time to get into position. Well played by G2, and now we see W7M pop their timeout.
Yeah.
Look back to Clubhouse. G2 gives W7M a scare. W7M still wins their map. Fair play. But it's close. Bank, not close so far.
No, it's not. I mean, some of the rounds have been. Blur had a 1 versus 1. There was a round where G2 lost on time that looked in a favorable position at 3 versus 2. So while it is a 2-6 scoreline, there have been at least 2 rounds by my count that could have gone either way. This could have been a 4-4 situation, but it's not. Because one team is coming ahead in these clutch moments right now, and it's actually G2. It's Benja in particular, Blur on the round of open area, finding these moments of getting 3 or 4 kills, playing a supreme round of Rainbow Six Siege, and again, strategically, W7M, they did all the right things. They didn't have a soft breach. Okay, throw out a smoke grenade. Use a hard breach tool to open up a soft wall. Not ideal, but necessary. And it looked like because Virtue was dead that the plan was absolutely free. But it wasn't. You can play a perfect round of Siege in terms of strategy, but if you make one small decision, you lose one important gunfight, all of that value you've gained, the ground that you've recovered, it goes straight back to the opponent. It's what we're seeing time and time again. Correct play for W7M. Benja hits 2 headshots. It doesn't matter.
Similar story that we saw from G2 in map number 1. Benja and Doki struggling to get kills against the superior W7M attack and defense. Well, look at what's happened to this team from Brazil. KZ at 2-8. Herds, who is the best entry stats of any player at this whole event, 4-6. Now, mind you, most of that's been played on defense. But we haven't seen anything great from him from the 2 rounds on attack yet either. Volps is the only player even close to going positive, and he's just sitting at a 7-7. In terms of these duels, W7M keeps losing these heads-up engagements, and we've seen some shakes in the way that they've taken fights. Now that could be nerves. It also just could be an unfamiliarity with the map, and an unfamiliarity with the way that G2 is going to play said map. In order for this to go to overtime, G2 will need to surrender 4 consecutive rounds in a row. This is their map, so the onus is on them to win it. It seems unlikely that that will happen, but we have seen crazier things happen before. I mean, hell, we casted Astralis. So we have seen lots of crazy stuff happen at this event.
Dare I say that W's been a little bit scared? Outside the building, hiding behind the Osa shield. I'm sure it's good protection, but they're not even inside the building yet. It's been more than half the round. They gotta start going. Otherwise, the clock will be their biggest foe.
JV engaging with Blur, not walking away with the pick. Neither of them, both sitting on basically the same amount of HP. There's the toxic gas to go out to answer the smoke. This one, does it connect onto JV? No. KZ now taking some lumps as well. W7M burned 2 minutes off the clock. This round has flown by.
It has, but they've gained nothing, right? Bit of damage into Blur, but no actual side presence. Candelas have to go out shortly.
In their defense, if there's a team that needs to go into a brawl and come out ahead, it's W7M. This team can pull off so many plays in the cut of an execute. But does it get to that point? Now KZ's on 1 HP. JV is on 1 HP. There's no toxic gas remaining. That is a good sign for W7M when they push. 3 Candelas left. I actually kind of like this for W7M. As long as they can pick their opponents and isolate them, they'll be in good shape. G2 getting the very first pick. Ali Mao from downtown takes out Julio with the diffuser. Yet another for Carl. It's all up to Herds. And you hear the sound of G2 taking map number 2. These teams win their respective picks. We're gonna need at least 4 maps.
And not just winning it, right? But convincingly so. That's what happens when you get your map pick and you feel comfortable on it. And again, W7M, they don't look like they prepared as much for Bang than they did of Clubhouse, and it showed in the server. Didn't have the right solutions in those clutch moments, and G2, they steal it 7-2.
Cafe up next, picked by W7M. What happens there? That is the question. They left us guessing every single step of the way. Clubhouse was not what we expected, and I'm going to tell you that Bank certainly wasn't what we expected. I did not think we'd see a 7-2 at all on any 5 of these maps. Do you want map number 3? That's what I thought. But you're going to have to wait, because there's a break. We'll see you soon.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back to Six Invitational 2023. Map 2 has just completed. Now it's time for our third. Before we get down to brass tacks on there, though, we have to break down what happened on Bank, because I gotta say, that did not look as close as it did on Clubhouse. Now, here to help me out, break everything down, my analysts. I'm Milos Dometic, your host. With me are Jesse, Jack, and James. Let's have a chat. G2, bring it back. Tie it 1-1.
That they do, Milos. They take a really dominant map, honestly. I mean, especially on those defensive halves to close things out. 3-0 on D. Fantastically played from them. You can tell why they picked this map. And of course, the arena around us lighting up because of that big win.
I think it was actually, you know, Bank is a great map for G2, and it's a permaban for a reason, pretty much for W7M. I actually think that G2 played a little mind game during their attacks, where G2 for the longest time in this tournament have felt a little bit foul of being way too slow and plant focused on Bank. And as soon as they realized after the first couple of rounds, W7M were actually playing for the plant on their defenses, they started pushing through and going for kills, and that's where G2 got most of their attacking success. But for like a 2v3 clutch, that actually would have been a 5-1 half for G2.
I'm gonna be real, I feel like, yeah, all right, from W7M, they weren't super favored on Bank, but a 7-2 right after G2 has almost pushed overtime on Clubhouse? That's not looking so pretty for the Brazilians.
I actually said to Jesse during the game, I said, W7M will have been worried by how good G2 were on Clubhouse. Yeah. If they let that get into their mind and start playing a little bit scared, this could be a travesty, this map for W7M.
Yeah, and I think it kind of did, right? Because you go back to the defenses on Clubhouse, right? And there were a lot of rounds where they were playing really swing heavy. There would be up an advantage, they would go for a swing, and then they would have to save it back with a clutch at the very end, right? If they even won the round on defense. But it felt like this time around they were playing a lot more reserved. I thought they were trying to play behind their castle barricades, their Kibas up at the top floor. They weren't roaming super heavily when they were on downstairs in open area. It just felt like they weren't going for that same aggressive style, and I think that was a big shame to see from them.
A big performance for Benjamaster.
There's no other way to put it. 12-3, and in doing so, this 19-year-old is running around W7M, and he has broken the kill record for the most kills of any player in any Rainbow Six tournament. Previously held by Nesk, he is now on 290 kills.
That is a bit of a flex. That is a bit of a flex, though, when you come into your first Six Invitational and you hold the record for the most kills ever. And there's still potentially 3 more maps to go.
Exactly.
This guy's running around with a 2.0 KD, by the way, in a grand final after being on the team for 31 days.
The kid's insane. What is it with the Danes? Make them different over there.
We got so many great rookies in this entire tournament.
Yep.
We talked about Nours, we were talking about Spoid also over the entirety of the year. Talk about Benja. There's big players that are stepping up, and even the old guard have had to feel the heat of the newcomers.
Well, I want to talk about another guy who's not quite a rookie, but he's only been on W7M for less than a year, and he is leading this team to what could be a victory. It's Volps. He's only 19 as well, and he is a leadership figure on this team. He's been performing well, but the star fraggers on W7M have been struggling.
So now on to our third map. We're guaranteed a fourth, and then we'll go to Café Dostoyevsky. Jesse.
Yes, sir.
What did the numbers say?
Well, the numbers say that W7M are pretty big fans of this map. They played it 3 times through the 6th Invitational thus far. Alamouse got some fans. The wins from W7M over Elevate and over G2. Back in the group stage. It's one that G2 have lost before. W7M did lose it to BDS in the upper bracket, but the history says that W7M should walk away with this win.
Both teams are looking at very similar stats in terms of not the best attacks, but fairly good defenses. We expect Cafe, obviously, to be quite a defender-sided map. And just one quick note on G2. This map, for the longest time, was their permaban. They brought it out for this event. It is their #1 map preference at this event. So, you know, they're not going to be too sad that W7M have picked that one into them.
Look, Jesse, you mentioned that W7M did beat G2 on Cafe in the group stage, but do you guys actually remember that? Because the very first round, Volps got a 1v3 ace clutch. You don't see that kind of thing every day, and I'm expecting great things from if W7M get fired up. We saw them chatting with Igor on the stage just in the lead up to this game. I'm hoping that W7M can bounce back here because a 7-2 was just not good enough.
So there's a lot of moving parts in Cafe Dostoyevsky. We're talking about Valkyrie in the pre-match. We've seen Solus bans. Also, any other stuff metagame-wise you're expecting, Jesse?
Well, I think we've seen through 2 maps W7M have been banning that Valkyrie. I expect that to continue, especially on Cafe where the op can be very powerful. But again, it's a last resort. If they're feeling desperate, they could bring it out here.
One operator ban I'm really curious if we will see it is W7M banned Smoke against G2 the last time these guys played Cafe, and obviously that turned out with a win. So I wonder if there's any other cheeky ideas behind the curtain for W7M.
And now then, who takes map 3? Gents, the lobby's ready.
Gotta be W7M. I mean, it's their own map pick. I've been backing them this whole time. Listen, I believe.
You believe? Well, you know, I'm going to stay with G2, I think. As the bias, the U shill with the EU team. But G2, genuinely, you don't have a transformation from 9th preference to 1st preference without being super good at the map and bringing it into your map pool. I fancy G2 to take this one.
I've got a feeling after the groups game, it's got to be W7M. I can't see them losing Cafe to G2.
Man. It's just been 7-2.
I mean, if Volps can show up like he did in groups, man, this is not going to be too hard.
Well, with that said, you're saying that W7M might be able to take it. It's going to need a lot of support from fans in here. And can I ask you all for a wave? A quick wave from one side to the other. All right, we're starting over here. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go! G2, W7M, on to our casters.
I saw the wave yesterday where they were killing time during tech issues, but as somebody who goes to a lot of traditional sports, I hate the wave.
What?
Man.
No.
I hate the wave.
It was wonderful to watch.
It was. You were well synchronized. I got to say you did a great job with the wave. But you know what I don't hate, Nicholas?
What?
I don't hate this series at all. G2 taking their map pick of Bank sends us to Cafe next, but it will also send us to Oregon with one of these 2 teams a single map away from becoming world champions. On both sides of the stage, Julio and Fabian, one a competitor, one a coach. They've lifted that hammer before, but Julio didn't do it in front of a crowd. You know he wants that. You know he wants to hear the crowd as they lift the hammer high above their heads. For Fabian, he lifted the hammer twice, never as the favorite to do it for the audience. They were cheering against him.
Well, he is the villain. At least used to be.
Not this time.
Now he's in the shadows. Oh, I was curious about this one actually. Asami, it was a very prevalent operator in the first 2 maps. And W7M, I would argue, used it better than G2. So it's no surprise that it's G2 to remove that from the board. Thatcher, of course, been a staple from G2 to make things more difficult, force out those secondary MPs. The Ying, we just saw it in action on Bank. We don't want to see that again because Cafe is a much smaller map than Bank. Those rooms themselves, more narrow. The Cadella is guaranteed to blind you. Valkyrie, I expect this operator to be banned every single map because Information is too big of a tool for both of these teams. But they have history on this map of Cafe. The very first opening round between W7M and G2 was a bit of a fiesta. It was G2 on the attack and W7M on the defense, and G2 got into a 5 versus 2 position on a basement or a kitchen attack. They lost the round. Volps basically 1 versus 5, and G2 mentally boomed from that moment forward. The sides are different. G2 gets that defensive start. That's the more favorable, comfortable position to be in. And W7M hovering a couple of operators to start things off. Might be a quick one. A Nuke, a Blitz, a Capitao. If there are any members inside a bakery, they could very quickly be rushed on down.
You missed the last second Lion change. That one also playing into an overall strategy of a quick execute. Wait, Benja's got an idea here. So does Ali Mao. So long, Julio. Capitao taken out. Diffuser needs to be retrieved. Oh, Benja did not get droned. Oh. Benja didn't get droned. It went right past him. Will Volps decide to go through this bakery door? How long will Benja sit there for? Window open above. There's the Lion. Volps making noise. Doesn't see him. Trying to draw him in. Benja tucked into the corner.
Ice cold.
Is this gonna happen? Volps is so patient. Oh, there it is! What a rat! W7M suffering 2 casualties early on. They get back on the board. Herds looking to avenge that previous map. He takes out Blur, the smoke down, but wait a minute. G2 gave themselves a great start, but W7M have equalized very quickly.
Yeah, G2 holding on. Call it overconfidence, call it aggression, it doesn't matter. W7 finds 2 kills. Of course, Blitz and Capitao, very crucial in this round. And no Lion charges left either. It's 3 grenades and just gunplay from W7 to win this round for them. We're half the round to go. G2, they've fallen back toward the bomb site itself. All 3 members, nobody on the roam.
Herd's already showing more potential in a single round of Cafe than we saw on almost all of that second map of Bank. If Herds can make influence happen and make his influence be felt all over the map, then W7M are in excellent shape. And what did we say about Herds? Finding these opportunities on his own. Almost getting a third for his trouble inside a kitchen. Doki in trouble. G2 have surrendered the advantage they have. Ali Mao and Doki with shovels in their hand. They gotta dig G2 out of this one. Herds wasting no time, getting back to form. W7M take round 1.
Impressive recovery on this kitchen attack. The crossfires, they're ruining it. They look great for the defending team, but again, the guns are really on fire now for the Brazilian squad. A bit asleep behind the wheel on Bank, not finding their confidence in these fights, but we saw the players get together, a lot of notes from the coach saying, guys, this has to change. And despite those early opening deaths for them, they kept fighting. Always seeking out these engagements, playing together. Hertz finds 3 in the round. Beautifully done.
Going in.
Well, that's what they need. They need confidence. They need something to get this fire back in the bellies of these W7M players. It's been a good mental reset for both of these teams. We try to avoid reading into the emotions of the players too much because you never really know what's going through their heads. I mean, you are probably the closest that anybody's going to get to understanding how these players feel, but you can fake confidence, you can fake enthusiasm.
Certainly.
Teams will be all smiles, waving to the crowd, and the moment they get backstage after a loss, they break down in tears. Can change on a dime, but both of these squads, after that first map of Clubhouse, G2 looked in great spirits at the start of Bank. Now after a very rough Bank for W7M, they look in great spirits at the start of Cafe, so...
Oh.
Keep yourself in it mentally, you'll be in great shape. So far, doesn't seem to be a problem.
So I've been sitting on a piece of information, Parker, which I was gonna bring up in case G2 went down 0-2 in maps. We have the exact same maps as 2018 Invitationals Grand Finals, with the exception of Villa instead of Coastline. So, I almost thought for a moment if, you know, W7 to take Bank, the Fabian could do a bit of recovery again, bring it from a 0-2 to a 2-3, but it won't be needed here. But similar maps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love talking about SI 2018. It just triggers all the EG fans.
That's what you love about it.
That's the only part I love. And it being I think still probably our best match that we've ever had. I'd like at some point to get up there. I certainly think that... Oh, what's this?
What is a lineup?
Lineup.
No. Come on.
There's no way. Hold on, hold up. Let him cook. Oh, there was a magnet. Never mind. But wait, there could be another. First pick's gonna go to KZ, but Julio's in with the diffuser. Nobody sees him by the pillar next to the cocktail bomb. At the last second, G2 does, and it's a graceful recovery. G2 back upstairs they go. They had a strong start in round one. They squandered it. Round two, another strong start. W7M, half the numbers that G2 has, but look at that. One pick answered back immediately. Benja. He wants that record to be unattainable. Boys on a tear. One round apiece for W7M and G2.
I can't believe that nade lineup. I mean, if there hadn't been a Magnet or an ADS there would have been a guaranteed kill onto that mirror window play instead of Bathroom. That's Virtue. It would have worked, and look at that. If Virtue died, that means Julio get down the diffuser successfully, and W7 can play that post plan from outside the building, on the roof, etc., on the window repels. That nade could have literally won them the entire round. But a single Magnet or a single ADS, well, it changes the outcome instantly. Now imagine Thatcher was open. It wasn't banned out by G2. There could have been a Thatcher on that piano rappel, tossing an EMP up against the bathroom wall right as that grenade was flying through the air, and then it would hit its target of Virtue. So many small details in Siege that can change the outcomes of these rounds. Some things, of course, you can account for and prepare for, and others, you gamble the odds, right? That's what we see. Like Benja hiding in garage in that opening round saying, I don't think they droned me, I'm just gonna stay in the corner. And if he had been droned out, which he wouldn't know for sure, he would have died for free. A Grim is on the board. Okay. We've seen that before in Cafe, and it never really works out because usually he gets spawn peeked.
I was gonna say, when we casted the last Grim on Cafe, I think the Grim died in the first 30, 40 seconds of the round. So.
Yeah.
Really sure where those bees are gonna go. Watch quite intently.
Of course, the Monty was banned out on the previous map of Bank. It's open now and in play by Julio. So W7M tends to pick two operators that are very specific to the round at hand. That's gonna be the Grim and the Monty for this round. Previously, they had like Capital and Blitz, for example. And I'm very curious to see what impact the Grim will have in the round. It is that kitchen bomb site, so first you gotta go through the roam clear, which G2, they don't have that much roaming presence. They're mostly playing on the staircases, just looking for a drone, all downstairs on that bottom floor. It should be a relatively quick one for W7M, and then allow Volps on the sledge to tear that floor apart. KC will assist, of course. One thing I can imagine with the Grim is that you use it almost like Capital Fire, where you just shoot out those bees. If anybody pushes through, they get spotted. They can get killed. But it's only really relevant for the execute itself. Judy on the Monty can get the diffuser safely into the bomb site. Got a minute and a half to go still. Nate being cooked out. Oh, the Magnet again.
Omai being an integral part of this G2 defense. So far, preventing 2 unnecessary deaths. Good use of that Defender gadget. Unlucky for the W7M team now. Can't really seem to get information as to where you do want to go for some of these lineups. Whether it's just default Omai placement or whether it's because G2 knows that this is how W7M likes to play.
It looks like a relatively free plan, honestly. There's nobody from G2 near the bomb site. Smoke is being sort of VIP far away. Julio could just drop the freezer hatch, walk on in, stop planting. I'm sure of it.
There goes some bees. 2 of them fired out. Thanks for the audience participation there, folks. More bees. Woo. Nitro cell tossed by Benjamaster, expecting the diffuser to go down. It's not there. Julio's found a corner inside a freezer where no gas will hit him. Down goes Benja, the B-man himself. KZ with a pick. Herds' time to die. There's more gas to go in. Now it's KZ. Second pick. Doki in trouble. Cannot dance around the Monty. Good enough for 1 kill. KZ with 3 kills. G2 needs to get back to the bomb site. Volt's doing damage. Diffuser now in the hands of the Sledge. JV up top for the insurance policy. W7M regain the lead.
Another beautifully executed, well thought out attack from W7M. I'm not sure the Grim had the most amount of impact in the round, but it was nice to see the operator in action and being used successfully for a round victory. Julio almost got team killed actually. The reason why he died to Doki was because he was shot down to just 1 HP from both of his teammates behind him trying to shoot Doki. It's a bit of a dance whenever you're playing with the Clash or the Muncie and you got that gun behind you. If you go too far to one side, you might just start suffering from team damage. Blur doing his best in the smoke, but he couldn't reach the members of W7M besides KC. Good trades back and forth. That's the most important part. Whenever somebody falls from this attack and lineup, someone is right behind him to follow it up with a successful kill back. If JV dies on that vert there, that's a dangerous position for him to be in, but he wins his gunfight as well.
Well, it's already a very even cafe. Shall I bring up the numbers? Shall we crunch them? Flip them over, send them to you? Should I do that?
Let's do that.
Cafe tied up earlier with that bank of 17 plays. Cafe still sitting at 17 plays. This should be play number 18. 53% of all rounds won by the defense. That's pretty close to a coin flip map. Neither side should really have a big advantage at the moment. Oh my goodness. W7M just about had one. The damage they did to Ali Mao as he was playing very cutesy, hoping for an early pick because we'd seen G2 try for a couple times.
One thing I've kind of waiting for is the Mira. It's finally being played by G2 on the defensive side. It's an operator that almost every team bans against W7M, like on Clubhouse, because they know how to use it so well to extend around the map. And G2, historically, at this tournament, they don't tend to play Mira themselves very often. Bit of a change up here.
Putting Doki on Mira just seems like a bit of an oddity with the roles that he plays and the operators that he likes to play. Having Doki anchor down a bomb site doesn't seem to make a ton of sense. Now, of course, this is an off-site Mira.
Yes, it is upstairs. They're going to be holding, but not just that, but like even G2's playstyle as a team, they like to move around the map, and these mirror windows, it speaks to holding a very particular area instead of moving around, and it's not the typical G2 that we've seen doing that lower bracket run. They're trying to problem solve it, but the C4!
Nicely tossed. Herds will catch it with his face. That's one repel down. For G2, your next target is the other outside. W7M finally breaching the building. Volps will creep up. G2 distracted elsewhere. Do they know the Lion is here? They do. Benja wins that duel. He saw it coming. W7M in a 3v5.
I mean, Benja's winning every duel. It looked like he had no business winning that one, but he did anyway. Julio with a drop of Benja's there to wait for him.
Look at this. He's got another one up as well. Murmurs from the crowds. Oh, Julio, no, no, no! Benja reassumes the position. He's on a collision course with KZ. These two players, phenomenal for their team so far, seemingly unstoppable. The drop from KZ leaves JV92 upstairs.
What?
Benja collects another one. Looking to fill an entire trophy room with the heads of players from W7M. That's not good for Ali Mao. KZ, one pick, 3 more to be found. Firing at the reading opening. Oh, Virtue, you missed your chance. Can you win it? No, you can't. KZ's on another one altogether. Doki and Benja, last 2, but guess what KZ doesn't have? Well, I was gonna say the diffuser, but the correct answer is his life. The seesaw of a match between these teams. Back to a tie.
And Benji with another 4K, just like before, and the one before that, and the one before that. This guy does not stop just finding moments in these rounds. Again, small things changing the outcome. If Volps on the line kills Benja on that initial entry, everything falls apart, you can imagine, because it's Benja who killed every member of the enemy team. He gets the fuse upstairs in Cigar. He shuts down Casey at the end. He finds everybody. The only member who died that wasn't to his gun was a C4 from Virtue in the very early beginning of the round.
KZ is just on a one-man mission to keep his team in this. Herd's never heard of him. Herd's doing well as well, 5-3, not terrible by any stretch of the imagination, but yeah, 7 kills so far, and he's doing it on his own. That's the bigger thing.
Oh yeah, there was no help there to be had.
KZ was miserable on Bank. Indisputably, an albatross around the neck of W7M. If you want to point fingers, which I don't, but if you look at the players who did not live up to their potential on their roles, it was KZ not getting it done for W7M on map number 2. If he and Herds can show up, match up against Benja, match up against Doki, obviously you have to be concerned with what the supporting cast does, but if you've got your gunners outgunning their gunners, usually good things will follow, and that's what we saw in map number 1. And coincidentally, 4G2, what we saw in map number 2. A nice return to form from W7M as they seem far more comfortable on Cafe. They pick the map, stands to reason.
And this is, again, the attacking side of W7M. This is the most difficult one to be on, especially with that mirror being opened up. So when that side swap gets made in 2 rounds, it might be much more difficult for G2. But right now, they're in the driver's seat. Another, the same C4.
Oh, it's tossed a bit too late. W7M already off of that repel. There goes the first logic bomb too. Look at how close Herds is.
Again.
Sees the shimmer of those laser gates. KZ, an 8th kill. What a performance for him. Blur gone from action. Alimau going for the jump out. There's Herds finding an opening. He can continue to tear forwards. G2 at just 2 players. W7M. They want to move into the bomb site quickly. Benjamaster's below it. It's going to be a straight linear take from Doki to get back in. There goes a logic bomb and the drone at his feet. That's double trouble for Doki. Sees the head of the Dokkaebi, can't really do much. Benj is as good as gone. W7M, they gain the lead right back.
You can never count them out. Sometimes, like in our previous round of reading, it looks so easy for one team to win. It's Benji getting a 4K. The next round, it's W7M as a full-on team roster being there, right? Herds inside of 90 has a renegade. He doesn't tank it. He knows that will give them the information who get pre-fired. He calls for a flashbang. It goes out. Virtue pre-fires it, but guess what? That was not a player. So he pushes in after the flash goes out, and it's unexpected. He gets the opening kill. They follow up, and they trade successfully. Taking full top floor control. Bombs at their disposal. And then G2 plays retake.
Look at that.
Claymore.
You gotta know it's there, right? Like, you gotta know it's there.
But the thing is, would you rather kill the Claymore and let the player live, or kill the player and dies with the Claymore? You can't kill them both.
Same with a Frost Mat when you're an attacker.
Yeah.
You either take the engagement with the player and hope that somebody can retrieve you, or you die to the Frost Mat. Which one do you choose?
However, did you see that change that they showed
I
earlier?
did.
Yeah.
I did actually see it.
If you're in a Frost Trap, I'm not sure exactly what season is going to come out. I didn't see that. But you can put, like, basically get yourself back up on your feet if you're in a Frost Mat in the future.
In our defense, we were both a little bit busy during the reveal.
We were.
You were prepping for your commendation.
Prepping, you mean walking in circles, pacing around, being very, very nervous?
And I was...
And what were you doing?
I was getting makeup.
That's important.
Not watching your commendation.
Oh, boy.
I watched it right here at the desk.
Oh, okay.
A 3-3 half would be in keeping with what we know at Cafe. For G2, that's got to be your win condition in this round, or else you go down into an even deeper hole that you find yourself in. Comfort level for these teams on Cafe, relatively even at this point. W7M led by their superstars. They haven't even needed Julio to get a single kill in this first half.
Poor Doki. He's playing Bakery against all 5 members. He's got a bit of support, but not much.
He's got to fight his way out of this position. Flashes in, Rotero drones in. Good Lord, square up, go for picks. If there's anybody who can do it, it's this small Scottish lad. But the Monty now will create an even bigger problem. Inside of the doorway, damage will be done to Volts from far enough back. Capitão's fire arrow goes in. Doki has a reinforcement there. How has he managed to live this long? G2's foothold inside a bakery. So strong. They're not slipping at all.
The terror drones, Capitão fire, smoke, flashbangs, grenades. He's still standing with full HP. They still can't clear his position.
Warden's on the board, but not close enough to be able to see through this smoke. Julio will give information as to Doki's position inside of this front bakery.
I mean, they kind of given up on it. It's just the Monty and Capitão now. They've gone upstairs. They said, you know what? I can't be bothered with this guy.
Doki single-handedly chasing W7M off this spot. Goodbye to the Warden. Where is KZ? He's been so good on these entry points. JV92 down for the count. Julio creeping up for a small step back. He's gonna just evade Doki entirely. Why not go over to prep? There's a Rotero drone. Blur has to move out of his position inside of VIP. He's got a shotgun around the corner at close range. It barely loses.
Guess what? Oh.
KZ gets kill number 2 for him, but there's Doki to take the head off of Herds. He's spent 2.5 minutes in this position, and now Julio will request the rest of W7M. They have to come to the rescue.
Doki.
How does Doki pull this off? Exchanging bits of HP time and time again. He secures for the 4th kill for Doki. It's just Julio yet to find the scoreboard. All of G2 collapsing on him. Phenomenal 4K. G2 tie it up as we go to the second half.
That is ridiculous value to find. I mean, you're burning the entire Random Bakery. You get 4 kills, every single piece of utility imaginable. The fire, Rotero drones, flashes, smokes, grenades. He avoids all of it perfectly. Doki came into the scene by playing Go Force as an underage player being 16. Then people found out he was underage. He got banned temporarily for 2 years because you gotta wait till you're 18. He starts playing ranked a lot. He turns 18, plays with some people, all of a sudden finds himself 3 years later at the biggest stage in the grand finals, single-handedly winning a round, practically 1 versus 4 against W7M. He's come so far. Oh yeah, Fabian kissed that top of his head.
Growth in terms of himself in the server, but also battling growth issues outside of the server.
Yeah.
That was not a height joke.
5 seconds.
No.
It was not. People will think it is.
Not this time.
Not this time, believe it or not. Because height jokes with Doki, they're just low-hanging fruit. Why are you booing me? I'm right.
Technically, you're right.
Technically correct, which is the best type of being correct. First half in the books. Kitchen Bomb Site played 3 times, Cocktail played twice, Reading played once. That seems to be the way it goes for this cafe map. Those 3 bomb sites are played evenly. 50 plays for Bar Cocktail, 51 for Reading Dining, 57 for that Kitchen Bomb Site. So showing that it's not about a 1A or 1B, it's 1A, 1B, 1C. They're all interchangeable to these teams.
Yeah.
Odd site out is that Mining Dining bomb site. Is a negative win rate for the defenders. Oh, KZ knows there's the drop. The frost is there as well. W7M, they read into this flawlessly.
Yeah.
2 quick picks. All the while, Volps is down, and now Herds is too. G2 might just bar rush the bomb site. At least that's where Benja is. He sees the bar. Where's the rush?
No rush to be found. Virtue up above, still doing some of that verticality on the sledge, but a beautiful setup from the defending side. Yokai flank up red stairs with, of course, the Solus granting information from KC. They find picks, but they also lose some members in the midst of it. Julio yet to get a kill, but he's been doing the supportive work on the attack inside and continues to do so on the defense.
I mean, I want to give praise to Julio here, but I don't know how efficient his calling was on the Montaigne given Doki's success in the previous round. Now you've got Julio in that same position where he's going to have to make these calls off the Yokai. Things seem to be working out well, but again, we don't know how much of it is due to him. TCSG just levels Benja. Huge 3K from JV.
again.
W7M just trading with G2 back and forth. G2 has yet to lead. They've only trailed or tied.
We've seen that before. JV and Bank, same scenario. D2 members pushing one part of the bomb site or nearby it at least. And he has a TCSG in hand, gets 2 or 3 kills. He's great with that weapon. Not every player is created equal when it comes to using a DMR or a pistol. But JV certainly's got it.
No timeout taken yet by either team.
Nice.
How close it's been, I'm not very surprised that they've waited.
No, I mean, when you're going this toe-to-toe, I mean, there's not much you can discuss unless you feel something mentally in the team not working. For example, a tilt, an argument. And I doubt that's going to happen at this level of play. I mean, unless things are really going wrong.
I mean, I think that if this round goes for W7M, especially quite decisively, showing that G2 has some serious issues on 2 attacks in a row, then yeah, I think Fabian calls the timeout then. Because so far, you've been able to rely on these teams going back and forth, on round by round, blow by blow, site dependent. But I think Fabian will see 2 rounds in a row on attack, shows greater structural issues, and that's when that timeout gets called.
And this is the big question mark, is can G2 deal with the mirror windows? This was the big question mark because, as I said earlier, almost every team typically bans mirror against W7M on Cafe. This is the first time we see it in action. On mining, reading, and top floor defense, that's where this operator has such a high pick and success rate. Oh, the Amaru is gonna be a dining rush.
Who's watching?
Oh, Doki. Stim goes out.
Oh, no! What was Blur trying to accomplish? It's KZ yet again. 12-3. A hugely important map for this W7M squad, and KZ's doing exactly what you come to expect. Julio finally on the board, breaking that goose egg in round number 8. KZ fighting for his life. Doesn't matter how much HP he has, he's usually in good shape. It takes a Brazilian to know a Brazilian. Ali Mal the kill there, Doki won as well on the Amaru. He can now go up with that Gara hook if he wants. But is that the call?
Certainly a high-risk play at that. Still half the round to go, and both teams kind of reorienting themselves, figuring out what exactly is going on.
Benja catches Herds, looking in the wrong direction on Piano. G2 with those numbers in their favor again. If all goes according to plan, this is G2's round, and it's tie game once more. Julio picked up his first kill in the round. How many more can he find? 3 players from G2. He goes up to 4 and 5, and they win the round. Or he kills enough time, and he prevents them from getting the diffuser down. They know his position. Proximity stun goes off, and Doki's on the hunt. Again, tie game.
An unconventional attack, but it might actually be due to the fact that Mirror is available. Mirror covers the top floor of the map itself of Cafe. They attack from down up the wide stairs, on the window repels. G2, they don't need to worry about the Mirror whatsoever. Fabian taking very important notes in his little book. I'm actually curious what it says. I tried to look at it earlier, but he didn't show me.
Is he afraid that you're gonna sell it out to W7M? Nice shot by Julio. You saw KZ's position upstairs holding Pat inside a Piano. KZ has just been so formidable so far, winning engagements against virtually every single player on this G2 roster. Sometimes your luck runs out though. Seeing his HP just get chipped away at.
Yeah, to be fair, it kind of looks like it's between Benja and KC, right? That's the 2 individual star players finding so many opening kills. Benja, when G2's down, he finds 2 kills. We're back to even numbers. KC always gets the opening for W7M, but the follow-up is rather weak. And there's 12 kills on him, then 8 on Hertz, and then we kind of fall down, right? We have 6 on JV, but then 2 on Volps, 1 on Julio. That means when your front half dies of your initial aggressive players, the backbone is not that lethal. So if G2 can get past that initial line, it gets a lot easier for them.
This Benja pickup for G2, very reminiscent of what happened when that old Penta G2 squad picked up Kanto Raketti. immediately showing what he can accomplish in Atlantic City. Now, obviously, it didn't have the expected result for Penta at the time, which was a victory. But you win a world championship with him.
Yeah, and I mean, playing a tournament with a stand-in is always difficult. We saw Heroic at this tournament as well have that same struggle.
But he became a permanent member because of how good he was, and he seemed to fit the team quite well right off the rip. Benja showing the exact same thing, fitting into the system, and looking quite comfortable. Yeah. Same thing with Julio when W7M picked him up. By the way, different role, but it didn't look like W7M missed a single step dropping GDN and bringing in Julio.
It was a very plug-and-play kind of transition.
Oh, explosives going out. Nade tossed in by Ali Mal. Not timed appropriately. That one does a whole lot of damage to Volps. Virtue giving his position away. They're going to swing him on the window. KZ is dead to Doki. Look at Doki from above. He's got an idea that there's another near them. Does Herds know this? Does Herds know how close he is? If he does, he's not worried.
Oh, the drone.
They might be able to find him.
Does he check it? He does.
They do indeed. They know he's there, and Herds will have to go out swinging. Successful kill on Alimal. More tracers, more bullets. His luck runs out. Doki into double digits, and now it's Benja to do the same. G2 looking for their very first lead on this map. No team has won 2 rounds in a row. W7M, they're hurting. They're bleeding out. The 2 remaining players of JV and Volps have been reduced to almost nothing, but they're still in this. G2 have diffuser in hand. They don't need to retrieve it. Volps retaking from above, but there's still somebody up there. Doki can watch. How about a perfect lockout as G2 takes the lead for the first time on Cafe?
The 1-2 punch. The mini execute up above, but in the midst of that, it's Benja just walking into side, into a mute who's sprinting, thinking that he's safe. The power of Nuke as an operator is being left open. Both teams are playing it. It's all fair game, but Benja finding so many openings because of it. Doki on the entry, he kind of sacrificed and baited Alamau a little bit upstairs. He had 2 ass breaches in pocket, could have easily used one of those self-destructions to destroy that minibar where Hertz is playing, to then go for the kill. But he finds 3 kills, he holds top 4, he saves G2's Plunder of Blur, keeps him alive. Operator change up here, W7M, they're trying to adapt to these problems. Now they're playing very utility oriented. They are Rooney, the Mirror, the Castle, trying to avoid the gunfights by essentially setting up a big problem that G2 has to solve. They did that on that mining bomb site, but the big difference is G2 attacked from downstairs and up. This is a top floor bomb site. You will have to meet these mirror windows at some point in the round, unless you go for a cocktail style execute from the east side of the map. And G2's operator lineup, it's not the ideal one for it. There's no block for verticality. The only thing that they could use are the 4 grenades between Elema and Virtue, and that's it. So they might just have to deal with these mirror windows now for the first time.
Back at map number 1, we talked about the success of these timeouts from W7M. Converting on 3/4 of every single timeout they take. That was not the case on Bank. They called their timeout and they still lost the next round. But they were on that, they were teetering on the edge of oblivion. If G2 were successful here, W7M will take their timeout in the same position.
Yeah, they would have to.
Staring down a 6-4, W7M would be pushed to the brink. And in an act of desperation, call the timeout to try and screw their heads on straight. With G2 1 round away from sniping this W7M map away.
Try again, one more time. The 3rd time's a charm.
I haven't told you what the definition of insanity
is. Sorry. I'm dying to know. Now you have to tell me.
I'm not gonna do it. But thank you for asking.
Is it doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting a different result, by any chance? Albert Einstein said that, I'm pretty sure.
Not sure if that's the case.
That's what my Facebook meme said, but whatever.
The bastion of wit, all good things found on Facebook. Herds under fire, grenades sailing on in, and Alimouth, amidst the chaos, collects the rest of it. Doki's on with the diffuser, Volp's trying to run back in, but Benja's all over the map. G2 reading into this so well, now it's Julio's turn to die. What is going on with this G2 squad? JV trying in vain to keep these numbers so close. Diffuser as Doki gets it down. Successful objective. Again, a Brazilian winning the fight against his home country, and KZ, who's been phenomenal through the first 2/3 of this map, will need to pull a rabbit out of a hat. G2 so patient. They're gonna give KZ a lot of map control on this top floor. All they need is a single kill or the clock to get down below 7 seconds. KZ has no idea where to go. There's still utility for G2. They're not breaking any sweats here. And they gain information from that Yana clone. They send Blur after him. Doki gets the job done. Map point G2 on W7M's map.
Watching W7M for the last, 2 weeks at this point, they almost seem like a team that never makes mistakes or rarely makes mistakes. Very few gaps on the defensive side. Yet, G2, the last 3 rounds in a row, without problem, they find a gap and they force their way through it, and it works so well. This time, it was that last Terror drone going down the skylight while Alamau rappelled on in. It forces the member of W7 to sprint away, and it's a free kill for Alamau. Once they get in, things just go even better because kill after kill goes to G2's side. The team play really showing up for them in what looked like a really weak group stage for G2, a weak last couple of 3 months. They are looking stronger than ever at the biggest stage, at the biggest moment in their careers.
Well, it's not your father's G2, that's for sure. Different roster of players entirely.
Yeah.
But yet they're still succeeding all the same. I always love a kiss cam.
Also, you hate the wave, but you love the kiss cam.
Why do you say that? That's like logically inconsistent. What about that is at odds with each other?
It's a crowd thing. That's where they're similar.
You know, you can like some aspects of crowd participation and not others. I hate shoeies.
Okay, me too. That's gross. We've had some, I believe.
Yeah, there was a shoey back in 2020. I think there was one here earlier as well.
I believe so. I mean, to be fair, Fresh meant that bingo card, so like he's kind of taunting people to do it.
5 seconds left.
It's your fault, Jack.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Both these teams are leaving absolutely nothing in the server whatsoever. W7M's early couple rounds dominated by individual efforts from KZ, working off of information that was given to him on attack. On defense, there have been some struggles.
A bomb has been located.
G2 have taken advantage of that, and nobody else from this W7M gang has been able to match KZ's level of success.
No.
All the while, both Doki and Benja have combined for 24 kills, and a monstrously large amount of those have come on attack. They have warmed up when you needed them the most, showing that they are comfortable on this side. W7M will need 2 rounds in a row in order to keep themselves from staring down a championship point on the next map.
Another problem solved here for G2. EMP goes out, wall gets opened up. The Kite Claw not tricking. He's gonna get opened up.
A Nitro Cell to answer that one, tossed out in vain. No damage done. JV punished by Benja. Every single shot missed onto G2 from W7M. You gotta stay in this one. 2 of their players holding from above. Now here's where things are very good for W7M.
Yeah.
They have that middle floor control, and we've seen teams get open that bakery wall, try to get into the bomb site and not have that information. W7M know this, and this is exactly where G2 now needs to pivot with 1 minute and 15 on the clock.
Yeah.
Send somebody upstairs to deal with them. Up until moments ago, you actually had an advantage in numbers. You could have very easily done that.
Or you smoke the ceiling and push on in. That's what they're gonna do.
And it's Blur getting the diffuser down. Does W7M know this? He's in the thick of it. Diffuser goes down quite well, G2 in a post plant. This is for the map. W7M need to get back in. Julio taking damage in the process. Doki and Benja are still up though, and they're making their presence be felt. It's Herds to salvage the map, but G2, they want that hammer. They want the lead. They want the map. And they get it! 2-1 G2, they stun W7M. And they're gonna go to their map with the hammer on the line.
Such a clean but simple execute. The problem, the holes above. What do you got? A Cavatar with 2 smoke balls available. Smoke off both of those angles, start getting down that diffuser, and hope that it works out. And once it does, the post plan is played smart. Crossfire's established, they find the kills, they have so much more members alive. They get the round on the map.
This is where experience becomes a major factor. You just got stunned on your own map. You cannot let your mental deteriorate to a point where it affects you on the next map, because that's it. If you blow Oregon, there is no coming back. G2 win the whole thing. We want a 4th map. I want all 5 maps. But we might not get it. It really depends what happens on Oregon, which is coming up in just a couple minutes.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, to 6 Invitational 2023. The action continues, and G2 have the lead. Recovering after map 1, they tie at 1-1, and now 2-1, 1 map away from lifting the 6 Invitational hammer and trophy here in Montreal. Welcome back. I'm Nostematic, your host. On the desk, joining me are a panel of experts in Rainbow Six. Up and down, they know it all. It's Jesse, Jack, and James. Triple J's in here. All kings in their own ways. Friends, let's break things down here. G2 looked fabulous on Cafe.
Yeah, another really strong map from G2 to come through. This time their opponent's map pick of Cafe to lead the series 2-1, of course. It started really even. We were trading back and forth every single round. We saw a different strat on different sites. We saw really good adaptation coming through the second quarter. And then we got to the defensive half for W7M, and it all just came crashing down.
I think when you have maps in grand finals, sometimes you're never going to see the highest quality siege. We saw missed drones, but what we did see was a massive play out of 5 different players in that map. 5 different players had a round where they got a 3K or more. Benjamaster, Doki, Herds, KZ, and JV92. All of them in a separate round got 3Ks or more. It was a moment of big plays.
And following on from that, on Cafe, between these teams, I would expect it to be defensive favored. Both of them have attack win rates in like the 30%, 40% range, and their defenses are way up at 60. So these guys definitely favor that defensive side. And yet we saw those attacks just so strong, keeping pace in the first half. W7M went 3-3, like you said, Jesse. And in the second half, G2 only lost 1 attack round.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the numbers, right? And we really do see Doki dominating 14-4. I also want to highlight the entry kill from Herds, 1 and 2. Previous to this matchup earlier today, Herds was the #1 entry player at the 6 Invitational, 45-18 coming into this game. And for him to go negative on that opening pick, I think kind of speaks to how badly this has gone so far for W7M.
Jesse, there were pivotal rounds here where in the beginning you said W7M had control, but things slipped away. Do you want to talk about it?
I do, Milosh, and I want to highlight a specific round in particular because this was the round where we got to see the bees. The bees! And this is a strat
Not the bees!
This is a strat that they've used previously at the 6 Invitational, and I wanted to highlight it because I really think that we got to understand what its purpose is. So we're going to split between first person and top-down POV, and we're going to dive into this. So to start, let's highlight where the bees are. This right here is going to be Grim himself. This is, of course, going to be KZ playing with the bees. And what he's done is he's made the long hallway just outside of VIP a disaster zone. Anybody who's trying to come through this hallway is going to get caught by bees. He's also previously put some up here at the bottom of Brown Stairs and where you'd like to swing from the whiskey bar. So the whole point of this push is to enable the Monty to drop the hatch here, avoid the smoker in the corner, go in, get the plant down. With this flank watch, you don't have to put anybody up towards the north side of the map up here. Nobody's got to come down the window, or sorry, nobody's got to come down Brown. Nobody's got to come through the window. You can keep a ton of players up above to help deny this plant. And we're going to see exactly how this goes. Now, the question you'd want to ask here, right, is why are we not using a Capitao here? And the answer is pretty simple. This player right here, it's hard to tell, but that is a Warden. It's Benjamaster. So had they used some smokes instead of the bees, this could have gone super poorly. Instead, let's see what happens when we play the clip. Benjamaster on the Warden goes for a swing. He's caught in the bees. Whether he's caught or not, he is dead. You see it right up there in the kill feed. We just missed it. But unfortunately, he does fall. Let's skip around a little bit and head to the top-down POV. What happens here? We see the smoke now inside of VIP, and he's going to try to counter the bees. The bees have faded at this point. He throws his Toxic Babe down to the bottom right, but he swings and he loses the gunfight anyways. Then inside the site, Doki goes for a bit of a play. You just see it down there at the very bottom of your screen, and unfortunately, we missed it a little bit. But it's beautiful the way that this strat ends up working out. And again, I want to highlight how important this is because it enables the rest of the players, right? It enables everybody else to go above. There's the trade from KZ, finding his 3rd kill on this round. And it really does a great job of setting this up for the rest of his team to execute on this plant. Ends up being a round win from W7M. It's very nicely done from them. And that is the best Grim strat, in my opinion, that we've seen ever.
It takes a lot of gall to go and try and use an operator that most people regard as not very good. But that just goes to show W7M, they're always looking for new ideas. And in fact, the next time they attack that site, they go for something completely differently. They do use the Capitao and the Monty. They go for a bakery take. And there's one man that says no, and it's Doki. So we got a replay of that. He went absolutely nuts this round. And I think this is a strong reflection of how back and forth this game was. So Doki is hard-holding bakery as this Legion player, and this Monty has pushed really far and deep and starts to put some pressure on. He goes for the first one, and then as the Monty starts to come forward, he gets all 4 kills, all 4 players in that situation, and locks down the entire bakery.
It's a beautiful play.
Just a quick word on Doki as well. He got more kills in that last map than he got in the previous 2 maps combined. Doki is finally now activated, which if that's not a good sign for G2 alongside Benja, I don't know what is.
And I want to highlight quick, Doki on the Legion in particular, one of his best operators. It's a 3rd most picked op for G2, very rare for a lot of different teams. 73% win rate before this game starts off, so he's very comfortable with that.
So our map bans, what did they look like, just in case you forgot, because we're going to map 4. It could be our last map, but we could go to our decider, Villa. Oregon, picked up by G2. We'll be starting off on the attacking side with defense for W7M. Jack, what are your thoughts on that?
I think both G2 and W7M are in a rich vein of form on Oregon. They both absolutely love the map. They're both undefeated on the map at this tournament. And they're both very, very, very comfortable defending it. Now, one thing about Oregon, and it's the age-old of Oregon, it's whoever can win their attacks on the laundry supply site generally will come out on top.
I think this is a map that G2 are going to fare fairly well on. They've got a 5-game win streak on Oregon. 3 games all the way back in Stage 2, didn't play at Stage 3, and then at SI they beat M80 and the Wolves.
The thing for me is, yeah, we've got maps, we've got plays, whatever. I just care about the players. And there's one guy in particular that's on my mind right now. It is the Dane. It's Benja, the new Great Dane. We already know that he's broken 1 kill record. We know that he has the most kills at any single event of all time. But there's a chance that he could break the most kills in a single match at a 6 Invitational. If he gets 12 kills this game, which is the average that he's managed to achieve over the last 3, he will overtake Nesk and have that. If he wins this map as well, he will take the record of the player with the shortest tenure winning 6 Invitational. He's only been on this team for 31 days. And for me, that is just astonishing. Not only do you come in with so much less experience than your competition, but you can dominate and show off your skills at such a high level under so much pressure.
Between that and reminding everybody that Julio has lifted a hammer on his own on the W7M side back when he was on NIP 1.5 years ago. Fabian looking to lift his 3rd trophy. No one's ever done that. Lifting 3 hammers at the Invitational. That would be absolutely massive. Now my question is, a map 5, yes or no?
Milosh, it's SI Grand Finals. You know it's gonna go map 5.
Are we looking for a map 5?
There's a loud
That's the G2 copium right there. It's like, no, they're going to end it right here, Jack.
And that's completely what I'm agreeing with. G2 get this done here and now on Oregon.
I've got to say, it's got to be G2. It's got to be Benja. I want to see him go nuts this map. He got 14 kills on the last one. I want to see him do it again. I want to see him break 3 records at one time. I want to see Fabian outlive Pengu with the hammer, get yet another one, just so that Pengu has to stick to his word and get back in the server.
All right, that's something we would all love to see, but will we see a map 5 again? Who takes it? W7M? G2? I think the crowd is still holding on. Let's toss it back to our casters. We continue. Who takes it? Pengu and Taro, take it away.
Well, this matchup certainly hasn't disappointed, and there might still be some surprises in store for us, depending on how this 4th map plays out. I always want every single match to go the distance. This is no different. And I don't have a team that I really am cheering for. I know you're biased towards G2, so I know that you want them to win right now.
One thing I want is an infinite overtime to be activated.
That's correct.
That's what I'm missing right now on my bingo card. I want to see a crazy amount of rounds in a single map just going back and forth between these 2 teams.
Either way, we have been treated to a spectacular set of 3 maps that have lived up to the hype and not followed any script that you think we were trying to write. We go to G2's map of Oregon. They're looking for another world championship. They're looking for another hammer. They could be 7 rounds away. W7M, they've never been here before.
They haven't.
It's been a tough year for them, failing to meet the expectations that were thrust upon their shoulders by an entire region. But they're a scrappy team. They've looked so dominant, and now they face their biggest test yet on the biggest stage of them all. Operator bands are in, Nick. We are ready for these teams to go to war.
Oh boy. Yeah. Ying, Capital, the execution starters on the attacking side, of course, both impacting that baseline bomb side very heavily. Mira being removed from play after being activated on Cafe. Don't want to see that again. And Asami, that big question mark in the first 2 maps of Bank and Clubhouse, or rather Clubhouse and Bank, also taken out of action. Both teams now target banning. It's all about this particular matchup, the prep work showing, and of course, what we have learned from watching those previous maps. G2 is definitely, at this tournament at least, a momentum-based team. Once they start finding 2-3 rounds in a row, it almost always ends up with them just taking the following 5 or 6 and just ending it right then and there. Now, since the last time these 2 teams played back in group stage, a lot has happened. G2, with that lower bracket run, have played 19 maps and 8 best of 3s since then, whereas W7M, they played 15 maps, which is the same as 5 best of 3s. So both these 2 teams have learned so much since the previous time, and that was 1 round between them on Theme Park. It's an 8-7 victory in that 3rd map going to W7M, but it could have gone either way. Watching what we just saw on Bank, and then watching what we just saw on Cafe, it looks like G2 have learned a little bit more from all the games they've played so far. Ooh, Benja.
Ooh, Benja's looking for the opening pick. Monty confronting Volps will scare him down those back tower stairs as the first bit of contact between these 2 teams occurs. We'll get into map stats in just a bit. Let's spend the first minute going over this discovery phase that G2 are in the thick of.
Yeah, it's a nice and easy one so far. No roaming presence from the defending team of W7M. They're all playing downstairs in that bomb site, just poking their heads up on the staircases, killing only 2 drones so far. And with Alama on the Monty as well, you're always going to have an infinite amount of information to gather as long as that Monty stays alive. He's downstairs in Freezer, and he's gonna say, there's no one really here. They're all playing in the hallway on bottom laundry. That's where that warden behind the plug shield is going to be playing at. And there are some pain points for G2 to have to push past. They have grenades, 2 left in pocket. This deployable shield inside of laundry has to be eliminated. It's going to stop them from pushing Freezer unless they use their smoke grenades.
There's that first smoke to go in over towards that fateful bend in Freezer. Give pause to G2's advance. JV inside of that small closet, waiting ever so patiently. Execute gonna happen any moment now. W7M, are they prepared for it? Benja wanted some skin. Over towards Blue, he gets it. Tears strips out of Herds. Now it's Blur's turn to lose some HP. The smoke of KZ. Well, it's pushing this Monty into a bad spot. They try to get him into the corner. Doki's down. Look at KZ. Great patience. W7M formidable on this very first round. They've shut G2 out of the bomb site. That's the strong start they need.
I love that. 0 hesitation. Toss out the Toxic Babe to deny G2 to trade and say, you know what? There's a Monty in this corner. Somebody knife his shield. I got the Pumby ready. Just tears off his leg and takes down the Monty. That's Alama off the board. That's the entire push from G2 and denied on that Freezer push. It looks easy, but that's Oregon basement defense. It is the easiest bomb site to defend. It only really gets more difficult from there on out. Upstairs, second priority for most teams, and then if you win that, you're talking tertiary bomb site. That meeting kitchen or kitchen dining, very low win rate for most teams at the event because, you know, tertiary, it's the last place you want to be because it's the least defendable. Beautiful trade there from Volps as well, just immediately reading that position. And Benja not allowed any entry to the bomb site whatsoever.
Let's go through the stats, shall we?
Statistics, the numbers.
Oregon is one of the most defender-sided maps in the entire map pool, despite being the third least played map in the entire map pool. It is a distinction of two of the most defender-sided bomb sites. Laundry Supply down below, the most played site on Oregon. Every 10 plays, 7 rounds for the defenders. That's crazy. 70% of rounds won by the defense. Kitchen Dining, smaller sample size, only played 14 times, so not a ton. But it also breaks for the defense by about the same. 71% of those rounds won by the defenders. So if you're on defense, if you're W7M and you are not walking away with this first half 4-2, you are in serious trouble based on the way that this map is played. Obviously, operator bans change that, teams change that. But that's just two generic teams going head-to-head on Oregon. Yeah. You expect a 4-2 side for the defenders.
Opening kill is very important on Oregon because of that how linear the map is. Having the man advantage really is important.
Oh, that's not the start G2 needs. Benja's been so hot. Not only is he the all-time kill record for the 6 Invitational, but he's closing in on Nesk's record for the most kills in a single match, or the most kills at SI in a series, and in the overall LAN record as well that's held by Cyber. He could do both of those things and deny W7M a world championship.
That's a lot.
Be the enemy of Brazil were that to happen.
Absolutely. In multiple ways, and G2 still looking for an opening.
Oh. Blur will creep up.
I don't think he knows.
He doesn't. Oh, down the corner, they get 2. G2 have reduced it just to JV92. Ali Mao is bleeding out though. Blur with diffuser going down. JV rushing in to see if he can collect a kill. Won't be able to do it. Can't stop Blur either, but he can dash across the map as much as he wants. He's not getting into the bomb site. G2 with full control. They tie it up.
We spoke early on about what's important in this matchup. Well, it's adaptation. Let's go back to the first 2 matches of Clubhouse and Bank. G2 struggling in the mid-round when things weren't going their way. Now, map number 4 of Oregon, they lose the opening kill. They gain no map control. Things are looking kind of grim, but they are very effective in the mid-round, getting back into it, finding these kills, and individual members of Blur, for example, just walking in, taking that 50-50 gunfight and winning it on all fronts for G2. That's Oregon for you. If you lose a few gunfights, you lose the bomb site.
Especially that top floor bomb site, Nick. How many times do we need to see teams at a disadvantage still hold true if a hard breacher is dead? Because most of those walls are impregnable. You can't shoot through them, you can't get through them, can't dash through them, can't blow through them, nothing. You just have to take straight gunfights through doors and whatever openings have been created by you or your opponents. And that's about it. We're gonna see how W7M hold that same part of the map, but for a different bomb site now. They don't want to go back up to dorms. It remains locked. Instead, they go downstairs.
Yeah, that tertiary bomb site. This is where the defenders, they gotta get on the offensive, and they try it, but Elma reads it, Benja as well.
W7M not in the shape that they want to be here. That is a terrible start, and that's your 2 best players on W7M.
We said it, once the front line dies with W7M, things kind of fall apart. The back line not really hitting their shots and winning their gunfights. They have to this round in 3 versus 5. You cannot play this out normally. You have to just try and fight back and get these kills. 5v3 should not be winnable.
Oh, finally W7M showing that they have a pulse in this round. Not the operator, but instead, we're talking about simply being alive. Doki gone. We still got that 1-2 punch of Benja as the second punch if need be. It's more dire for W7M losing those 2 players, but both of these teams should have enough depth just puts W7M in a really tricky spot. All of this happened so early because they were spawn peaks that G2 have 2 minutes to assess where do we go? Where do we want to engage from? A lot of damage done to JV92. There's explosions. Virtue bursts in. Now it's Julio taking his lumps. W7M have next to no HP combined. Diffuser goes down, and now it's a post plant, but it's a very different scene. W7M are all a single bullet away from death. G2 surely must know this.
Oh my god.
Nade goes up, but Volps is a little bit too slow for G2. There goes JV. Volp shooting away. G2's just making this lockout look easy. Benja in particular, he's coming for that record. They're coming for the hammer.
Momentum. G2 has found 2 in a row, 2 plants. Got one of the 2 opening kills. And once they get that advantage, they are not letting go. And risk assessment, right? We always talk about how important it is at the biggest event, at the biggest stage, the most to win and lose. You still have to go for crazy plays. W7M trying to set the pace themselves by going for spawn peaks, but immediately punished by G2. Adaptation, adaptation, adaptation. You can't do that again. It's red, it's looked into by G2, they expect it, but you also can't play passive. You need to render too much up for free. It's once again G2 playing in that gray zone. It's very awkward to fight against as any team, and it's why G2 are finding so much success as this event. You start them, you go, we can try and punish them here. Doesn't work. You try something else. Doesn't work either. You're left up with just going, I guess we'll just have to win gunfights every single round without any real plan in motion. You can't do that either. So W7M, the only real thing they can do now is wake up. Find these kills, play together, get those 2 versus 1s, punish G2's aggression, otherwise they will run over them.
What do we expect from G2 on this map? Well, let's look at some of the numbers, shall we? G2 enters on a 5-game win streak. 3 of the times they played were in stage 2, 2 of them matches at SI, right here, right now. But W7M, this is their most played map in stage 3. They're undefeated on Oregon as well, so far at SI. So that's good for both these teams. Whose streak ends? First pick of this round goes to W7M. After they set off some fire, it's forced Ali Mao to give up his hold in blue.
It's a nice shot from JV, finds the head. Stokey on the Nomad off the board. Bench still alive though behind Alamau as well.
There's a down. Ali Mao will creep up. Can they secure Volps? Shot through the wall, but they weren't expecting the follow-up from W7M. They jump on it. It's a 3v2. Julio almost losing his HP and all of it to Benja. Now it's none other than Blur to sprint on in. Get them both, leaving Herds and JV. There's one from JV. Suddenly Benja will need to clutch. New player, but he can't get it done. W7M keeping this close.
Greed from Alamau, going for the ADS for the finish. Instead of just letting him bleed out or go for the hip fire, it gets punished, and that's what I'm talking about. W7M, when they get the 1 versus 2s and have some sort of way in the gunfights that favors them, they can start picking up kills. It's a good situation for them to be in, but that was created by a mistake from Alamau more than a great play from them. They have to engage and find those openings for them. They cannot be expecting G2 to make mistake after mistake. Benji 1v2 couldn't close it out. It's tied up once again, 2 for 2. So that bomb site basement is too hard to break for the attack inside.
It's relatively easy for both these teams when they have control of the bomb site. W7M need to stick as close to G2 for this first half as possible. Again, the win condition for W7M is win 4 rounds. G2 already taking 2, means there's no room for error whatsoever. They must be perfect for the remainder of this half. They've won Laundry Supply. That's exactly what you need to do. They lost it the first time. Bomb site won't be played again for this first half. Now they go back to dorms. This is 56% of all rounds won by the defense. That's okay. I mean, You've already lost it once. Try again. W7M, fix those mistakes.
They got the Valkyrie this time. We haven't really seen what W7M can do with information on the board because Valkyries are banned or not played. It's Julio, of course, no surprises there. Has the impact grenades as well to deny any breach on that generator wall by hitting the fan below it. G2 with a pretty set structure so far. Same players and similar operators going into the same position. Step one is the same, but then the micro, the small details on how they execute, it varies a little bit. And that's what's gonna keep W7M unknown to the attack. Really early start, a very slow, Eartha start. Nobody wanting to fight it out as of yet. Attic wall getting opened up by Alamau. He's all alone that side, but he has cameras downstairs and an attic to cover the front and the back. While the rest of G2, they hit up that master bedroom balcony.
Ooh, Benja looking for an opening. He sees one. Nade out to possibly take the barbed wire, but instead it'll go in, eaten by an ADS. Herds a responsive nitro cell. Pulled too early, doesn't connect. Impact hitting the light fixture down below will stop the X-Kairos from going off onto the master bedroom closet wall.
And now the mid round for G2, they could problem solve. Oh my god, the wall bang.
How does JV92 die? No. Now it's the flank from Volps back up. Down goes Doki. Alimau follows. W7M doing quite well, but Virtue, he's trying to keep his team in this round.
Yeah. Benja on the wide stairs. He has to be the hero maker for his team.
And there it is. Catches KZ. A hop in from Benja up towards the top. Volps overpowered. Julio can't do anything. A 4K from Virtue. The Thunder down under gives G2 the round.
To think that that all started with a random one-tap through the wall to Kid's bunks, getting that kill, opening things up for the team, jumps in attic window, finds another. James on the desk, he listed why he wants G2 to win. He mentioned Benja, he mentioned Fabian. I don't remember him mentioning the first Australian in the grand finals, let alone to win a major, the 6 Invitationals trophy, the biggest of them all. Virtue's form this event, arguably in peak form ever since joining G2. Picked up from Fnatic, on the Ash, lethal as ever. Had a very slow start in Europe, not finding success with any of the various rosters G2 has had in the last 2 years. But at the 6 Invitationals 2023, right off the gates. During groups, during playoffs, Virtue finding himself 8-3, time and time again. Playing flexible operators, playing entry, clutching rounds. It is the right time to show up. The final round for the first half. Another tertiary bomb site for W7 because upstairs just does not work for them.
This first half for G2 could be 4-2. That's the opposite of what you want for W7M. That's the opposite of what you want for a defender. And G2 is going to bring out the Osa, and they're going to bring out the Glass. This can be fantastically entertaining Siege.
Yeah, I love operator lineups like these, the Glass, the Osa. Alamount Dokkaebi doesn't have smokes, has brought out those flashbangs instead for ADS cleared because Virtue and the Thermite brought them instead.
Is the first logic bomb as well. JV very close to the fight by the main door.
Benja on the Glass, by the way, not Alamau this time. So Benja can't do the entry duties. Blurs the Austin players, so Virtue goes on that flex run to the Thermite instead. G2 changing things up, showing how versatile they can be as a team.
There's another logic bomb to go off as well. G2 using both of those annoying gadgets. Only Blur's the one that's taken some damage so far on his squad. W7M waiting, going to another bomb site, of course. Haven't seen this one in play before. That's an exothermic charge from above that opens up a small portion of the wall. KZ will see the Osa. Oh. How on earth? Excuse me?
Nah.
That's not normal.
You can't fight back on that one. That's a smoke bang and a half.
Oh my goodness, KZ. Trying to keep his team in it, trying to will them back into this fight. There's another exothermic charge from Virtue. Doing more than just utility work. At the current moment, leading the team with 8 kills, and most of them have been high impact.
Talon shield is up.
Double Talon shield to get the diffuser down, but Blur is so low on HP. The impact from KZ works out just fine. G2's first kill on the board as Ali now creeps up. He gives his position away. Continuing down towards security. That DMR hits like a truck. Looking for more, and he gets it. G2 is wiping the floor with them. Julio in a 1v3, diffuser in the hands of Doki, but they bail out of this place. Julio scared off from Kitchen. There goes the Nitro Cell. It connects, but Doki gets it down, and now G2's in a post plant. Chipping away at Julio's HP. He's got some marks. He's under the skin of G2. They want to get him out of there. Playing around the bomb chassis. Target acquired. Kill secured. First half for G2, 4-2.
Someone needs to help Casey. He can't do it all. The nasty shot through the smoke, the impact when it kills a Blur, taking down the Osa. He kills the Glass and the Osa, two most important operators in the entire round for G2. And then Anima just walks in the back, finds 3 kills. Someone help this man.
Timeout taken from W7M, and they do it before this second half. Why? Because I suspect they know how dire it is to be on the wrong side of this map. And now it starts to set in as you see those long looks on the faces of the players of W7M.
Yeah. When you're in this position, I've been here. 2018, you're down bad, we're down 0-2 against EG. Motivation, sometimes it slips away from you, and it has to come from someone else. When I was in that position, it was Fabian as my in-game leader, as my captain, bringing me that motivation. The number one thing the coach of W7M can do, and Julio, the rest of the members, is to motivate each other that they can still win, that they are still in this match. Being down 2-4 in series point is not a great place to be, but it is now where you have to show up and fight it back. It is not over yet. They go on the attack. They now have control, W7M. If they execute correctly like they did on Clubhouse, they can easily find rounds, tie things back up. But if they lose this first round, that lead builds for G2, those long faces will get even longer, and that's when I start fearing for the Brazilian team.
You're taking your time out. Again, the conversion for this squad. It did not work in the last 2 maps, but they took it when they didn't have any wiggle room whatsoever.
Yeah, very late.
This time, at least they've got breathing room. G2 want to knock the air out of their lungs. Spawn peaks set up from multiple members, but W7M are quick to get into the building. And hey, it works on the Benjamaster, and it works on Doki as well. This is the confidence that they need. They need to find their footing. Bring that same level of aggression that G2 has been bringing. You bring it right to their doorstep.
He drops.
Herds is just... What is going on right now from Herds? Unheard of. 4 kills, 3 kills, all 5 kills. It doesn't matter. Good Lord.
I asked somebody to help out Casey. Well, Hertz, he must have heard that call because he was right there on the opening round, really swinging things back. That is exactly the W7M that we have known in the majority of this tournament. They have not looked like that in many of the maps so far in the grand finals, but this is the exact kind of dominance we saw time and time again earlier on.
Wow, wow, wow. If it wasn't for that first pick from KZ, Herd's could have very easily aced, but instead he'll have to settle for 4. I don't really think that's too terrible of a consolation prize, especially since it gets you 1 round closer to a tie. Both of these teams quite good on Oregon. G2 obviously thinking that they have the edge by picking the map.
Yeah, and same with the bomb side. I mean, we often speak about this, Parker, where if you go somewhere on the bomb side and you lose and you go back, it's because something didn't go your way. A small thing that can be fixed. if you have Hertz walking, just storming through the building, getting 4 kills, I think it's safe to say you'll go back to the same bomb site, because that's not supposed to happen, and surely it won't happen again. But anything is possible. First Landscan comes out, expecting G2 to play aggressive and peek off those windows and doorways. They are aggressive at the roam. The bomb site relatively weak, just Alamut down there, but G2, they have this versatile setup. Meeting hatch is open, Doki inside a meeting can hold that blue position. W7M, they're gonna contest the roam from the west side of Small Tower, where they'll find Benji and those Capcan traps.
Allow Herds to rush in yet again. So close to this bomb site. Does he know something this time? He might have just been... How?
No.
Herds is in again! Another round in a row, but it's read by G2. A good gambit. It does not pay off, but you might as well take the opportunity if it's presented to you. Doki gets a little bit too brazen upstairs. Punished by JV, and now that advantage that came from Herds' death is gone for G2.
You know what that looks like? That looks like Clubhouse basement where G2 gets rushed the first time. They don't adapt, they get rushed the second. This time they bait that same roam, but immediately when it's too quiet, they all fall back to the bomb site and they punish W7M. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. Attackers now have the map in their control, and they find another to Benja.
Oh, it's a Capcan trap to get it done. Benja's been dropped, but he's recovered. Picked right back up. JV now on the assault. That's as nice of a flick as you're gonna find running out of munitions. Virtue to clutch. Again, impactful kills. There goes the Nitro cell, but they bail off the diffuser. Marks inside a freezer, Marks inside of the laundry room. Virtue has Marks on that diffuser being planted. He sees the bullets go through. Can't get it done against KZ. W7M still very much in this. They tied the game.
They're not just in this. They're looking so dominant in these 2 rounds on their attack, and that's the thing. When you are on the attacking side, it is up to you to win these rounds, because you can problem solve any scenario. You can prep for most of them as well ahead of time, and if you execute correctly together as a team, you will find victory. G2 in the top spot, they gotta choose the bomb side, and it is crazy to think that the base and bomb side might be the worst one. Losing it 2 times out of 2, very, very rare. Secondary bomb site perhaps, that kid's bunk upstairs could be the next place to go. Something has to change, that's for sure. Disgusting shots from JV92. Everyone is just alive in the server now.
This is exactly what we wanted to see on this map. This is what we thought we were going to see on Cafe, as it went back and forth, and that yo-yo just went on and on and on, up, down, up, down. Oregon is showing us exactly why these 2 teams make it to the grand finals. You were correct. I mean, you said it yourself. I didn't think it was going to be a blowout, and it hasn't been, with the exception of maybe Bank. I think the 7-4 on Cafe is quite close. The fact that it was G2 doing it to W7M, though, that's a bit of a shocker.
Yeah, I'd agree with that statement. The Thatcher not being banned this time by G2 allows W7 to use it for their more structured lineups. They're still staying aggressive with the Doki, of course, take these confrontations, and Doki looking for one.
Doki keeps putting himself in these positions. He baits out a team kill instead of getting it himself. And now Herds runs into a Capcan trap in Classroom. You can't teach that. Can they secure? Look at Blur.
Look at Virtue.
Oh, Benja spotted. Virtue wants this pick. He's gonna have to hurry. Wait for the sound, wait for the sound. There you go. He secures, can't get more than that. You know what? Take the 1 kill and get out of there. That's exactly what he does. Back to a 3v3. Doki got away. Not scot-free. Low on HP. Wounded for the remainder of the round. No way to get himself back up past where he's at.
What a first half of the round, and there's still 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Attackers are gonna rotate to that big window. Not sure how many members are roaming downstairs, but the thing is, G2 got it locked and ready. Virtue downstairs with the Valkyrie, has the C4 in pocket, can eye any plant position on the bomb site itself. Doki on just 1 HP, not looking too good. Look at this, the fear of some, aggressive run out from W7M, respecting G2 right now.
I like this.
I like this a lot.
They're paying respect to the team.
Gonna flashbang and jump on this big window. That's gotta be the plan.
I think you're correct, though. I think this W7M team that hasn't looked that scared, they kind of look a little scared. They jump in, but they haven't done their homework. They don't know that Virtue's down below with that nice long line of sight. He's still there, but there's a jump in. He misses it. The rappel actually works. Ali now down. They trade out. It's all up to Julio to clutch again. He hasn't been able to do it this time. Can he accomplish it? No, he can't. No, he can't. They brought him in for his experience, and Julio keeps getting put in unwinnable situations.
Yeah. One thing with Julio, though, is he's a smart player, rappelling in the big window to get past that verticality from Virtue. Jukes the C4 as well. Tries to go for the plan for a brief moment when kills might have been the better option. Doki getting that, well, quote-unquote, getting that team kill. Oh, you hate to see it. And he gets out alive as well. The Captain of course, doing so much damage. That's the thing, when you go too fast on attack, the Captain's value goes up because you're not going to check every single doorway. Scrappy fight. G2 are closing in. 5-4. Going downstairs to that basement bomb site once again. Third time's the charm, something like that. Adaptation from W7M so far in attacker repick, changing 3 operators. The Monty, of course, being the star of the show. We saw Alamau himself take blue control with that operator just walking on in. Twitch to stab out ADSs and utility. Mirror being banned, so that's not going to be brought to the table by either team, of course, in this match.
How on earth?
No.
W7M didn't expect somebody to be peeking, and Alimau hits him with the question mark.
He didn't just peek, he ran out.
We love a little bit of BM, don't we, Nick?
We do. Oh boy.
That's how you get under their skin. And reminder, there's no timeout for W7M. It's not just about strategy. A lot of this game is played in your mind. Alimau loves to agitate. He loves to get under the skin of his opponents. He might have just done that.
Yeah, that's mental warfare at its finest. There is no reason to put a question mark in chat other than I am so much better than you, or what are you doing? Both of which, of course, affects your opponent's mental. It's floors as well. It's...
Oh.
Wait. Oh, okay.
That was the Monty. You thought that was outside, didn't you? No, no,
Yeah.
no. That's bottom of Laundry stairs. But Volps will wander in. Third time in a row, by the way, that we have seen somebody from W7M just casually stroll into Laundry like they own the place. Look at Alimau. Look at his glasses. Look at that goofiness.
Oh.
Not tilted one bit.
They missed the EMP. Second time's the charm. Yep. No, actually, they missed it. They can't get the meeting hatch opened up. They got no more EMPs.
That's devastating for W7M, and yet again, it could be something as simple as that.
Yeah.
That loses you the round. A misplay of utility when you have so little of it left.
Yeah, there's no backside pressure. It's all front side, so G2 can put majority of their weapons in the same direction.
Over towards Laundry and over towards Freezer for W7M. This is where the rubber has to meet the road on this execute. Nades going out, toxic canisters from Alimau, playing on that very comfortable smoke roll. But you have to ensure that the supporting cast around the Monty are reduced to nothing. That's 2 players over towards Freezer, a third above the hatch, and Julio all by his lonesome. ADS does its job. There he goes, Alimau taking the engagement. The Monty wins the fight. W7M have equalized. Julio to charge in. He can't win a duel at all. Now JV will wait for the smoke to clear. It's him and Volps. Down goes Volps. G2 can taste the championship. They just need a single kill to go to championship point. JV will taunt them out. But G2's not giving them an inch. Almost a job for him, but no. The solution gives G2 one more round, and that could be it.
The first time these 2 teams had squared off, there was 1 round between who were to win. Right now, there is just 1 round for G2 to take the hammer. is not about to take the map. It's not overtime final round. It is a 6-4 scoreline. Now, given that it's 6-4, these rounds have been incredibly close for the majority of them. The teamwork of D2, the early aggressions, getting the opening kill, really have been defining these last couple of rounds. The captain, not again, the Thorn, these operators that can get kills in the weirdest of ways being brought out.
I like it though. I like these changes. You said G2 would need to adapt or die. And they have indeed adapted. And you know what? If W7M are going to rush into the building every single round, you bring those castle barricades, you bring those razor blooms, you bring those EDDs, and you slow them down every single step of the way. You still need the rest of the utility, which is why you see the Jaeger, why you see the Kaid.
Yeah.
Like, you've got that wiggle room. Bring operators, those trap operators that were quite literally designed to slow down the attackers.
Risk assessment when everything's on the line. Those decisions that are normally rather easy to make can be very hard in these moments, and both teams, of course, have to make the right decision every step of the way.
There goes that first logic bomb. The weight that must be on the shoulders of these players. Look who's found his way upstairs yet again. A blind spot.
He's gonna wait for G2 to make the first move, but they know as well that they can just sit tight.
There's another logic bomb as well. So they can wait for that intel, and there it goes. They'll double up on them. They've got some marks, expecting somebody over towards Addict. Doki rips the Nitro Cell. There's the aggression from W7M we need. It doesn't come without a cost, though. Benja doing his best, drops Volps. It's confirmed by Doki. JV still above. Doki fighting back. This is perfect from W7M, but hold on a second. Virtue to clutch out in a 3v1. W7M, their whole season, their whole year on the line. Virtue trying his damnedest, but KZ's better in that duel. W7M will not go quietly into that good night.
It looks so winnable. And I saw this on Reddit. A lot of pro players talk about it. Virtue's reaction time, probably the fastest player in all of Rainbow Six Siege that I have witnessed myself. When I was on that G2 roster, we would sometimes have fun, do some tests, you know, see who's the better player. Virtue, despite being 21 years old, has not slowed down one bit. W7M, they took a breather. They established that, okay, we need more than just Hertz to make this play happen. Rotate two more members, toss out that flashbang, push on in, get that opening kill, avoid the Razor Bloom from the Thorn. The answers were there from G2, they trade back, but still, W7M, they kept the numbers advantage. And that got them the round.
In the biggest game that he's ever been in, Virtue is shutting everybody up that question that pickup from G2. He has survived multiple iterations on this roster as players have been moved in and out, coaches have been moved in and out, but the one consistency has been Virtue, and if he could ever have a career game, it's right now, leading the team.
14 kills. Playing to that big tower. W7M very vocal right now, both during the prep phase and the active phase as well. They have something in their minds, very specifically on these attacks. They seem to have a very direct approach so far in these rounds, and G2 starting to play more around utility, deployable shields, the Wamai discs, a Rooney to keep people safe, playing around verticality, the soft floor to the bomb site, of course C-Force below. Discovery phase in action. W7M trying to get an idea of what does the map actually look like? Where are these defenders playing at? But the jammers, they're gonna stop two drones on the Armory stairs. They're not gonna get that information.
I predict a really slow round here, Nick. Yeah. Both of these teams are not gonna want to give an inch. They don't want to make the smallest mistake that becomes an even bigger problem.
But that's the thing, right? You have to take risks. You have to be the one to act. Inaction from the attacking team means loss by default. You have to do something. G2 as the defenders, they can kind of sit back and let them make all the first moves.
On rappel, waiting for the next step. So speculation from W7M that G2 might be holding that back tower. It was correct with Virtue at the beginning. There's a nade from Herds. It goes on to White Stairs. G2 still have 2 bodies on that first floor. Might not be information that W7 has.
But they're acting downstairs. Herds and Casey might look for something that Julia distracts above. Volps with this Amaru could just fly on in. They're gonna try and take downstairs as step number 1. Or perhaps
Herds could just rush into the bomb site. It would compel G2, who have a player downstairs in security, to get back to that bomb site. And look at the patience from Blur. Buy as much time as possible.
Volps just gonna fly in that Kid Storm's window when the time is right.
Benja will be in trouble. This is a big gamble. A big, big gamble from W7M.
Risk it all.
Why not? For G2, you have to be prepared for this. Blur still down below. W7M have not moved one bit. JV will join Volps. There's the Capkin trap. Herds, how did you not see that? Volps is in. G2 winning these engagements. They're just a couple kills away. JV creeping up. Duels Virtue. They've put it back to a 3v3. Julio with diffuser in hand. He knows that door frame is clear. That's where Herds died from, but he doesn't expect the cross, and now that's diffuser surrendered. It's KZ's turn to walk in. Down goes Doki. What a mess inside of the bomb site. He's got 10 seconds left. KZ will need to go for the defuse. Air jab goes from Benja down below. Blur retaking from above, sees the Lion, a lot of damage, but this is an easy lockout for W7M. Nitro Cell does not connect. Diffuser goes down. It's KZ and Benja in a 1v1. The 2 best players for these 2 teams. For the hammer. Benja can't get it done. Overtime.
That's what I want to see. Overtime on the 4th map. Benja KC 1v1 standoff. Both trying to figure out where exactly the opponent is going to be playing at. But it's KC playing the sacrifice game, allowing Benja that kill confirm on the down to then swing wide and confirm his own kill to take the round for his team. The Capcan traps almost sealed the deal. It almost brought you to the hammer. Volp's shotgun injury is disgusting. Now this is infinite overtime. So essentially you gotta win 2 rounds.
Win by 2, that is your win condition.
We'll keep going till someone does it. This could take a while, it could take 2 rounds, but what I do know, it's gonna get messy in the best of ways.
Oh, it's gonna get real messy. G2 will start on defense of the beginning of Unlimited Overtime. How unlimited? We'll find out.
5 seconds remaining.
Now,
oh, if only Coastline was still in the...
No.
Oh, if it was.
No. I would say some of the most historical maps, in my opinion, maps like Coastline, Bank, Oregon. We've seen a lot of incredible finals, big moments between teams and regions fighting it out on these maps. Oregon going to this, oh, the C4 below.
And it works! JV is down for the count, will need to be retrieved as he bleeds out upstairs. Volps to the rescue. But still a body that's up, you still have the EMPs. Saw how much difficulty this W7M team had on those pocket EMPs, getting open the hatch inside a meeting.
Yeah.
Now you've got Big Daddy EMP on the board. Should be a lot easier.
Well, it certainly should, but I mean, he almost got taken down earlier in the round, and you still got Goyo Fire, Toxic Babes, another C4 and Pocket of Virtue. I mean, if you're low on health, it's so easy to die in this round for JV. He's got to take a backseat. The issue is for W7M, he's their top fragger with 13 kills. You want JV in the front lines, not the back.
We talked about Virtue. This is also a historic game from JV. We've spent so much of this matchup focusing on KZ and talking about Herds. And KZ's shown up, but Herds has had some serious struggles as JV is warmed up in this matchup. That gap has continued to close, playing on not necessarily your main fragger, but instead on that same support role that we can see players pop off with. It's the same role that Virtue's largely been playing as well. There's the EMP onto the claw. This one is successful. Another EMP goes out. Herds taken down by Doki, littering the way down. How does Doki accomplish that?
Team kill.
A team kill. Oh no! W7M falling apart in a crucial round. G2 just need to stop KZ and they move back to championship point. Inside of Freezer, looking to give W7M that cold shoulder. Fire burning in front of him. He's got 45 seconds to go. Now, I'm not saying you do this in a championship game, but you could easily let your team talk through this. Nice shot by KZ onto Virtue. Smoke swings on him in the corner. There's a crossfire. KZ reduced and gone. G2 back on championship point.
These rounds, JV solo on health, the hot drop on the X-Kairos, well, it finished him. Because he was already injured earlier in the round, you die. There's no second injuries unless you get into a frost mat. No Fink on the board either, so no boost can be had for that health bar. Doki, nice double kill on the backside.
It was all a single take. That linear push through blue.
Yeah.
And you met an immovable object. G2 back in a familiar spot. They were not able to capitalize on rounds 11 and 12 when they sat on championship point. They have to win by 2.
Attacker repick. Decision-making time. We've seen Monty. This will be the 4th Monty round. 1 from W7M and 3 for G2. It's of course Alamo on that operator. Benjamaster recognized in the basement is more utility-oriented. Gonna go off the nuke onto the floors instead. Of course, Virtue bring that Maverick as a contingency plan in case that kite is being brought out, which is not the case for W7M. The hatches will be easy to open up for Blur and the Hibana. No Maverick needed.
G2 favoring attack so much, as did W7M. Both teams winning 4 of their attacking rounds. G2 winning their very first defense on overtime is huge for them.
Yeah.
But OT is not always standard fare. Monty right next to Julio. He'll hear the shield, an operator that he's very familiar with. Julio playing a lot of Monty in his life. It's a downstairs hold. One nade goes in. The attempt to dislodge somebody from W7M, but there's nobody to accept it. W7M now vacating Attic.
Yeah.
2 separate players dropping into meeting.
It's just Anima on Big Tower, but they don't know this. When you see a Monty, you always think there's somebody behind him. So the coast is clear of Big Tower, could fall back.
Ooh,
meanwhile, D2,
they're
down Freezer.
They're creeping down Freezer. Might they do exactly what happened to Herds? There's a cross that's there.
Oh.
Ali Mao is waiting. He wants to distract, and there's Virtue to come to the rescue. 2 separate players from G2 and Freezer, 2 over by Tower. They spot 1 towards Pillar. JV in trouble. Benja, the very first pick. 2 follow very quickly. Nitro Cell goes out. KZ rushing in. G2 looking to accomplish this. 1 kill away, and it's Volps to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off. G2 again. World champions!
Look at Doki's face. That's a face that says, I cannot believe it. Not only are we in the grand finals, we win the entire damn thing.
This might be the first time that Place Bell has cheered for this squad, notorious for being the villains. But there's one man in particular. He's broken the hearts of many regions. He'll lift the hammer again. Fabian plus G2. They're fucking inevitable, aren't they?
They are. As a player, twice. As a coach, once. Setting records, breaking the meta game, and always setting the standard at the highest level of Rainbow Six Siege. That is how you describe Fabian.
Yet another hammer for the trophy collection that G2 has amassed over the years. What events have they lost? That's the question. Days on this roster for Benja. That's it, 31 days. 31 days and he's broken the record here at SI. 31 days and he's a world champion. He called himself the solution. Solution to what problem? The problem was let's win a hammer, and I guess the solution is correct. Wow.
Unbelievable, to be honest. Everyone showed up. Virtue, peak performance at the biggest event of the year, showing up. Every member, Doki, going from team killing with grenades to being the injured beast for the team. Fabian, one thing I spoke to him about, he said, I wanted to tell these players about how it was back in my day, implement those same ways to perceive the game in and out of the server, because that's how you find success as a roster. And it showed very clearly that it's true.
First, it was the streak against North America. Fans of Astralis thought we could do it, you couldn't. Fans of OXG thought you could do it, you couldn't. So his NA streak is still intact, so what does he do? He puts his SI Grand Final streak on the line against the most dominant team this year in Rainbow Six. And they couldn't do it either. It's really hard to put into words for somebody who talks for a living how incredible this run has been for the most storied team in this game's history. We don't have Rainbow Six Esports without G2. They've done it again.
To speak to the other side of W7M, they can be proud of how far they have come in this last calendar year.
Yeah, let's give W7M a round of applause, eh? That's it for us. You want to hear from the winners? You want to hear from your world champions, so we'll toss down to the stage to hear their very words.
Parker, Pengu, thank you very much. Before I ask any of these amazing men a question, let them know how you feel, Montreal. Doki, I'm going to start with you. We chatted yesterday. You almost couldn't believe the run that you and your team had been on. You made it to the grand final. I saw the way that you reacted when it was all said and done, the moment that you realized you just became world champions. Just talk us through every ounce of emotion that you're feeling right now. Take it.
Holy shit. We won SI, boys. We won SI. What? I don't know what to say. I actually have no idea what to say. I've dreamed of this moment for so long. Everyone here has played this game for 7 years, dedicated their full lives to this, just for the chance to be on the stage and compete against the best teams in the world. And today, I guess, we are the best team in the world. So let's go, man.
Fetcher, you've been part of this roster for time. You've seen them come, you've seen them go. You've finally done it.
It's been a long time, and a hard time as that. But everyone on this team, I'm so proud of them. Carl, honestly, one of the best IGLs in the world right now. And Benja's 19, and look at him. It's crazy. Byron, support, amazing. I can trust this guy with everything. And Doki, of course, he's like a little pitbull entry in, no matter what. I'm just so proud of everyone. And Fabian and Titan, it's not much to say. They do their job. And I'm so happy with the full team.
Kyle, you actually said yesterday, we were standing in front of this very crowd, and you said, the job's not done. Well, now it is.
Now it is. Job's done.
I want you to say it. Say job's done.
Job's done.
Fabian, can you just come here for a second? I've been really looking forward to talking to you because I know you've been very clear that you wanted to be behind the scenes. You didn't want to be in the spotlight. You know, you've had your moment as a player. 2 invitationals that way. Now you've done what no one else in Siege has ever managed to do, and that is win your 3rd. This time as a coach, you've just made history.
I think the boys is all to praise. They have been grinding their asses off, and honestly, just being able to promote the team culture that I know from my past, coming back and saving basically my legacy, because this team, they were really bad just 6 months ago. I don't think I've seen them ever play worse. Here we are, hard work pays off, and they have really done all that I can ask of them.
It begs the question, what did you do?
I just structured them to do the job, honestly. They've been doing it all themselves. They had it in them, but they just needed some guidance along the way.
He's very modest, very humble, but please give it up for this history maker right here. Blair, I don't know if you remember, but we've worked together in the past in Yukin. From Yukin to Montreal, to the home of Siege, to a world championship. This must have felt like a roller coaster ride for you.
100%. I've always dreamed of this moment. I've been playing the game for 7 years, back on Xbox, made the switch over to PC. So, I don't know, this is just a crazy moment for me. I just want to lift it.
We're nearly there. I'll stop stalling you guys in just a moment. Shall I talk to Benja? We found out just a couple of days ago that this is a man of very few words. What would you like to say, Benja?
People said I was the best downgrade for G2, but I'm pretty sure I was the best upgrade they could get.
That is a fact. That is an absolute fact. Are you ready? I'm going to step out of the way. G2? Ladies and gentlemen, your Rainbow Six 2023 World Champions is G2!
G2! They've done it again! And I can't believe it, but they've gotten away with it. Running away with our trophy at the Invitational. Here we are to close out our day. Alemão, all the way from Brazil. But we have a prodigy from Oceania, from Australia, that wins it for the first time ever for the region for APAC.
Virtue, in a career that began 1,782 days ago in some little old pro league within ANZ. At the age of 28, he's the oldest player to raise a Six Invitational hammer, stealing Julia's record from him, and the first Australian to win an international championship in R6. I know we have a flag in the crowd, but I want everyone to help me out with something for a second. You guys listening? I think you know what to do. Ready? Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! 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 Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. Virtue victorious, but Fresh, you were part of the squad a few years ago. You're good friends with Titan, with Fabian leading the squad. What do you think they feel now?
I've watched my friends win a major, and now I've just watched my friends win a world championship. And like Fabian said, they were lost as a team 6 months ago. They could not put a coherent round together if they tried. This improvement from them has been absolutely magical. They added Fabian, they added Titan, they added Benja, and they have just got the complete team.
Jesse?
Everybody in this squad deserves so much respect. He's on your screen now. You talk about Alamau. I remember when he won the Mexico Major a few months ago, a few years back. He really has come a long way to be able to win 2 major events. And of course, this one so much larger, the 6th Invitational. A multi-regional squad with the best players from around the world. They have absolutely earned this. They worked so hard. What an incredible run.
What a tournament we've had, a long one here at the Invitational, almost 2 weeks of competition. It all came down to a victorious G2. And like Ix would say, history is very cyclical. The more things change, the more they say the same. And here, G2 have lifted it once more. To wrap it all up, a quick thank you from our teams here, and mainly our talent team. It's not just me who's here, it's not just Jesse, it's not just Jack, it's not just Dev Marta, but we have a massive team of wonderful talents who join us on here. Got Ossa on my side, of course, as Fluke. We love Fluke. She's our queen. We got Caliber Jacob. We got Flores. Hap going in as Flores. We got Dezichu, of course. We got Easy, our observer. Medics, of course, who also got a commendation. Sayano on the observing crew. Ian, who's such a handsome man. Speaking of handsome men, also Stokes, beautiful blue eyes, white dragon. Ollie, XR Troika. The man loves his chalky milk. That's something I'll never forget. And, of course, our wonderful Dutch friend here on the broadcast, joining us in the analyst desk throughout tournament. Antero, my good friend. We've lived years together. Here's to many more. Of course, Camille, who joined us this Invitational. It's very good to finally meet you and see you here. Jackie, always wonderful. Our friends, always good to see you. Demo Lad, look, here he's shy, but in the backstage, he's screaming his ass off. But there he is. Mandy, who joined us only, a year ago in competition. It's very good to have you here with us. And Pengu, the 2-time, who now needs to think of a comeback because Fabian just took his 3rd. It's been an incredible event. SI 2024 goes to Brazil, and that is gonna be something else. From all of us here, the talent team, thank you so much for making it all happen. And of course, to Blue, by the way. I don't want to forget Blue. Of course, John, who was with us over many years in competition, just not here with us at the moment. And Tim, who we hope is recovering very nicely. In the meantime, thank you to all the cosplayers who joined us in here at the Invitational. Big shout out to them and to their dedication. To our players that gave us wonderful games. To the development team and all the teams from Ubisoft and our partners here that made it all happen. Thank you, Ubi, for creating a game that made our lives what it is. We love you so much for doing it. And here's to many more years of it. Our entire production team here, of course, so many of them that we've been working with for many years. It's so difficult to do goodbyes, not gonna lie. But we love you all watching at home or with us here at the Invitational. We can't wait to see you through the year. Until then, take care. We love you so very much. Good night. We've done it again! Yeah!
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock. You got the diffuser in hand. What do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.